Chapter 126. Sensing Shitan Changshi's shocking murderous aura, Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time and slashed with his sword instinctively. It was the same tempest slash. A sword qi that was hundreds of meters long swept across. Shitan Changshi's face was hideous. He stabbed with his halberd and dispersed the sword qi. Next he came up to Zhou Xuanji. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji's face clearly, he was a little dazed. The windcutter sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He used the 8-step sword lunge and came to the ruins hundreds of meters away. The evil cultivators began attacking the royal guards one after another. A great battle broke out. Dust billowed in the air. Zhou Xuanji stared at Shitan Changshi with squinted eyes. This person's power was really horrifying. At that moment, he even felt like he was facing death. At this moment, Huang Ming charged toward Shitan Changshi again. He felt ashamed that he was sent flying by Shitan Changshi's aura. The two of them fought again. Their cultivations were so powerful that each time they clashed, a violent gale swept up and destroyed the heavens and the earth. Shitan Changshi was shocked in his heart. Who is that brat? Why does he look so much like His Majesty? He thought to himself in confusion as he fought with Huang Ming. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Jiang Shui, and the others flew out from underground. They did not participate in the battle but watched from afar. Even if they wanted to participate, there was no opportunity. More and more devilish cultivators rushed out from the ground, flying into the air and then descending like a black rain. Zhou Xuanji stared at the spot where the carriages exploded. He could not sense the Empress aura. That woman died just like that? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He felt that it was unreal. Theoretically, the Empress should not be weak. Even if he used the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, he could not have killed her instantly. Are you looking for me? A cold female voice came from behind Zhou Xuanji, which made his pupils contract. He would never forget this voice in his life. The Empress of Great Zhou. He turned around and saw the Empress standing 20 meters away, looking at him coldly. The Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty wore a luxurious golden dress and a pearl phoenix coronet. Her face was beautiful and cold. Just by standing there, she had the aura of an emperor that reigned above all others. As the Empress, it was a miracle that she was able to survive until now with such boldness. Zhou Xuanji mocked in his heart. He wondered if Emperor Yan of Zhou was blind. If he became the son of heaven, how could he allow the Empress to be so ambitious? You really didn't die. That's good too. I won't be happy if I let you die too easily. Zhou Xuanji said as his eyes narrowed. Whenever he thought of Lady Zhao Xian's gentle face, his fury and killing intent surged. In actuality, aside from saving Zhou Xuanji in the end, Lady Zhao Xian was not a good mother. Usually, she would hand him over to the nannies and palace maids to take care of him, and when she had nothing to do, she would bring him around to show off. But Lady Zhao Xian was still quite adorable and truly loved him. This woman didn't even have time to learn how to be a good mother before she died. How could he not feel regret? Seeing the murderous aura emanating from Zhou Xuanji's eyes, the Empress smiled mockingly. I didn't expect a vile spawn like you to be so powerful. It seems like Daoya old man put in a lot of effort. The Empress said coldly. She and Lady Zhao Xian were both extremely beautiful, and they came from prestigious sections. They disliked each other. Now that she saw Zhou Xuanji's talent, which was even more overpowered than Zhou Yalong's, she could no longer hold back her jealousy. She waved her right hand, and a long silver whip appeared in her hand. There were many tiny spikes on the whip's body. The silver whip trembled, and lightning coiled around it. That B***TCH's death won't let me be at ease. Today, I will send you to meet that B***. The Empress walked toward Zhou Xuanji, and a powerful murderous aura exploded. Zhou Xuanji advanced with his sword in hand instead of retreating. After I kill you today, I will kill Zhou Yalong next time and send you and your mother to the netherworld to reunite. After Zhou Xuanji said this, he charged toward her. He promised Huang Lianxin that he would avenge her, so he must keep his word. He came up to the Empress and activated the Soul Eater / straightaway. 3 streaks of black sword qi rose from the ground and were about to tear the Empress into pieces. The Empress moved just as quickly. She whipped toward Zhou Xuanji, and lightning flashed. Boom! The silver whip exploded the sword qi. The lightning intertwined with the demonic qi. The ground cracked, and dust billowed up. Zhou Xuanji came to the back of the Empress with the 8-step sword lunge. Although the Empress lived a luxurious life, her battle awareness was extremely strong. Her spirit energy was even more powerful, which prevented Zhou Xuanji from getting close. Huang Ming, who was fighting with Shitan Changshe, frowned. Isn't Sword God Zhou able to injure the Sword Monarch? Why is he still in a stalemate with the Empress? Huang Ming was confused. Could it be that the rumors were not true? If he could rival the Sword Monarch, how could he not defeat the Empress? Although the Empress was powerful, she was far from the Sword Monarch. Shitan Changshe also noticed the battle between Zhou Xuanji and the Empress. He even heard their conversation clearly. Lady Zhao Xian's son. No wonder. Shitan Changshe thought to himself in shock. He suddenly remembered what Emperor Yan of Zhou said to him before he set off. His eyes turned complicated. At the same time, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were watching the battle anxiously. Jiang Shui asked softly, "Why is the Empress so powerful?" According to the stories, shouldn't the mistress of the harem be busy with court battles? Han Shenbo said, "She came from Merciful Melody Cliff. Back then, she fought alongside Emperor Yan of Zhou. Of course, she's powerful." Zhou Xuanji was also shocked by the Empress' power. Even with the power of the ancient Sword Emperor, he could not injure her. This woman was definitely at the top of the astral projection stage. She might have already reached the spirit refinement stage. If so, Zhou Xuanji flipped his left hand, and the God Emperor sword appeared in his hand. The God Emperor Qi exploded and coalesced into a horrifying shadow. The Empress opened her beautiful eyes wide, and her heart was overwhelmed with shock. Such a powerful aura. No wonder he could injure the Sword Monarch. She was anxious in her heart. Why was Shitan Changshe not here yet? Huang Ming could not possibly be a match for Shitan Changshe. Zhou Xuanji slashed with his sword, and his sword qi swept out. The Empress blocked with her silver whip but was pushed back by the sword qi. Before the God Emperor sword qi, the Empress looked so powerless. This made Huang Ming heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was confused. He locked his eyes on Shitan Changshe. Although Shitan Changshe was still exchanging blows with him, the two of them were exchanging blows and were too intense. It was unreal. Did I become more powerful? Or is he going easy on me? Huang Ming was astonished, and his expression turned strange. From afar, Xiao Jinghong also saw the problem. Why do I feel that Shitan Changshe is not fighting with his full power? He said with a frown. With this, the others turned their attention to Shitan Changshe. Could he be a werewolf? Jiang Shui cried out in shock. Chapter 127. Werewolf? It can't be. He has pure human bloodline. Or else, how could he become the first-rank state general? Han Shenbo shook his head. At the same time, he saw something fishy. There was something wrong with Shitan Changshe's attitude. Jiang Shui shook her head with a smile and did not explain. The werewolf she mentioned was not a demon. It was what Zhou Xuanji often said to her. Others did not know, and she did not bother to explain either. She took it as a secret signal between her and Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji flew toward the Empress at a low altitude with the God Emperor sword in his hand. In his eyes, the Empress was no longer that powerful. She could even be considered weak. Before you die, do you have anything else to say? Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly. He could see something too. Shitan Changshe was waiting for him to kill the Empress. Could this person be a subordinate of one of the princes or concubines? The Empress steadied herself. Her face was covered in frost. She looked at Shitan Changshe and asked, "General, what are you doing?" Shitan Changshe, who was fighting with Huang Ming, said with gritted teeth, "I will do my best to live up to your Majesty's expectations. I swear to protect the Empress with my life." Having heard this, the Empress's pupils dilated. She immediately understood what Shitan Changshe meant. She smiled pitifully. "I see." She mumbled to herself, "Zissou, I have changed. You have changed too." Zhou Xuanji flew up to her and raised the God Emperor's sword high. Facing the God Emperor's sword, she could not escape even if she wanted to. With this slash, the Empress would be dead for sure. She looked up at Zhou Xuanji with a hideous face and said with gritted teeth, "Little brat, consider yourself lucky. I'm going to die today. But I have to remind you to be careful of your father." Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. Could it be that Emperor Yan of Zhou was behind all this? At this moment, the Empress sat down with her legs crossed and looked like she was not going to resist anymore. She lowered her head and smiled pitifully. "Actually, I'm in the same boat as your mother. Back then, when he ascended the throne, I was pregnant with his first son. He was supposed to be the crown prince, but he was poisoned by AB** Teach, who killed my unborn child. He lied to me. He promised me that after he ascended the throne, he would only favor me. My eldest son is dead. No matter how talented my second son is, he cannot become the crown prince. Why?" When this empress saw him circling around Zhao Xian, this empress was reminded of that slut from back then. This empress wants you to experience the pain of a mother and son being separated by life and death. At this point, she gritted her teeth and laughed even more miserably. Looking back at the first half of his life, Emperor Yan of Zhou was just a young boy and was not valued by the previous emperor. She was the proud daughter of the Holy Land, and the difference in status between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In the end, she still followed him down the mountain and roamed the world. She accompanied him through mountains of daggers and seas of fire. She gave her all to protect him as he ascended to the throne. However, few of the promises he had made to her could be fulfilled. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Empress expressionlessly. Even though the Empress looked extremely pitiful, his heart did not waver. A life for a life was a matter of course. She suffered, but how could Lady Zhao Xian not suffer as well? Zhou Xuanji's God Emperor's sword descended slowly. In the distance, Xinhao sect and the great Zhou royal guards were still fighting. Shitan Changsha fought with Huang Ming with a hideous face. He roared occasionally, as though he had used all his strength and was extremely furious. The Empress flipped her right hand, and a piece of paper appeared in her hand. On it were two crooked words. "Mother, long, you can only rely on yourself from now on. I will pray for you from below." The Empress lowered her head and muttered to herself. The sword flashed. Soliter slash. The black sword chi engulfed her instantly, and the piece of paper in her hand turned into ashes. The earth shook violently, and the ground collapsed. Cracks spread out in all directions, shocking everyone and causing them to stop fighting and turn their heads to look at this scene. The great Zhou royal guards were all ashen-faced. With the death of the Empress, even if they could escape back to Great Zhou, they would not be able to escape the punishment of having their entire clan executed. Shitan Changsha frowned and appeared to be in a daze. He was an old general who had followed Emperor Yan of Zhou to conquer the world. He knew how difficult it was for the Empress and Emperor Yan of Zhou. Now that the Empress died at the great Zhou kingdom's gate, even he could not help but feel bitterly disappointed. Only now did he truly understand how heartless an emperor was. The Empress' astral infant did not manage to escape and died completely. Not even a piece of her remains was left. Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword. Cold sweat covered his forehead as he heaved a long sigh. Revenge was finally taken. "Zhao Xian, mother, I have avenged you. In this life, I will live for myself." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He retained the memories of his previous life after all. Although he was grieving when he thought of Lady Zhao Xian, it was not to the point where he wanted to die. After killing the Empress of the Great Zhou dynasty, he felt a sense of relief. He immediately flew toward Jiang Shui and the others. "You dared to kill the Empress. His Majesty will not let you off." Shitan Changsha roared in grief and indignation. After that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone was stunned. The surviving Great Zhou royal guards' expressions changed drastically. They followed suit and fled, but Xinhao sect would not let them off. Huang Ming understood what Shitan Changsha meant and said immediately, "Kill them. Don't leave a single one alive." He turned to look at the direction where Shitan Changsha left. He smiled and mumbled, "Interesting. I can rope them in next time. The other side. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand and asked caringly, "Are you okay?" Although the matter of revenge was satisfying, it was inevitable that they would think of sad things. Zhou Xuanji grinned at her and said, "What can happen to me? I feel great." He turned to the crowd and said, "Let's go." He did not want to be besieged by Xinhao sect. No one had any objections and quickly left. Soon, all the royal guards of Great Zhou were killed. The corners of Huang Ming's lips curled into a sinister smile. Spread the news that Sword God Zhou killed the Empress of Great Zhou. It's best to spread the news to the Great Zhou dynasty, the bigger the better. Once Zhou Yalong knew about this, he would definitely go crazy and fight Zhou Xuanji to the death. When that time came, Zhou Xuanji would watch from the sidelines and capture both of them at once. The more he thought about it, the more carefree he felt. He even couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. The 100,000 demonic cultivators looked at each other in dismay. This battle was faster than they had imagined. At the same time, they also witnessed the cruelty of the Great Zhou. They were even more ruthless than the devil cult. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji and the others found a big and small air before leaving Xinhao sect. They could feel that a storm was coming. In less than 3 days, the news that the Empress of Great Zhou died under Sword God Zhou's sword spread like wildfire across Juema Wasteland and into Great Zhou. Great Zhou's reaction was much faster than Juema Wasteland. How can it be? Is Sword God Zhou crazy? Sword God Zhou killed the Empress of Great Zhou? Could it be because of what happened before? Of course. The Empress of Great Zhou sent someone to kill him. Of course, he had to take revenge. But she was the mother of Great Zhou after all. Isn't Sword God Zhou too crazy? It's over. Zhou Yalong is going to be furious. If he ascends to the throne, Sword God Zhou will not be able to return to Great Zhou. Chapter 128. At a relay station in Juema Wasteland. There was a small inn here with 3 tables. A tall man sat at one of the tables. He wore a white robe and carried a black blade that was half a foot wide on his back. His black hair was tied up at the back of his head. His face looked like it had been shaved by a blade. The corners of his face were distinct, and his eyes were sharp. He looked down and swirled the wine cup in his hand. At this moment, 2 men walked into the inn, chatting and laughing. "Tsk Diska. I didn't expect the Empress of Great Zhou to be dead. She died so tragically right after leaving Great Zhou. Not even her bones were left. Such a tragedy. Sword God Zhou is too ruthless. That Shitan Changsha is too useless. He couldn't even protect the Empress. How can he be the state general? There's going to be a good show. Xinhao sect wants to kill Sword God Zhou, and Great Zhou wants to kill him too." The 2 chatted as they called for the waiter. The man in white put down his wine cup. He got up and walked to their table. "Is what you said true?" he asked in a deep voice. The 2 looked up at him and were frightened by his cold eyes. They quickly answered honestly. "It's true. The news has spread across Juema Wasteland." "That's right. The news has spread to Great Zhou." The man in white heard them and immediately left. He covered 100 meters with 1 step and disappeared into the horizon in 7 steps. The 2 men, the innkeeper, and the waiter were all stunned at this scene. The white clouds in the sky suddenly broke apart, as though the sky was cut apart. Great Zhou Empire. In a palace, a handsome man in a black robe with python patterns was cultivating on his bed. He had a handsome face. His hands were placed in front of his abdomen with his palms facing up. Gusts of wind drifted in the palace, causing the candles to flicker. He was Zhou Yalong, the most powerful genius of the Great Zhou royal family, the prince who had the highest chance to ascend to the throne. Zhou Yalong's brows twitched. He felt uneasy. Somehow, he felt that something bad was about to happen. The higher one's cultivation, the more realistic this feeling was. At this moment, a maidservant walked in quickly from the door. "Your Highness." The maidservant knelt in front of him and cried out in fear. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. Zhou Yalong frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" "Her Majesty." "Her Majesty," The maid choked with sobs, unable to say a complete sentence for a long time. Zhou Yalong's expression changed drastically. He raised his right hand and pulled the maidservant in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Speak clearly. Do you want to die?" The horrifying murderous aura made the maidservant shiver all over as she quickly shouted, "Her Majesty the Empress died in Juema Wasteland. Killed by sword god Zhou." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yalong felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he seemed to have lost his soul. His right hand was powerless, and the maid fell to the ground. She was so frightened that she quickly turned over and knelt down. Zhou Yalong sat paralyzed on the bed, his lips trembling. He wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. His hands anxiously touched the bedcloth, and his face gradually became ferocious. "Is that true? Aren't they escorted by Shitan Changshi?" Zhou Yalong growled like a furious lion. At this moment, he really wanted to tear sword god Zhou into pieces. Xinhao Sec's Huang Ming has also made his move. He has restrained General Shitan. The maid cautiously replied. This was the first time she had seen Zhou Yalong in such a state, and it made her very afraid. "Ha!" Zhou Yalong suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with bone-piercing killing intent. How could he not know Huang Ming's strength? How could he not know Shitan Changshi's strength? He immediately transformed into a gust of black wind and flew out of the palace. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to the forest. Han Shenbo looked ahead and said, "After crossing this forest, we will be out of the Juema wasteland again. The empire in front is adjacent to the great Zhou dynasty. We are still in danger." After Zahao sect, Great Zhou also issued a wanted order for Zhou Xuanji. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not announce Zhou Xuanji's identity. As a prince, killing the empress of the Great Zhou dynasty was an act of insubordination. At the same time, it was an act of fratricide. It was a great taboo. If word got out, the entire Great Zhou dynasty would be shamed. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Next, we must not let our guard down. Xinhao sect will not let this go easily. We must find a good place. Give me 20 years, and the next time I come out, I will be unrivaled in the world." The last time he said 10 years, he was slapped in the face. This time, to be on the safe side, he added another 10 years. He shouldn't be slapped in the face, right? The group nodded. They also wanted to find a place to focus on cultivation, so that they would not be in such an awkward situation. Huang Lianxin mumbled, 20 years later, Zhou Yalong should have ascended to the throne, right? Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said casually, "Then I will charge into Great Zhou and slay the emperor at that time." His heroic spirit soared to the sky. As long as one is alive, one should brag. Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly, 20 years later, will our master break through to Astral Infant? Astral Infant? Looking down on me? Then I will set Astral Infant as my goal. Zhou Xuanji snorted, and the group burst into laughter. "Ha! Break through to Astral Infant in 20 years? Kid, you are really arrogant." A familiar burst of laughter came, and the group turned to look. They saw Daoya Old Man standing on a tree and looking at Zhou Xuanji and the others with a smile. Jiang Shui opened her eyes wide and cried out, "Xuanji's grand teacher?" Han Shenbo raised his brow. He had heard many rumors about Daoya Old Man. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. "Come here quickly. I have something to tell you. It's a miracle that you guys did not die in Juema Wasteland." Daoya Old Man waved his hand and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really kill the empress. This guy is only 17 years old. What a devilish genius. Zhou Xuanji immediately brought the group to the tree he was on. Daoya Old Man jumped down and sighed, "You were used as a tool. Do you know that?" Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "I want to kill her. It doesn't matter whether I was used as a tool or not." The group was curious. They felt that it was strange too. The Empress of Great Zhou is too domineering. Emperor Yan of Zhou was worried that after he ascended, the Empress would interfere with politics, so he used you to get rid of the Empress. No matter who ascends to the throne in the future, he will not be controlled by the Empress. But do you know the Empress' background? Not only the merciful Melody Cliff, but her elder brother, Lin Guanyu, is also in Juema wasteland. Daoya old man sighed and looked as though Zhou Xuanji was in great trouble. What? Lin Guanyu is the empress' elder brother? Han Shenbo cried out in shock. Fear was written all over his face. Lin Guanyu was in Juema wasteland. He looked back immediately out of fear. Who is Lin Guanyu? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Baba Blade Master. His blade is the most powerful blade in the northern wilderness region. Because of him, Emperor Yan of Zhou was even more fearful of the Empress and did not dare to get rid of the Empress personally. Daoya old man sighed. Zhou Xuanji heard him and frowned. The most powerful in the northern wilderness region. This title was indeed a little scary. Since you know that I am coming, then you can kneel down and wait for your death. At this moment, an indifferent voice resounded across the heavens and earth, as though a god was speaking to the mortal world. Chapter 129. Daoya old man's expression darkened as he cursed, Lin Guanyu really followed you guys. Baba Blade Master Lin Guanyu. The Blade Conqueror of the northern wilderness region was even more powerful than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Back then, before Emperor Yan of Zhou became famous and ascended to the throne, he had already dominated a region. It's over, Han Shenbo's legs were trembling. He was terrified to the extreme, and his eyes were filled with despair. His understanding of the northern wilderness region was greater than Xiao Jinghong and the rest. He even knew what the name Baba Blade Master represented. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Was Lin Guanyu that terrifying? Pa! The little black snake rushed over and whipped Han Shenbo away with its tail, cursing, "What a disgrace! This old man hasn't backed down yet." After saying that, it burrowed into Little Fool's wing and hid well. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Beishao Wangjian drew their swords and prepared for battle. Under everyone's nervous gaze, Lin Guanyu strolled over from the horizon. He was dressed in white and carried a black saber on his back. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the oppressive aura that shook their hearts. Very strong. More powerful than the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. It could even be said to be invincible. Behind Zhou Xuanji, Daoya old man sighed and said, "See, it's over." Even Emperor Yan of Zhou might not be a match for him. Not only did he get rid of the Empress, but he also diverted Lin Guanyu's hatred. What a brilliant move. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, if he's more powerful than Emperor Yan of Zhou and Emperor Yan of Zhou is about to ascend, why hasn't he ascended yet? Unscientific. You think Emperor Yan of Zhou wants to ascend? Daoya old man shook his head and said, anyone who has been the emperor for a long time will be forced to ascend. Otherwise, the Mahayana realm alone won't be enough to ascend. Although the emperor of an empire is awe-inspiring, once he ascends, his status will plummet and he will become the lowest of immortals. Many emperors of empires would give up their positions in time. However, Great Zhou was facing a crisis before, so Emperor Yan of Zhou had no choice but to remain in office. Today, even if he gives up his position, he will still ascend. So the Mahayana realm was not the realm of ascension. It was just that Emperor Yan of Zhou was special. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and took out the sky-sundering emperor sword. But Daoya old man slapped the back of Zhou Xuanji's head and said unpleasantly, "Brat, you still dare to fight him? You must be tired of living." After saying this, he pulled Zhou Xuanji behind him. He glared at the others and scolded, "All of you back off. Don't get in the way." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest quickly retreated. Lin Guanyu was incomparably powerful, and now was not the time for them to show off. "Daoya old man, if you stop me, I'll kill you." Lin Guanyu's voice came from afar. His voice was casual, as if killing Daoya old man was a piece of cake. Daoya old man chuckled and said, "Your sister killed the daughter I raised myself. Now that she's dead, it's her retribution. Instead of finding trouble with Emperor Yan of Zhou, you're arguing with a child. You're not worthy of being a saber saint." He looked back at Zhou Xuanji and the others and said in a low voice, "Run. Run as far as you can." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Can you deal with him?" "Back then I couldn't save your mother. If I watched you die, your mother would never forgive me in the underworld. Daoya old man smiled. His smile was still as annoying as before. Get lost. Don't drag me down. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji looked at him intently before leaving with the rest. Lin Guanyu's voice came, if so, then I'll chop off your head first. Daoya old man straightened his back and said proudly, all my life I, Daoya, have always been kind to everyone. I have never fought with anyone, not with this world. But today I will show my brilliance. Zhou Xuanji and the others flew ahead. Hearing Daoya old man's words, they could not help but feel a sense of respect. Beixiao Wangjian sighed in amazement. Seems like Master's grand teacher is very powerful. Of course. Daoya old man is a deified being. There are many legends about him in travel books. Zhao Tsongjian nodded and said with admiration. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, stop chatting. Hurry up. The group shuddered in their hearts and did not dare to speak anymore. Boom! A deafening explosion came from behind, which pierced everyone's eardrums. The entire forest shook, and trees were uprooted from the ground. The group was shocked. They immediately flew out of the forest and continued to fly ahead. Zhou Xuanji looked back. The wasteland was covered in dust, and Daoya old man was nowhere to be seen. He should be fine, right? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He was a little worried. No matter what, Daoya old man did it to save him. Jiang Shui, who was in his arms, comforted him, don't worry. He's so confident. Even if he can't defeat him, he should be able to escape. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword at full speed. The group quickly disappeared into the horizon. An hour later, in the billowing dust, Lin Guanyu walked out with his saber. His white robe was stained with blood. In his left hand was a human head. It was Daoya old man. Daoya old man's face was hideous. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like he was going to risk his life. Escape? Even if you escape to the end of the world, I will still kill you. Lin Guanyu mumbled to himself before he carried Daoya old man's head forward. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 dragon eagles flew swiftly across the sky. Little Black and Huang Lianxin were on their backs, while the rest flew on their swords at full speed. Han Shenbo called out from behind, Great Shang Empire is in front of us. We cannot say that we are from Great Zhou. Great Shang Empire. Zhou Xuanji thought of the Shang Empire in China's history somehow. The northern wilderness region was really mystical. There was Great Zhou and Shang Empire. He wondered if there was Great Qin and Great Tang. I heard that Great Shang has many hidden talents, including a great Buddha with a golden body and auspicious aura. The sword monarch of Great Zhou was sent by Emperor Yan of Zhou to negotiate with Great Shang. He almost died in Great Shang. I don't know if it's true, Xiao Jinghong said with a solemn tone. Although Great Shang's prowess was not widely known among the people of Great Zhou, those who had been around for a long time knew that Great Zhou was always at a disadvantage against Great Shang. After we enter Great Shang, hide first. Zhou Xuanji instructed. He wondered how Daoya old man was doing. If they could not win, it was time for them to escape. In front of them were endless mountains and rivers. They were finally out of Juema wasteland. The group moved forward at full speed. Zhou Xuanji sent Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian to find a cave. It was best to find a cave that was connected to the underground. If they did not hide, they might die before they reached Great Shang. He hugged Jiang Shui's waist with one hand. Jiang Shui held a palm leaf fan in her hand and waved it continuously. Waves of mist spread out. She was using a water elemental spell to erase the scent that they left behind along the way. Soon, Zhao Tsongjian and Xiao Jinghong returned. The two of them found a cave that was connected to the underground. The cave was located in a huge lake. The lake was surrounded by forests, and the river flowed in all directions. The group jumped into the river, including a big and small heir. All of them swam toward the bottom of the lake. Chapter 130. The lake was 200 meters deep. If not for their high cultivations, they would not have been able to swim to the bottom. Soon they entered the cave. Fortunately, the cave was wide. If a big and small heir were stuck at the entrance, it would be awkward. After entering the cave, they continued to swim. After swimming out of the cave, they swam another 100 meters upstream and arrived at another world. This was an underground space that was extremely vast. The reefs hanging at the top were extremely sharp and were dripping with water. Many strange crystals were embedded on the surface of the reefs, which glowed faintly. The crystals gathered together and illuminated the underground space. After the group reached the shore, they lay on the ground and began to pant. The long and intense escape made them very tired. Even the little black snake did not talk back. It laid on the ground motionlessly like a dead snake. Jiang Shui lay beside Zhou Xuanji and asked while panting, "Can we really hide from Lin Guanyu here?" "We can only pray." Zhou Xuanji sighed. This time, he had kicked an iron plate. He did not expect the Empress to have such a powerful elder brother. Han Shenhua sighed. "Now that we are being hunted by Xinhao sect, Baba Blade Master, and Great Zhou, we are in such a sorry state." Zhou Xuanji could not help but reflect on what he did wrong. Shouldn't he have allied with Xinhao sect? Xinhao sect was a powerful sect. Lin Guanyu did not dare to go against them directly, so the hatred was shifted to him. But if he did not ally with Xinhao sect, he might not have been able to kill the Empress. The reason was that he was too weak. After that, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenhua got up and began to set up a spell formation to conceal their qi signature, so that Lin Guanyu would not discover them. Gurgle, gurgle. At this moment, bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. The group got up immediately in fear and prepared for battle. Beixiao Wangjian swallowed his saliva and mumbled, "It can't be him, right?" Zhou Xuanji took out the God Emperor sword. Even if he were to die, he would die in battle. What? At this moment, a silhouette emerged from the lake. The group was pleasantly surprised. Deoya Old Man. He quickly leaped up and landed by the lake. As he patted his robe, he cursed, "Damn, I was almost killed by Lin Guanyu. Fortunately, my undying divine ability has reached the stage of perfection." Zhou Xuanji and the others came up and asked him all at once. Deoya Old Man sat on the ground and recounted the battle. It turned out that he had left a mark on Zhou Xuanji's body that could track him from 10,000 miles away. He held Lin Guanyu back for an hour and was finally beheaded. Fortunately, Lin Guanyu did not destroy his body. After Lin Guanyu left, he grew ahead and used a movement divine ability to track down Zhou Xuanji. Immortal technique? Are you Wolverine or Deadpool? Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Deoya Old Man crossed his arms in front of his chest and said proudly, "Why do you think I have so many legends? I'm really an immortal." Boasting. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes, but he realized that Deoya Old Man's return reduced the tension in the group. This old man gave people a great sense of security. Deoya Old Man placed his hands on his thighs and said, "From now on, don't go out. Cultivate here with peace of mind. Once you've mastered your cultivation and are no longer afraid of Lin Guanyu, I'll let you go." Everyone nodded. Being chased by Lin Guanyu like this, they were all suppressing a ball of fire in their hearts. Especially Zhou Xuanji. How many years has it been? Other than when he was 2 years old, it was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Lin Guanyu, right? Just you wait. One day, my sword will break your saber. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were burning with flames as he roared furiously in his heart. Deoya Old Man glanced at him and sighed in amazement in his heart. He's totally different from his mother's character. He's really staunch. This is good. A man should be like this. He must take revenge and be fearless. After the thought, Deoya Old Man got up slowly and said, "I did some tricks in the lake. Lin Guanyu can't possibly discover this place. Let's start cultivating now." When everyone heard this, their spirits were lifted, and they stood up. Zhou Xuanji sat by the lake and took out some elixirs to internalize qi. Deoya Old Man walked to his side and drew a circle with his finger. Next, he felt waves of spiritual qi gathering toward him. He looked at Deoya Old Man in astonishment. Deoya Old Man smiled as he stroked his long beard and left. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji and the others began to diligently cultivate. Their goal was to make it out as soon as possible. At first, Deoya Old Man would teach Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Beixiao Wangjian. But after Zhou Xuanji showed off his sword techniques, he went to teach others. In terms of attainment in the way of the sword, he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji. However, he could teach Jiang Shui, Han Shenhua, and the little black snake. Especially Jiang Shui, who amazed him with her incredible talent. She was even more powerful than Zhou Xuanji's mother. Therefore, he began to focus on teaching Jiang Shui. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui broke through a small realm in less than a month. Zhou Xuanji was happy for Jiang Shui, but at the same time, he began to doubt himself. It seemed like he was only suitable to teach swordsmanship. On this day, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 18 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner has obtained gold, soft velvety sword, silver, divine crane sword, silver, illusory sword, silver, heavenly lights. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, causing him to open his eyes. 3 divine swords. He immediately took out the 3 swords, and at the same time, their information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, soft velvety sword grade, gold description, as long as the enemy is not more than 2 stages higher than the sword owner, once pierced by this sword, the enemy will lose all strength and fall to the ground. Sword name, divine crane sword grade, silver description, made from the bones of a 1,000-year-old divine crane. It is extremely hard. Sword name, illusory sword grade, silver description. When swinging the sword, the blade can turn invisible and create a shadow, catching the enemy off guard. This soft velvety sword is interesting. Doesn't that mean that he can do whatever he wants after being pierced by it? Zhou Xuanji was amazed in his heart. He looked at the 3 divine swords in his hand. The soft velvety sword was a soft sword. The blade was only 2 fingers wide, and it looked like an ordinary silver sword. The divine crane sword was a white jade sword. The sword guard was in the shape of a crane spreading its wings. The illusory sword was a black sword that looked simple and ordinary. These 3 divine swords did not look fancy at all. But it was not bad to have 3 more swords. He was getting closer to the requirement of the 100 swords mode. After that, he began to inherit the heavenly lights. The heavenly lights was a sword technique. The amount of memory it contained almost made Zhou Xuanji faint. This sword technique was very powerful. The sword chi left his body and transformed into the image of the sun, moon, and stars, charging forward. After a while, the memory transfer ended. He stored the divine crane sword and illusory sword and began to practice his sword technique with the soft velvety sword. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Beixiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin's eyes brightened, and they surrounded him. Another new sword technique. Chapter 131. Daoya old man also came over and said in surprise, "Oh? This kid is finally practicing the sword. I almost forgot that he's a sword cultivator." He could not deny Zhou Xuanji's attitude of desperately taking in qi. But that didn't mean he agreed with it. However, when he thought of Lin Guanyu's threats, he acquiesced. Zhao Tsongjian said proudly, "My master can master any sword technique very quickly, so he doesn't need to practice it normally." "So powerful? Stop bragging." Daoya old man curled his lip and watched Zhou Xuanji train. Heavenly lights had a total of 72 sword forms, and each of them was tricky. Zhou Xuanji spent 22 breaths of time to learn one set. From the second time onwards, the speed at which he swung his sword suddenly increased. After 10 times, his speed increased again, and Daoya old man's expression changed. This kid. After 100 repetitions, heavenly lights reached the initial success stage. After 200 repetitions, the heavenly sun, moon, and stars technique was completed. After 400 times, Zhou Xuanji realized the sword will. He held the soft velvety sword in his hand. Sword chi flowed around him, and the image of the sun, moon, and stars appeared behind him. It was a spectacular sight. Even Jiang Shui, the little black snake, and Han Shenhua came over to watch. "What sword is this?" Zhao Tsongjian held back his excitement and asked. He really wanted to learn. Zhou Xuanji's expression was calm as he said, "The sword gives birth to the world, the sword gives birth to the small thousand world, the sword gives birth to the great thousand world. The sun, moon, and stars are the foundation of the world." This sword technique is the heavenly light of sun, moon, and stars. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Huang Lianxin, and Bei Xiao Wangjian were all stunned and repeated Zhou Xuanji's words. Daoya old man also frowned and fell into deep thought. This brat's words actually contained profound mysteries. Not simple. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword and hid his name. He then walked up to Jiang Shui and asked about her cultivation progress. Bei Xiao Wangjian patted Zhao Congjian's shoulder and shook his head. Don't think about it. There will be plenty of chances in the future. Zhao Congjian took a deep breath and nodded heavily. His eyes burned with fighting spirit again. Daoya old man suddenly held his chest, and his expression changed. He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, "Why is this boy's talent in the way of the sword so strange? Could it be that something went wrong when I changed his life back then? Good fortune is accompanied by bad fortune, and bad fortune is accompanied by good fortune. This matter had to be vigilant." Everyone continued to cultivate in this underground space. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to the Soul Fountain stage. At the Spirit Spring stage, magical power would transform into Spirit Spring, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians and converging on the Niden. The speed at which the spiritual power circulated and was produced would be far faster than before, and the spiritual power produced would also be stronger than before. Simply put, Zhou Xuanji felt that his spirit energy had increased by more than 100 times. Detected that the sword master has reached the Spirit Spring stage. Beginning random lottery. Ding. Congratulations, sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Phoenix Emperor Sword. Amethyst Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji was exhilarated. Now, gold-grade legendary swords were no longer of interest to him. Amethyst-grade legendary swords were his real threshold. Although it was not as good as the glorious gold legendary sword, the side effects of the glorious gold legendary sword were too great. He immediately took out the Phoenix Emperor Sword. The sword was crimson in color and was 1 meter long. The blade was as wide as an adult's palm, and the guard was carved in the shape of a phoenix. Its wings were facing downwards, giving it an extraordinary might. The end of the hilt was connected to 3 phoenix wings. Once the Phoenix Emperor Sword appeared, the entire underground space was illuminated by the fiery light. Everyone felt a gust of hot air coming from behind them. They turned around instinctively and saw the Phoenix Emperor Sword in Zhou Xuanji's hand. Strands of flames came out from the blade and formed into a fiery phoenix behind Zhou Xuanji. The phoenix had a wingspan of 15 meters and looked extremely mighty. Such a handsome fiery bird. Daoya old man praised. This sword was not simple. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian were stunned. Another godly sword. The little black snake mumbled, "Where did this brat get so many swords?" Zhou Xuanji swung the Phoenix Emperor Sword. It was so mighty. If he were to use the fiery sword technique, it would definitely be overpowering. At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Phoenix Emperor Sword grade, Amethyst description. Millions of phoenixes gave birth to an imperial phoenix. The Phoenix Emperor Sword was forged from the bones of the imperial phoenix. It contains the flames of the phoenix and can burn all things. Although it did not have the power of the ancient sword emperor like the sky-sundering Emperor Sword, Zhou Xuanji felt that the Phoenix Emperor Sword was more powerful. He could control all the power of the Phoenix Emperor Sword as he pleased. Maybe it was because he had reached the Soul Fountain stage. With the Phoenix Emperor Sword in his hand, he felt that everything was so fragile. Awesome. Using 2 Amethyst legendary swords and using the dual sword mode, I wonder if I can fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou? There's still a long way to go. I can't be reckless. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stored the Phoenix Emperor Sword into the supreme storage before continuing to cultivate. He walked to the lakeside and continued to internalize qi. Xiao Jinghong heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the sword in his hand and suddenly felt that his sword was not so handsome anymore. Daoya old man rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. After breaking through to the Soul Fountain stage, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed did not slow down but became even more ferocious. In 3 months, he broke through to Soul Fountain level 2. The others were breaking through quickly too. Daoya Old Man cast a spell to absorb the spiritual chi from the surrounding earth veins for them to cultivate, which allowed them to progress at a tremendous pace. In the entire team, the weakest was at enlightening level 5. The little black snake was specially taken care of by Daoya Old Man. He was thrown into the cauldron from time to time and used rare materials to strengthen his body. So, the underground space would be filled with the aroma of snake meat soup every few days. This also caused Big and Small Air to look at the little black snake differently. Now, the little black snake did not even dare to get close to them for fear that he would be eaten by them. For months later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain Level 3. This day, Daoya Old Man went out to investigate the situation. Lin Guanyu should have gone far away. It was impossible for him to keep wandering around unless he discovered him. 3 days later, Daoya Old Man returned. Crazy! Crazy! Lin Guanyu dared to barge into Great Shang alone and claimed that he wanted to capture Sword God Zhou. This forced Great Shang's Fury Buddha to intervene. Both sides were severely injured, and Lin Guanyu left with severe injuries. Daoya Old Man flew out of the lake and shouted loudly. He seemed extremely excited. Lin Guanyu was severely injured? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Did Lin Guanyu lose his mind? Daoya Old Man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed his shoulder. Great Shang will be holding a World Hero Conference soon. The top 10 will receive different rewards, and the first will receive 3 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass. You must get it. Zhou Xuanji resisted. Why? Can't you let me cultivate in peace? The 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass is a holy item for body refinement. It suits you very well and, Daoya Old Man blushed suddenly and stuttered. Back then, I was injured by Lin Guanyu. His blade chi lingered in my body and could not be removed. This caused me to be unable to cultivate. If this continues, it will become a huge problem. I see. The group's expression became strange. Daoya Old Man felt embarrassed. He faked a cough and said righteously, "It is not enough to rely on hard work on the path of cultivation. It needs serendipity too. This is serendipity. Once you win, your Sword Chi Golden Body incantation will reach great accomplishment. 2 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass can help you reach Astral Infant within a month. It is equivalent to years of hard work. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Chapter 132. When does it start? Where is it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. If he could break through to Astral Infant with the Thunder Core Grass, he naturally had to try it. Moreover, who knew him in Great Shang? It's in Chaoga Royal City in 2 months. Once you enter the city, you will know where to participate. Great Shang is fair and just. As long as you register for the World Hero Conference, the clans and sects will not offend you. You don't have to worry about this. Of course, if you cause trouble and meet with trouble, there's nothing you can do. Whether you can escape or not depends on yourself. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and introduced. Even Zhou Xuanji was a little moved. I want to go too, Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly. Daoya Old Man stared at him and said, "All of you are not allowed to go. Stay here and cultivate." Zhao Tsongjian's face turned bitter immediately. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Huang Lianxin, and the others were moved too. Han Shenbo waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yeah, why go out? It's too dangerous." He had not fully recovered his cultivation, so he could not wait to stay. The little black snake popped its head out of the cauldron and flicked its forked tongue. The aroma of delicacies emanated from its body. What ranking can you get if you follow him? If you don't work hard, he will break through to Astral Infant. My 1,000 years of cultivation cannot compare to this kid's 18 years of cultivation. Speaking up to this point, it could not help but sigh in sorrow. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui and said, "Help me put on some makeup. It's best if I change my face." He then looked at Daoya Old Man and asked, "If my disguise is exposed, will I be disqualified?" Daoya Old Man chuckled. "Who is standing in front of you?" "It's me, the old immortal. Later, I will cast some spells on you so that no one will notice." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He really knew how to act cool. Shortly after, he followed Jiang Shui to the wooden hut in the corner and began to disguise himself. Jiang Shui's fingers were very cold, and she kept rubbing Zhou Xuanji's face. "This time, we are not around. You must be more alert," Jiang Shui reminded him as she helped him disguise. Usually, Zhou Xuanji could cultivate or rest without worry. With them keeping watch, he could only rely on himself for a period of time. When you reach Chaoga, don't attract too much attention. You are not allowed to go to the brothel that Bei Xiao mentioned. You can't flirt with other women. "I can't," Jiang Shui chattered on, which gave Zhou Xuanji a headache. He said helplessly, "My sister, I'm going there to fight, not to flirt. Maybe Lin Guanyu is still hiding in Great Shang." Hearing this, Jiang Shui asked nervously, "Why don't you not go? What's the big deal about cultivating for another 10 years? I'll accompany you." Just like that, the two of them began to chat. Zhou Xuanji did not need the feeling of being hunted. He desperately wanted to become more powerful, so he had to go to the World Hero Conference. Besides, Daoya Old Man was still injured, so he had to save him. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui walked out of the wooden hut. Everyone turned around and was shocked. Huang Lianxin sighed, "It feels like a completely different person." Daoya Old Man walked up to Zhou Xuanji, bit his finger, and drew a line across Zhou Xuanji's forehead. "Disgusting," Zhou Xuanji said in disdain. He felt his forehead heat up, and following this, his entire face heated up. Daoya Old Man stared at him and said unpleasantly, "This is immortal blood." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and came to the lakeside to see his own face. "Damn, why am I so ugly?" Zhou Xuanji was furious. He turned around and looked at Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, "How am I ugly? It's just that you were too good-looking." At this moment, Zhou Xuanji had big eyes and thick brows. His skin was bronze in color, and he looked ordinary, like a passerby. 3 months later, you will revert back to your original appearance. You must seize the time and come back quickly. Daoya Old Man reminded him. He was warning Zhou Xuanji not to stay in Zhaoga. There were many places in Zhaoga that mesmerized men. Back then, cough cough. Let's not talk about it. Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Shui bitterly, before he leaped into the lake and left immediately. Jiang Shui covered her mouth and giggled. Then she pulled Huang Lianxin to whisper to her. "I have a feeling that my revered teacher will be famous in Great Shang." Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji seemed to be able to turn the world upside down no matter where he went. Zhao Tsongjian and Bei Xiao Wangjian nodded. They were looking forward to it. Daoya Old Man shook his head and smiled. This World Hero Conference is not that simple. A child of destiny is participating, and Xuanji might not be able to defeat him. If he can defeat him, he will receive a great transformation. The group was curious. Child of destiny? Who could it be? After Zhou Xuanji dashed out from the lake, he flew toward Great Shang on his sword. He still remembered the direction that Han Shenbo pointed him in. After he entered Great Shang, it would not be difficult for him to ask for directions to Zhaoga Royal City. He traveled at full speed and was not worried that Lin Guanyu would suddenly appear. Since Daoya Old Man let him out, it meant that there was no danger. He still could not understand why Lin Guanyu would charge into Great Shang with such a large force. Why didn't he hide and wait for him to appear? Maybe he was overwhelmed by hatred. After all, he could not find them for half a year. Zhou Xuanji thought as he moved forward. Within an hour, he came to Great Shang's border custom. The border customs wall was 30 meters tall, which was equivalent to more than 30 meters. It was majestic, and the queue to enter the custom was long. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. He stored his sword and landed on the ground. He came to the back of the queue. TSK Disket. The World Hero Conference attracted so many people. This is an opportunity for a carp to leap over the Dragon's Gate. Once you show off, you will be recruited by various factions in Great Shang. Who would miss such an opportunity? Did you guys hear about the battle between Baba Blademaster and Great Shang's Fury Buddha? Is it important? Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions in front of him quietly to gather the information he wanted. Great Shang's World Hero Conference was even grander than Great Zhou's Heaven Selection. There were no requirements, and the winner would receive the emperor's token. Seeing the token was equivalent to seeing the emperor of Great Shang. With this token, no one in Great Shang would dare to offend them. The emperor of Great Shang was very smart. He would not forcefully recruit the winner and use this method to gain favor. After a long time, when Great Shang was in danger, all the heroes in the world would come to their aid. In the northern wilderness region, reputation was very important. Screech. At this moment, the sound of a ferocious beast came from the east. Everyone turned to look, only to see two green birds with wingspans of 50 feet pulling a car over from the horizon. On the steps of the carriage were two ladies. They wore a red dress and a white dress respectively. Both of them were as beautiful as flowers. The green birds pulled the carriage and quickly came to the border custom. My young master wants to choose 10 cultivators to help. After it is done, we will reward you handsomely, the lady in the red dress said. The woman in the red dress said. After that, she and the woman in the white dress leaped down like fairies descending to the mortal world. Let me do it. Let me do it. It's the Hanin divine sect. Green birds pulling the carriage. Could it be the saintess of the Hanin divine sect, Su Xianxian? Very likely. The cultivators in front of Zhou Xuanji were all excited. He noticed that most of them were men. He rubbed his chin and mumbled, "If I were the main character, I would be chosen by the saintess, and a melodramatic plot would unfold." At this moment, the lady in the white dress flew above Zhou Xuanji's head and pointed at him. "You, come over and follow me," she said condescendingly, her expression indifferent. Chapter 133. Facing the fairy-like lady in a white dress, Zhou Xuanji rejected her immediately. "Sorry, I'm going to participate in the World Hero Conference. I won't be going with you." "Poor saintess. I won't give you the chance to touch me." The woman in the white dress frowned and looked at him with a strange expression. The same was true for the other cultivators in front of him. "It's on the way. Come with me. I'll reward you handsomely afterward." The woman in the white dress nodded, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes light up. He hurriedly asked, "Could it be that your young master is also going to participate in the World Hero Assembly?" "That's right, so follow me." After saying this, the woman in the white dress flew towards the blue bird in the sky. Zhou Xuanji hesitated no more and leaped up. He noticed that there were a few other men following them. However, it was nothing. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He quickly came to the green bird. He subconsciously looked towards the carriage. He was slightly curious about the Hanin divine sect's holy maiden who was sitting inside. Soon, the other 9 people chosen by the 2 women gathered around Qing Niao. They were all men. Zhou Xuanji suddenly realized something. He might have been overthinking. The looks of the other 9 brothers were a little worrisome. He then thought of his own appearance. His face instantly turned green. "I hope I'm not thinking too much." He prayed inwardly. If that was the case, it would be too much of a blow to him. The lady in the red dress said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, "Follow behind us and follow us straight to Chaoga Royal City." With that, she waved her right hand, and 2 green birds flapped their wings and flew towards the Shang dynasty, pulling the car. As the carriage spun, the wind blew up the veil on the window, and Zhou Xuanji saw a breathtakingly beautiful face. It was only for an instant. He couldn't even see her face clearly. He only felt that she was very beautiful. He was in a daze for a moment before he hurriedly followed. The others were like this as well. Under the envious gazes of over 1,000 people below, they flew into the border pass and disappeared into the horizon. Along the way, the other 9 cultivators were very excited. According to them, Su Xianxian of the Hanin divine sect was the #1 beauty of the Great Shang dynasty, and her cultivation had already reached the leaving aperture realm. Zhou Xuanji heard her. Old demonic woman? To be able to reach the leaving aperture realm, one had to have lived for several hundred years or even 1,000 years. His Jiang Shui was still the cutest. Zhou Xuanji did not participate in the others' conversation and remained silent. It wasn't until dusk that the 2 bluebirds landed on a mountainous area, and the car followed suit. The 2 ladies followed him, looking natural and unrestrained. It was obvious that they were nobles. The woman in the red dress said, Let's rest here tonight. Later, our young master will come out and explain the mission to you." Everyone nodded. The strongest cultivator present was only at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Even if they had malicious intent, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant boulder and cultivated alone. The other cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, either cultivating or chatting. The sun set and the moon rose. Everyone started a bonfire. From time to time, the roars of demons could be heard from the surrounding forest. Su Xianxian suddenly walked out of the carriage. She was wearing a white dress and had a dignified posture. Her face was covered with a blue veil, revealing only a pair of charming eyes. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and there was a string of jewels on her snow-white forehead. Under the moonlight, her beauty was out of this world. Everyone's gaze was attracted to him, and the other 9 cultivators were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji snorted in disdain. How pretentious! His Jiang Shui was still the cutest. Su Xianxian walked to the front of the crowd and said, "I called you all here because your looks are not outstanding." Critical hit. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other 9 cultivators' expressions changed drastically, as though they had eaten a fly. As expected, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. "Fortunately, I'm handsome, or else I would have fought them to the death." Su Xianxian ignored everyone's expression and continued, "I don't mean anything else. After this, I will give each of you 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll." The group heard her and their expressions turned for the better. After all, no one said that they were handsome since they were young. As long as the reward was tempting, they could tolerate it. Spirit gathering pills were a type of cultivation pill. At the same time, it was a common currency like spirit stones. In Great Shang, people were more used to using spirit gathering pills as currency. "What do you need us to do specifically?" A man with a face full of black pockmarks asked. Su Xianxian glanced at them and did not stop at anyone's face for a second, including Zhou Xuanji's. She said, "On the way to Chaoga Imperial City, there is a 7th-grade monster. In his territory, there are treasures of heaven and earth that we need. Your task is to be the bait. You don't need to fight. You just need to attract his attention. As long as we lure him out of his territory, I will fight, and my maidservant will harvest the treasures." 7th-rank demon. It was equivalent to the astral projection stage. The group was shocked. A short and fat man with tan skin and a pockmarked face asked closely, "So simple? Why choose us?" Could it be that the demon likes to eat ugly men? The lady in the red dress said unpleasantly, "Haven't you heard of our young master's engagement? If he knows that other men are close to our young master, you will surely die." Zhou Xuanji finally understood. Sometimes, being ugly was a safeguard for one's life? Hilarious. This was the biggest joke in the world. Zhou Xuanji felt sorry for the other 9 men. But the others heaved a sigh of relief. Hao Qi Alliance's little evil lord? Tiskite I see. I heard that the little evil lord is narrow-minded. Just as I expected. It has been hard on the fairy. Yeah. How can the little evil lord be worthy of the fairy? Don't worry, fairy. We will surely complete the mission. The group spoke, which made Zhou Xuanji confused. Hao Qi Alliance? He wondered what their relationship with Xinhao sect was. Everyone rest well. We will depart tomorrow morning. Su Xianxian ignored the people's belittling of the little evil lord and returned to the carriage. The 9 ugly men looked at her back with pity. Su Xianxian was every man's dream, but it was a pity that they could not enjoy her. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. For the next 12 days, Su Xianxian did not come out of the carriage. They traveled during the day and rested at night. They leaped over mountains and lakes and finally came to the great demon's territory that Su Xianxian mentioned. The ground was full of potholes and there were many ditches. Mist permeated the air in front of them, and the tall trees in the mist looked like monsters baring their fangs and claws. The bluebird landed. Su Xianxian walked out with her 2 maidservants. She said to Zhou Xuanji and the others, "You guys go straight ahead. The maidservants and I will act separately to protect you. Remember, You can only retreat when I tell you to, lest you mistake the great demon for someone else. The group blushed. To them, there was no difference between a 6th-rank great demon and a 7th-rank great demon. If they really encountered one, they would be scared away. And so, Zhou Xuanji followed the 9 ugly men and moved forward. He took out the soft velvety sword and moved forward cautiously. After coming to Great Shang, he decided not to use his old sword, at least not before the end of the World Hero Conference, in case his identity was exposed. Chapter 134. The 10 cultivators, with Zhou Xuanji among them, walked into the mist slowly. They held their enchanted artifacts and moved forward carefully. Zhou Xuanji was very cunning and mixed in the middle of the group. He felt that it was too scary to walk on the 2 sides, even though he was the most powerful person among them. After entering the mist, the soil under his feet was wet, and there were swamps everywhere. Zhou Xuanji looked back. Even with his mind, he could not see Su Xianxian and the other 2 girls. They won't trick us, will they? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The others did not seem to hear him and remained alert. Actually, they did not trust Su Xianxian completely. But since they were already here, they could only force themselves to move forward. They all had their own life-saving abilities, so they were confident. They walked forward for 500 meters and still did not encounter any danger. They had already entered the swamp area. Their surroundings were covered in mist, and the visibility was extremely low. They could only see less than 10 meters. A deafening roar came from ahead of them, accompanied by a gust of wind that smelled like blood. The wind blew their hair wildly. "Everyone be careful," a bald man with a big face said with a deep voice. Even without his reminder, the others were already nervous. The least nervous one was Zhou Xuanji. He only disliked the atmosphere, but it did not mean that he was afraid. He was not even afraid of the 7th-rank demon. It was his first time seeing a 7th-rank demon, so he was curious. "I hope this guy won't disappoint me," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with anticipation. The group continued to move forward. They emitted their aura, and no demons dared to attack them. As they moved forward, the roar grew louder, which meant that they were getting closer to the 7th-rank demon. "A bunch of worms. I'm hungry." At this moment, a cold and domineering voice came from ahead, which gave everyone goosebumps. Next, the ground shook violently, as though a gigantic creature was charging toward them. 7th-rank Demon King. "Retreat." Su Xianxuan's voice came from somewhere. Everyone heard her and ran backward. Zhou Xuanji turned around and moved to the side with the 8-step sword lunge, disappearing into the mist. He quickly hid in a bush and used the Qi obscuring incantation to hide his aura. Under Daoya Old Man's guidance, his Qi obscuring incantation had reached a higher level. As long as the opponent was not 3 stages higher than him, it would be difficult to detect his aura. A 7th-grade demon was only 2 major realms higher than him. Soon, he saw a black shadow that was as large as a hill pass by in front of him. Whoosh, an ear-piercing sound rang out, and with a flash of light, Su Xianxian made her move. Rumble. The ground shook violently and mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji could not see the exact situation of the battle. He could only see a blurry shadow swaying wildly. He wasn't interested in the treasures in the territory of a rank 7 demon. What he was interested in was the great demon itself. His team also needed tanks. This guy was huge, so he might be very suitable. "Bitch. You dare to go against this king with just this bit of ability?" The roar of the 7th-stage great demon rang out once more, his tone filled with disdain. Bang! A silhouette flew toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji dodged to the side instinctively. Next, Su Xianxian fell beside him. The veil on her face flew up, revealing a face so beautiful that it could topple nations. Su Xianxian looked at him with resentment in her eyes. She saw clearly how Zhou Xuanji dodged. Although she did not want to have skin contact with a man, this guy was too heartless. She quickly got up and said with a deep voice, "Why haven't you escaped?" Zhou Xuanji chuckled, "I'm not interfering with your mission. Why should I escape?" Su Xianxian frowned. She did not say anything because the rank 7 demon was already charging toward them. The mist was blown away by the violent wind, and Zhou Xuanji finally saw the face of the rank 7 demon. He was covered in black fur and was 30 meters tall. A pair of bull's horns grew out of his wild hair, which pierced the sky. His face and body were like a human's, but his eyes were red, which made him look extremely hideous. He wore black armor, and the green cloak behind him danced in the wind. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, he grinned and said, "Very good. Another one to feast on." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and nodded satisfactorily. "Your figure looks domineering." The rank 7 bull demon heard him and laughed proudly. "My name is Chongming Demon Monarch. Do you think it's domineering?" Chongming Demon Monarch? Zhou Xuanji had never heard of him, but he was quite satisfied with this guy's appearance. "Follow me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With this, Su Xianxuan's expression changed, while Chongming Demon Monarch was stunned. Chongming Demon Monarch stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a deep voice, "Brat, are you stupid?" Zhou Xuanji flipped his right hand, and the Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his hand. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. The phoenix flame burned along his right arm. Next, half of his body was ablaze, but he was not injured at all. At this moment, he looked like a fire god. Chongming Demon Monarch was shocked. Zhou Xuanji gave him a bone-chilling feeling. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so powerful. What's his motive? Su Xianxian sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhou Xuanji cautiously. Zhou Xuanji walked toward Chongming Demon Monarch with his sword in hand. "How is it? Am I still stupid?" He laughed coldly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and felt humiliated. He roared furiously and raised his right hand. A white bone blade appeared in his hand, which was even longer than his body. He slashed at Zhou Xuanji with great force, as though it could sink the ground. The surrounding mist was dispersed immediately, revealing the swamp within a radius of 500 meters. Clang! The blade and the sword clashed. Zhou Xuanji blocked the slash with his sword single-handedly. Awesome! The amethyst legendary sword indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt that Chongming Demon Monarch was not that powerful. It might be because his cultivation had increased, which made it easier for him to control the amethyst legendary sword. Chongming Demon Monarch was enraged. A layer of faint black radiance emanated from his body. Boom! The ground beneath his feet shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground. His power began to increase. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch's back with the 8-step sword lunge. He exerted strength in his legs and leaped up. He raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and slashed. Tempest slash. The sword chi slashed horizontally and landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's back. Blood splattered. Chongming Demon Monarch's face was distorted, and his body stumbled a few steps forward. Su Xianxian backed off quickly, distancing herself from Chongming Demon Monarch and Zhou Xuanji. She was shocked. Chongming Demon Monarch could not resist Zhou Xuanji at all. "Brat, I will hack you into pieces." Chongming Demon Monarch roared furiously. He turned around and slashed. The terrifying demonic aura gathered together, and with a flash of saber light, the saber chi slashed out vertically, directly splitting the mist in half. The ground in front was torn apart, and trees were uprooted from the ground, while small mountains were directly crushed into pieces. Boom! 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 The blade chi swept across tens of thousands of meters and created a bottomless canyon. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 135. Zhou Xuanji levitated in the air with a smile on his face, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. Although he had the Phoenix Emperor sword with him, if he was hit by that slash just now, he would have been crushed into pieces. Such destructive power! Chongming Demon Monarch roared at him. Waves of sound waves shook the sky. A loud bang resounded. Chongming Demon Monarch leaped up and slashed at Zhou Xuanji with his saber. His massive body, which was 30 meters tall, was not slow at all. It could even be said to be extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji activated the vibrant raindrop sword. His sword shadows were continuous, and the sword chi engulfed Chongming Demon Monarch in an instant. Countless sword chi landed on Chongming Demon Monarch's body. He gritted his teeth and received the attacks with his body without any defense. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened at this sight. But, are you afraid? My skin is impenetrable and indestructible. Chongming Demon Monarch grinned. He thought that he had intimidated this brat. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, I'm not afraid. I want you more now. Having heard that, Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of a legend he heard before. There were some people with wicked interests in the human race. He was in a bad mood immediately. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji somersaulted backward to increase the distance between them and flew 1,000 meters into the sky. This sword move is called Heavenly Lights. Chongming Demon Monarch, submit to my sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was under the blazing sun, was like a god. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide. The fleeing cultivators also subconsciously turned their heads to look. The two maidservants who were picking the flowers carefully looked up too. Everyone saw Zhou Xuanji, but they could not see his face clearly. He swung the Phoenix Emperor sword quickly with his right hand, and countless sword chi descended like a thunderstorm. The sword chi transformed into the sun, moon, and stars. The sun and moon were in front, and the stars were behind. It was as if a torrent was crashing down at an extremely fast speed. Chongming Demon Monarch could not dodge in time and blocked with his white bone saber instinctively. Boom! The heavenly lights clashed with his white bone saber and numbed his arms instantly. Before the tsunami of sword chi, he seemed to be dwarfed. This scene was extremely shocking to the eyes. Su Xianxian opened her eyes wide and did not dare to blink. The others were even more dumbfounded. Suppressed by the sun, moon, and stars, Chongming Demon Monarch gradually landed on the ground. The torrent of sword chi did not dissipate and forced him to slide backward. His feet rubbed against the ground, creating two long grooves. He gritted his teeth in anger, and his heart was filled with horror. Who are you? He roared hoarsely. He was napping in his territory, so how did he provoke such a terrifying expert? Isn't my luck a little too bad? I'm the Phoenix Sword Emperor. I've taken a fancy to your strength and image, so I've recruited you as my mount. It's your fortune. You dare to refuse? Zhou Xuanji said proudly with a magnetic and majestic voice. With that, he swung his sword again. The sun, moon, and stars charged out and collided with Chongming Demon Monarch. Boom! The armor on Chongming Demon Monarch's body was instantly shattered. He was covered in blood as he screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Its huge body rolled on the ground, knocking down trees one after another. In the end, it crashed into a mountain 1,000 meters away. Its body was embedded into the mountain wall, and it lost its ability to fight. Silence. The world fell into silence. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They were all stunned, including Su Xianxian. Zhou Xuanji landed quickly and came up to Chongming Demon Monarch with the Phoenix Emperor sword. Are you convinced? He asked. 2 consecutive attacks of the heavenly lights consumed half of his spirit energy, but he could not show it. Chongming Demon Monarch looked up with difficulty. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. I am not convinced. Who was he? 7th rank Demon Monarch. To be able to stay in Great Shang, his power was extraordinary. How could he submit to someone else? Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and pierced into his abdomen. Chongming Demon Monarch grimaced in pain. My sword will go down. Are you sure you are not convinced? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Chongming Demon Monarch heard him and his pupils contracted. Master! He cried out loudly. From today onwards, I, Chongming Demon Monarch, will follow your lead. And now, Zhou Xuanji had subdued a 7th rank demon. Su Xianxian, who was watching from afar, was stunned. The famous Chongming Demon Monarch was subdued just like that? She had a surreal feeling, as though she was in a dream. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and let Chongming Demon Monarch recuperate. A while later, the 2 maidservants returned to Su Xianxian with 2 purple flowers in each of their hands. After handing them to Su Xianxian, they turned around to look. There was no mist between them and Zhou Xuanji. The ground was cracked, and there were ruins everywhere. It was a complete mess. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle had taken place here. The lady in the white dress frowned and asked, "Young lord, is he the one I recruited?" She recalled her attitude toward Zhou Xuanji and felt a lingering fear. If Zhou Xuanji was an evil cultivator, it would be a nightmare for them. Su Xianxian took a deep breath and nodded. "Phoenix Sword Emperor. Have you heard of him?" The two ladies shook their heads in confusion. The lady in the red dress muttered, "The northern wilderness region is so vast, and there are so many heroes. To become a sword emperor, he must be powerful and charismatic. Should we befriend him?" The lady in the white dress stared at her and said unpleasantly, "Aren't you afraid that the little evil lord will be angry?" "What's there to be afraid of? If he's so powerful, he should go and find the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Whether he can win or not is another matter." The lady in the red dress did not care. They had never been interested in the little evil lord, including Su Xianxian. Su Xianxian thought about it and said, "He's going to participate in the World Hero Conference. We can bring him along, and it can be considered fate. Other than that, we don't have to be too attentive. A powerful cultivator like him might dislike such behavior." Along the way, Zhou Xuanji did not throw a tantrum or show off his might. She was impressed by his demeanor. The two ladies nodded. They were curious about the Phoenix Sword Emperor's background, but they did not develop any other feelings. Zhou Xuanji was not handsome, after all. A while later, Chongming Demon Monarch's injuries recovered a little. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. "Pack up and follow me later. If you dare to escape, I have 10,000 ways to find you and make you wish you were dead." Zhou Xuanji instructed calmly. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a chance to escape on purpose to make him fearful. As long as he did not dare to escape this time, he would not dare to do so in the future. Chongming Demon Monarch left with his head lowered. His domineering silhouette now looked so lonely. It was as though a king had fallen from his divine altar. Half an hour later, Chongming Demon Monarch returned. The bloodstains on his body were washed away, and his wounds began to heal. Such self-healing abilities made Zhou Xuanji envious. Zhou Xuanji asked him to transform into his original form, which was a muscular bull with a shoulder height of 2 meters. This bull was a green bull, but there was a lot of black hair on its body, which made it look evil. He rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and walked up to Su Xianxian and the other two ladies. "Let's go. Let's go straight to Chaoga Royal City," he said. Seeing the bull under Zhou Xuanji, the three ladies were stunned for a moment. Su Xianxian nodded and said, "Sir, please follow us." Chapter 136. Zhou Xuanji and the others gathered with the other 9 cultivators. When they saw Zhou Xuanji riding on a giant bull, they opened their eyes wide. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was this guy? They became nervous and uneasy immediately. Su Xianxian asked the 2 maidservants to distribute the rewards. Zhou Xuanji received a storage ring. There were 10,000 level 4 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit gathering pills, and an earth-grade spell scroll. Next, we will head to Chaoga Royal City. If you are going the same way, you can travel together. Su Xianxian said, and 6 of them left immediately. Zhou Xuanji gave them too much pressure. Together with Chongming Demon Monarch, they felt that it was too dangerous to stay. After that, the green bird pulled the palanquin and flew into the sky. Chongming Demon Monarch followed, while the other 3 cultivators looked at Zhou Xuanji enviously. They had to admit that Chongming Demon Monarch was mighty indeed. He did not look inferior to the green bird. Zhou Xuanji said casually, "I still have a snake and 2 birds. The snake is very despicable. Teach it a lesson for me." "No problem," Chongming Demon Monarch replied. "You seem a little unhappy?" "I dare not. Tell me a joke, or I will peel off a layer of your skin." A joke? Chongming Demon Monarch almost broke down. This guy is going to torture me right from the start? Can he still act like a powerful cultivator? The other 3 cultivators looked at each other in dismay. They could not believe that this was a 7th-rank demon. It was too pitiful. Finally, Chongming Demon Monarch was forced to tell a joke in a stutter. "I don't know jokes. Let me tell you something funny. 100 years ago, I met a cultivator. He said he wanted to eat beef and I ate him. Ha! Ha! After Chongming Demon Monarch finished speaking, he burst into laughter. His body trembled in fear, which made Zhou Xuanji's balls hurt. Everyone looked over. Even Su Xianxian, who was in the carriage, lifted her veil to see why Chongming Demon Monarch was laughing so happily. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it that funny? The others were confused too. Chongming Demon Monarch could not stop laughing, as though his laughing acupoint was struck. Zhou Xuanji was furious. He slapped his head, which made him dizzy. His laughter came to an abrupt halt. He felt wronged and said, "Isn't it funny? Every time this king thinks of this king will laugh for an hour. Even after 100 years, I still find it funny." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. He was crazy. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw this. He didn't expect a 7th-tier demon emperor to have such a stupid side to him. It was truly an eye-opener. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji finally saw the legendary Chaoga Royal City. Chaoga Imperial City was magnificent. The city gate was 200 feet high, like the vault of the sky. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the buildings in the city rose and fell one after another. It was obvious that it was located in the mountains. There were many soldiers circling above the imperial city on black eagles. The security was tight. When they arrived at the city gate of Chaoga Imperial City, Su Xianxian dismissed the team. Next, they needed to register their identity before entering the city. She did not want to be associated with others. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and came to the city gate leisurely. Along the way, he attracted much attention. Chongming Demon Monarch was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He could only pretend to be an ordinary green bull to avoid losing face. "Senior, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here?" The soldier asked respectfully. Even if Chongming Demon Monarch did not speak, his demonic qi was enough to make them shudder. Chaoga Royal City allowed demons to enter, but they were not allowed to harm others. Zhou Menglang from the Black Rock village outside the borders. "This is the World Hero Conference." Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. There were countless villages in the world, and one that he made up might really exist. After that, he threw out a level 2 spirit stone. After the soldier took the spirit stone, he began to register Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even Chongming Demon Monarch had to register. Zhou Xuanji named him Anyo. After all, Chongming Demon Monarch was quite famous in Great Shang, just like Gulan Demon Monarch in Great Zhou. Chongming Demon Monarch met Gulan Demon Monarch before, and he snorted at his ambition. Soon, Zhou Xuanji received his own identity card and entered the city. He was still riding on Chongming Demon Monarch and planned to find an inn to stay in. The streets of Chaoga Royal City were wide, but it was still crowded. There were all sorts of shops on both sides of the street, and no one set up stalls on the ground. The people who came and went were all cultivators, and most of them had reached the foundation building realm. Zhou Xuanji also saw some inner pellet and soul fountain cultivators walking on the streets. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji found an inn. Before he entered, Chongming Demon Monarch transformed into his human form. He was 2 heads taller than Zhou Xuanji, with a muscular body and wild hair. He looked like a formidable opponent. Seeing Chongming Demon Monarch transform into his human form, the passers-by did not panic. The state advisor of Great Shang was transformed from a demon, so Great Shang was an empire where humans and demons coexisted. Because of this, Great Shang was demonized in Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji booked a guest room. When he went upstairs, the waiter looked at him and Chongming Demon Monarch with an extremely strange gaze. Chongming Demon Monarch was a little nervous, and he felt a chill down his spine. He was considering if he should escape now. After they entered the room, Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and said, "You can sit on the floor and cultivate." But Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and sat at the corner obediently. He could not wait for that to happen. He did not want to sit on the same bed as Zhou Xuanji. In the next few days, Zhou Xuanji did not go out but asked the waiter to help him find out about the World Hero Conference. He heard that the World Hero Conference did not require registration. One only needed to show up 8 days later to participate in the conference. The venue was on Qingsong Mountain behind Chaoga Royal City. Participating in the World Hero Conference was a matter of life and death. It was normal to die on Chingsong Mountain, so the number of participants was not overwhelming. One must have a certain level of power. Chongming Demon Monarch did not go out and behaved himself. He confessed that he was afraid of Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Great Shang's Fury Buddha. Is he really that powerful? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. To be able to defeat Lin Guanyu, he must be at the great realization stage. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "Of course. That old man once killed 1,000,000 demons with a single palm strike and shook the world with his might. He was once the prince of Great Shang and indulged in debauchery when he was young. He came to his senses one day and went to the West to seek Buddhist scriptures. After he achieved great accomplishment in Buddhism, he returned and cleansed all the demons in Great Shang. In other words, he has already defeated all the demons in Great Shang and is invincible." As he spoke, Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered. Apparently, he was beaten up by Great Shang's Fury Buddha before. Seeking Buddhist scriptures? Zhou Xuanji blinked. Interesting. Chongming Demon Monarch reminded, "Don't create trouble in Chaoga Royal City. Not long ago, Baba Blade Master came and was defeated by Great Shang's Fury Buddha. I could even hear the commotion from the forest. Baba Blade Master is a fool. He came to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou. He must be crazy." He looked up at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Oh yeah, have you met Sword God Zhou before? Is he really that powerful? Xinhao Sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blade Master are after him. Tiske, not bad. This king admires such courage." Chapter 137. Sword God Zhou? I only admire one person in my life, and that is Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji nodded and replied, then began to praise Sword God Zhou. Sword God Zhou's sword technique is definitely the best in the world. Other than the way of the sword, he is handsome and elegant. No one in the northern wilderness region can compare to him. His breadth of mind is unparalleled. His knowledge and self-restraint are far beyond that of a sage. His target is the immortal god. Chongming Demon Monarch felt a headache coming on. He could not help but interrupt. "Why are you boasting about him so much? As if you're Sword God Zhou." "Wait a minute. Could it be?" Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes in horror. Zhou Xuanji looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Now that you know this secret, just in case." Chongming Demon Monarch quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "Senior Zhou, I was wrong. I will never reveal your identity. I swear." "No wonder. Like I said, where did this Phoenix Sword Emperor come from?" So it was the recently famous Sword God Zhou. Even Baba Blade Saint could not kill Sword God Zhou. How powerful was Sword God Zhou? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and said, "From today onwards, you are my mount. Follow me, and I will make you the most powerful demon in the world. Of course, from now on, you and I are on the same boat. If my identity is exposed, you won't be able to live either. I killed Lin Guanyu's sister, so he swore to kill everyone around me. As you can see, he has already gone mad." Chongming Demon Monarch nodded instinctively. Lin Guanyu charged into Great Shang as though he was possessed and said that he was looking for Sword God Zhou. He even fought with the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. He was indeed crazy. He sighed in his heart. It's over. This time, he had completely fallen into the trap. Since that was the case, he would accept his fate. He looked up and asked, "Master, can you tell me about your competition with the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou?" The battle on the Sword Monarch's pinnacle was Sword God Zhou's true battle to become a god. Even in Great Shang, he had heard of it. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exaggerate his battle record. Chongming Demon Monarch's blood boiled, and he respected Zhou Xuanji even more. 8 days later, Zhou Xuanji left the inn and headed toward Chingsong Mountain. As for Chongming Demon Monarch, he stayed in the inn. He had too many enemies and didn't want to wander around. On the street, everyone was walking in the same direction. Zhou Xuanji listened to the discussions around him as he walked. This year's World Hero Conference is incredible. Even the Son of Heaven's mandate wants to participate. That's not all. The grandson of the Fury Buddha is also going to participate. With so many heroes gathered, only the heavens know what will happen. The holy daughter of the Han Yin divine sect, Su Xianxian, has also come. I'm really looking forward to it. I heard that the top 10 of this hero assembly will be rewarded handsomely. I wonder if it's true. The Son of Heaven is also here to watch the battle. If you can catch his eye, you will soar through the ranks. Zhou Xuanji memorized some names. The Son of Destiny, Yang Renlong. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Xiu. Especially Yang Renlong, he and Zhou Yalong from the great Zhou dynasty were known as the twin dragons of the northern wilderness. Everyone believed that they would be able to occupy two parts of the human world in the future. One could become the emperor of Great Zhou while the other could become the emperor of Great Shang. They were often compared by the world. Yang Renlong and Di Yu were the favorites to win the championship, and many people thought highly of them. The winner of the World Hero Conference would be able to get whatever he wanted. He could become an important official of Great Shang, and he could also become a hot commodity for the various large sections. In this battle, they could fight for fame and profit. Zhou Xuanji's target was the 10,000-year Thunder Core Grass, but he also needed to become famous. Sorry, the main character is here. You all have to become supporting characters. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself as he followed the crowd. The World Hero Assembly was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Sometimes, it would be held every 10 years, and sometimes, it would be held every 100 years. It was all up to the Emperor of Great Shang. This time, the Emperor of Great Shang wanted to choose the strongest between Yang Renlong and Di Yu. Between the two of them, no matter who won, they would become the crown prince of Great Shang. Unless those old monsters came to participate, no one could overshadow Yang Renlong and Di Yu's glory. This was the consensus of the world. Zhou Xuanji continued ahead. He heard many other names. They were all outstanding cultivators within and outside of Great Shang, geniuses from various sections. Compared to Great Zhou's Heaven Selection, Great Shang's World Hero Conference lineup was much stronger. There were even powerhouses from other dynasties. Of course, there wasn't a single Great Zhou expert. Great Zhou and Great Shang were mortal enemies. After walking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally saw Qingsong Mountain. There was a huge crowd in front of him. Outside the city walls was Qingsong Mountain. The mountain was surrounded by celestial mist that reached into the clouds. Countless cultivators flew around the mountain like celestial guests. Cultivators leaped up from the city walls and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. But most of them were waiting in front of the city walls. They looked up and were bustling with noise. Zhou Xuanji saw many pavilions floating in the air not far away. There were soldiers guarding them all. There are only 16 hours left before the start of the World Hero Convention. A mighty voice resounded across the entire city, counting down to the World Hero Conference. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and flew toward Qingsong Mountain. His movement attracted many gazes. But when they saw that he was an unfamiliar face, they lost interest again. To most people, the World Hero Conference was a battle between famous and powerful cultivators. They were all here to watch the show. Zhou Xuanji flew for nearly 1,000 meters before he entered Qingsong Mountain. Outside the city gate was a bottomless cliff. The mist pervaded the air, which was daunting. After he flew into the forest, he saw many cultivators. They were either cleaning their enchanted artifacts or cultivating, waiting for the World Hero Conference to begin. Before the conference began, no one was allowed to fight. Those who violated the rules would be disqualified immediately. There was once a prince who acted recklessly and was expelled forcefully. He was even stripped of his title as a prince. After that, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Zhou Xuanji walked to a tree and sat down with his legs crossed. At this moment, a fragrance wafted toward him. Zhou Xuanji did not need to open his eyes to know who it was. Su Xianxian, how have you been? Zhou Xuanji said. It was Su Xianxian. She sat beside Zhou Xuanji, 3 meters apart. She meditated as she asked, "How confident are you in this battle, sir?" With Zhou Xuanji's power, he was definitely not here to participate but to be the champion. "If I say 100%, do you believe me?" Zhou Xuanji replied. He was not afraid of being slapped in the face. After all, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would leave Great Shang. The world was vast, and he would never see Su Xianxian again. Why would he feel awkward? I believe you. Su Xianxian said faintly, actually, I want to be the champion too. This way, I can make a comeback and no longer be the sex puppet. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He could already smell the drama. He did not reply. He already had enough troubles, and he did not want to trigger more side quests. Su Xianxian did not continue. Both of them remained silent. Time ticked by. More and more cultivators arrived. 16 hours passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji estimated that there were more than 100,000 cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. The weakest was at Inner Pellet, which was horrifying. Chapter 138. The World Hero Conference is about to begin. The majestic voice resounded again and resounded across Chaoga Royal City. Just when he finished speaking, Qingsong Mountain began to tremble violently. A translucent screen of light rose from the fog surrounding Qingsong Mountain into the sky, trapping the entire mountain within it. Rumbling thunderclouds suddenly gathered. The sea of clouds parted, and a silhouette descended slowly. He wore a black emperor's robe and a noble crown, which swayed continuously. His body was domineering, and his face was majestic. He was like an emperor in the legends, looking down at the world. The emperor of Great Shang, Yang Xindi. Zhou Xuanji looked up at him, and so did the hundreds of thousands of powerful cultivators on Qingsong Mountain. Yang Xindi was expressionless as he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone here is a hero of the world. Today, we have gathered at the World Hero Conference for the sake of the word, hero. The rules of this World Hero Conference are not as complicated as the previous ones. The ranking will be based on survival time. The one who lasts the longest wins. Either you die, or you fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender. Remember, you must fly to the edge of the spell formation and surrender. Or else you will be killed. That is your fate." Yang Xindi's words moved everyone's expression. The rules were so cruel. A powerful cultivator could kill thousands of people with just one move. Fortunately, Qingsong Mountain was too high for them to reach. They could find a place to hide. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. He did not reject such rules because it was the most time-saving one. "I declare that the World Hero Conference officially begins." Yang Xindi cried out domineeringly. His voice shook the heavens. Just when he finished speaking, a horrifying aura exploded from the top of Qingsong Mountain. "I am Yang Renlong. I will wait for you at the top of the mountain. Who dares to compete with me for the first place?" An arrogant and domineering voice came from the top of the mountain. It looked down on the world and despised everything. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly, and the soft velvety sword appeared in his hand. Su Xianxian got up as well. She glanced at the sword in his hand and asked, "You are not going to fight with your full strength?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I don't kill the weak." If he fought with his full strength, how could he fight later? He was only at Soul Fountain. His spirit energy reserve was only considered average in this World Hero Conference. Su Xianxian looked at him intently and said, "Sir, why don't we work together and enter the top 10? As a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator, she should have been able to get into the top 50 easily. However, getting into the top 10 would be difficult for her." Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and said proudly, "Ferocious tigers always fight alone. Only weak wolves need to gather in packs." With that, he ran down the mountain and quickly disappeared into the thick fog. Su Xianxian was stunned. She was so angry that she stomped her right foot on the ground. "You really know how to talk big. You're obviously scared." She snorted coldly and ran up the mountain. Zhou Xuanji dove all the way and quickly came to an uninhabited area. He walked to the bottom of a sturdy boulder. The rocks of Qingsong Mountain were very hard. Even though there was a huge battle going on above, there weren't many rocks that fell. Just when Zhou Xuanji sat down, he suddenly saw a person lying on the grass not far away. He was dressed in green and had a green scarf on his head. With the help of the thick fog, he perfectly blended in with the grass. *CK. Voldemort. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart before he used the 8-step sword lunge and came up behind that person in one step. The soft velvety sword stabbed forward. Ouch! That person let out a weird cry. It sounded like he was in pain, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. He seemed to have stabbed him in the middle of his buttocks. The man let out a cry and stopped moving. The soft velvety sword began to take effect. That person's body was already weak and powerless. He did not even have the energy to speak. Zhou Xuanji returned to his original spot and waited quietly. That person in the grass looked at him furiously and fearfully. His eyes looked like he wanted to tear him into pieces. The battle above grew more intense. Even from where he was, he could still hear it clearly. Corpses fell from time to time and disappeared into the endless abyss. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Half an hour later, that Voldemort moved a little. Zhou Xuanji walked over and stabbed his buttocks again before returning to his original spot. Damn it! That person roared in his heart in despair and anger. Before he could show his prowess, he was going to die here in frustration? At this moment, a tiger demon ran down from the mountain. He looked terrified and was covered in blood. Apparently, he had just experienced a fierce battle. He passed by the boulder where Zhou Xuanji was hiding and did not notice him. Zhou Xuanji relied on the qi obscuring incantation and acted as though he did not exist. But the tiger demon noticed the person in the grass. He grinned and said, "Good lad. You're very wretched." He walked over straight away and broke that person's neck, killing him. Then he took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. Then he crawled to another bush to hide. Just when he was on the ground, he felt that his buttocks was stabbed by a sword. It was painful, but an indescribable numbness made him feel a little refreshed. Zhou Xuanji stood behind him and shook the blood off the soft velvety sword. T. The tiger demon sighed in his heart. He was too careless. Zhou Xuanji dragged him out of the bush and returned to the boulder to hide. After a while, a few more people came down. All of them were stabbed by Zhou Xuanji's soft velvety sword and fell to the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not kill him but let them bait him. And just like that, the cycle repeated. Within an hour, more than 100 people were lying on the ground. There were humans and demons, but all of them were in despair and could not move. At the top of Qingsong Mountain, two silhouettes were fighting fiercely. They were like two beams of rainbow light, clashing continuously. They were Yang Renlong and Diyu. Yang Renlong looked like Yang Xindi, but younger. He wore a golden robe and a golden dragon crown on his head, looking very domineering. Diyu, on the other hand, was bald. He wore a cassock and a string of prayer beads around his neck. Each prayer bead was the size of a baby's head. His muscles were firm and bulging, and his entire body turned golden, like a Buddha statue. The two of them were like immortals fighting, and Qingsong Mountain trembled continuously. Many cultivators and demon kings were fighting on their own. Even the thick fog could not hide their silhouettes. In the royal capital, the commotion was deafening. Yang Renlong is so powerful. He's the child of destiny indeed. As expected, this year's World Hero Conference will be the final battle between the two of them. Golden Buddha statue. Diyu has achieved great accomplishment? Too powerful. I feel that both of them will be heavily injured, and then others will take advantage of the situation. Haha, you must be joking. Countless humans and demons discussed among themselves in the city. Every once in a while, a participant would fly to the edge of the spell formation and admit defeat. Many of them were killed before they could even reach the edge of the spell formation. The battle was extremely tragic. Su Xianxian dashed swiftly through the mountain. Blood splattered everywhere she passed. Her astral projection cultivation was fully displayed, and no one could catch up with her. She looked up at the sky. Under the sea of clouds, Yang Renlong and Diyu were like two suns, majestic and awe-inspiring. Is he still not going to make a move? Su Xianxian thought of Zhou Xuanji. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he would surely be able to compete with Yang Renlong and Diyu. Chapter 139. At the foot of Qingsong Mountain, Zhou Xuanji was lying on the ground, resting casually. The humans and demons around him looked at him furiously. If not for the fact that they were weak, they would have fought Zhou Xuanji to the death. A female cultivator leaped down like an agile monkey. When she saw the situation around her, her expression changed. She held onto her dagger and looked wary. So many people are lying here. Could it be that a powerful cultivator is hiding here? She was shocked in her heart and was extremely nervous. At this moment, she felt that her butt was stabbed. Instantly, her body turned numb, and she fell to the ground. The humans and demons who were lying on the ground all sighed. He had gained another comrade. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He quickly returned to his original spot and continued to hide. He suddenly thought of something and turned around to take all the storage rings and bags of the humans and demons. This time, he was completely infuriated. All the humans and demons stared at him viciously with bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave each of them 1 strike and the demon 2 strikes. Time continued to pass. Zhou Xuanji gained more and more. 2 hours later, there were less than 10,000 people left on Qingsong Mountain. Most of the participants were fighting for themselves. It was intense. Zhou Xuanji was still calm. There were still many people. Let them continue to fight. For hours later, there were less than 1,000 participants left on Qingsong Mountain. Almost all of the participants were injured. Above Chaoga Royal City, in a floating pavilion, Yang Xindi sat on his throne. 2 palace maids were massaging his legs. A general standing beside him said with a smile, "No matter Yang Renlong or Diyu, they are both emperors. The heavens bless Great Shang." Yang Xindi nodded with a smile. Great Shang was not like Great Zhou, where the princes fought for the throne. Even the harem would join the fray. In Great Shang, no prince was willing to fight with Yang Renlong and Diyu. The two had a gentleman's agreement. One was the emperor, while the other was the guardian of Great Shang. The two worked together to lead Great Shang to conquer the world. So, no matter who won, it was Great Shang's fortune. How did the girl from Hanyin Divine Sect do? Yang Xindi asked suddenly. He was referring to Su Xianxian. The general muttered, "She's all right. She's hiding in the forest of Qingsong Mountain, following the rules. She won't be a threat to the two princes." The Hanyin Divine Sect was extremely powerful, and it was not inferior to the Xinhao sect. They were treated as important guests by the Great Shang dynasty. It wasn't just the Hanyin Divine Sect. The Haoqi Alliance was also an ally of Great Shang. Yang Xindi said meaningfully, "That girl's physique is special. She is well-educated and talented. It would be great if she could become the future queen of Great Shang." When these words were spoken, the general was moved, immediately understanding his intentions. But doing so would offend Haoqi Alliance. This matter needs further discussion. The general hesitated and did not persuade Yang Xindi directly. Meanwhile, on top of Qingsong Mountain, Yang Renlong and Diyu were panting heavily as they distanced themselves from each other. "Diyu, you've grown stronger again." Yang Renlong wiped off the bloodstains on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bright smile. He was very excited. This kind of hearty battle was too satisfying. Diyu was still maintaining his golden body. He smiled and said, "Of course. You're not bad either. It seems like it's hard to determine the winner between us." The two of them looked at each other and laughed heartily. They ignored all the participants below them. Boom! At this moment, a fiery sword soared into the sky from the billowing fog and transformed into a phoenix. Screech! The phoenix's cry resounded across the entire Chaoga Royal City. Countless people shut up and looked over. Yang Renlong and Diyu also looked toward the imperial court instinctively. In the forest, Su Xianxian saw the phoenix through the gaps between the leaves. Her eyes brightened as she mumbled, "He's finally going to make his move." In the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi squinted his eyes and said, "Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be that a grandmaster of the sword's way is participating in this World Hero Conference?" The general beside him was stunned too. He had never heard of any powerful sword cultivator participating in the conference. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xuanji rose from the dense fog with the Phoenix Emperor sword in his hand. The right half of his body was burning with flames, making him look like a god of fire, majestic and awe-inspiring. What? Countless people were in an uproar. They could not believe their eyes. "Who is he?" Such a powerful aura. I did not expect there to be so many hidden talents in this World Hero Conference. What is he trying to do? This is going to be a good show. Could it be that he wants to challenge Yang Renlong and Du? The people discussed among themselves. They were all curious about Zhou Xuanji's identity. Even the participants on Qingsong Mountain looked at him in amazement. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew to the top of Qingsong Mountain and maintained the same height as Yang Renlong and Du. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said with a smile, "Sorry, I have to steal your limelight. The winner of this World Hero Conference is none other than me. If you are not convinced, let's fight." After that, he raised the Phoenix Emperor sword high up. The fire phoenix spread its wings and let out a long cry behind him. It was majestic and awe-inspiring. Yang Renlong squinted his eyes. Du frowned. Both of them were thinking about who Zhou Xuanji was. You want to win? Du snorted coldly. He shook his arms, and his body expanded abruptly like a human-shaped monster. The golden radiance on his body was extremely dazzling. He punched toward Zhou Xuanji. Amit Ba! A Buddhist voice exploded. A giant golden fist smashed toward Zhou Xuanji like a mountain of gold, pushing away the clouds and mist. It was a magnificent sight. Zhou Xuanji smiled disdainfully and slashed with his sword. Tempest slash. The fiery sword chi swept horizontally and collided with the giant golden fist. The two exploded immediately. Du and Yang Renlong moved at the same time. They quickly passed through the smoke created by the explosion and came up to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji flipped out the soft velvety sword with his left hand. With two swords in his hands, he used the dual sword mode to fight 1 against 2. The three of them moved so quickly that the onlookers were dazzled. Zhou Xuanji entered the sword will mode. His battle instincts pushed his senses to the extreme, and he could block every move from Du and Yang Renlong. He did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Instead, he displayed the demeanor of a grandmaster in the sword's way, calm and sharp. Such a scene made countless people's jaws drop. This sword cultivator who came out of nowhere could really fight against Yang Renlong and Du. How can it be? Who is he? He's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. He subdued Chongming Demon Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch? The famous 7th rank bull demon? Phoenix Sword Emperor? Why haven't I heard of it? Amazing! It feels like he's not any weaker than the Son of Destiny. Within the royal city, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji back then revealed his name. All of them were incomparably excited, as if the Phoenix Sword Emperor was their good friend, and they were proud of him. Yang Xindi frowned. He was thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origins. This kind of expert should be famous throughout the world, and he should know of him. Zhou Xuanji's swords moved like the wind, and his sword techniques were ever-changing. Sometimes, he combined the white crane sword technique with the fiery flame sword technique, and sometimes, he combined the vibrant raindrop sword with the 36 paths jade shao sword. Yang Renlong and Du could not react in time. In the new month, he decided to be positive. From now on, 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. On the basis of 3 chapters a day, every additional 500 monthly votes would add 1 chapter. I used to get 1,000 votes and 1 more. We have thousands of people who want to subscribe, and each person gets 1 ticket. That's a good deal. Our names should be on the monthly votes list. We don't want to soar to the sky in one go, we just want to rise step by step. My life is on the keyboard. How much I add depends on you guys. Charge. Chapter 140. Damn. Why is this guy's mastery of the way of the sword so high? The fluency in switching sword techniques is definitely the first I've seen in my life. Yang Renlong gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. This World Hero Conference was his stage. It was the best opportunity for him to become the crown prince. How could he allow a nameless person to disrupt it? Du's face was hideous and began to use all his strength. His strength was extremely horrifying. Zhou Xuanji began to receive his attacks easily, but his arms were a little numb. This guy is a pure body cultivator? Zhou Xuanji glanced at Du and thought in surprise. He felt that he was facing a demon with a powerful body and not a human. As for Yang Renlong, His spells were exquisite and endless. Fortunately, his Phoenix Emperor sword was more powerful. Yang Renlong suddenly distanced himself from him. He raised his right hand and pointed his index finger toward the sky. He quickly drew a circle, and a purple halo appeared above his head. "Wind, assist me!" Yang Renlong cried out. His voice reverberated under the sea of clouds. A violent gale came and surged into the purple halo. Next, he swung his right hand toward Zhou Xuanji. The purple halo turned around and faced Zhou Xuanji vertically. The violent gale surged in from behind and turned into countless wind blades that shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Diyu maintained his golden Buddha form and kept Zhou Xuanji busy, making it impossible for him to dodge. Ding, 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 the wind blades landed on Diyu's body, but it was as though they had collided with a diamond. A clear metallic sound could be heard. Zhou Xuanji entered golden invincibility as well. The Phoenix Emperor's sword blocked most of the wind blades while he blocked the rest with his body. Golden invincibility. Diyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This sword cultivator was also a great accomplishment in body cultivation? Not only him, but all the spectators were stunned. In their eyes, even though Zhou Xuanji was not as dazzling as Diyu, he still looked like a golden man. Could it be that this guy knew a Buddhist golden body energy technique? Golden invincibility, great accomplishment in body cultivation. Yang Xindi's eyes brightened as he mumbled to himself. Admiration could be seen in his eyes. He asked, "How is this person compared to Great Zhou's sword god Zhou and the sword monarch?" The general was stunned and said hesitantly, "In terms of sword techniques, he might be more powerful, but he might be weaker." They did not associate Zhou Xuanji with sword god Zhou. It was said that sword god Zhou had a handsome appearance and could control a dozen legendary swords. His god emperor sword was even more famous. This phoenix sword emperor looked ordinary, and he used a sword that could form phoenixes. He was very different from sword god Zhou. "Your Majesty, you want to rope him in?" The general asked curiously. Yang Xindi nodded. He said with a faint smile, "I don't have such a personal swordsman by my side." The sword was the king of all weapons. Since ancient times, the weapons of emperors were mostly swords. Yang Xindi was no exception. He felt that Zhou Xuanji's sword technique was quite good, and he was a little moved. Even the emperor of Great Shang was impressed by Zhou Xuanji's sword technique, let alone the other spectators. What a beautiful sword technique! This person is definitely a grandmaster of the sword Dao. Such sword techniques are ever-changing. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Is our Great Shang finally going to have an expert in the way of the sword? Could he be Sword God Zhou? Didn't Lin Guanyu come to find Sword God Zhou not long ago? Are you stupid? How can Sword God Zhou use so few swords? If Sword God Zhou is here, what's the point of playing? He can't be. The people discussed among themselves, and they could not help but mention the sword cultivator who was in the limelight recently, Sword God Zhou. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their discussion. He was focused on the battle, thinking about how to defeat Yang Renlong and Diyu. These two were more powerful than Chongming Demon Monarch. They were probably the most powerful beings in the astral projection stage. In Great Shang, he did not want to use the God Emperor sword. After the thought, he leaped up and distanced himself from Diyu. He quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Diyu and Yang Renlong looked up with vigilance. This sword technique is called Heavenly Lights. I, the Sword Emperor, created it myself. I will show it to you. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and the earth. The sword techniques in the Supreme Legendary Sword System were all created by him, and no one in the world knew them. No one could refute his claim that he created them. Countless people held their breaths and focused. Among the crowd, the cultivators who teamed up with Zhou Xuanji were all excited. They remembered how powerful the heavenly lights were. Even Chongming Demon Monarch, who was in the inn, poked his head out of the window. With a sword in my hand, it's like there's no sword. With a sword in my heart, everything is a sword. The sword in my eyes is the 5 lakes and 4 oceans, the earth, the mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Zhou Xuanji's voice came again. His tone was impassioned, which made everyone's blood boil. Diyu and Yang Renlong became anxious. Could it be some ultimate sword technique? On Qingsong Mountain, all the participants opened their eyes wide, waiting for Zhou Xuanji's sword. They saw the sword qi transform into the heavenly lights and descend like a torrent, piercing through the sea of clouds and sweeping up waves of strong gales. The heavenly lights were extremely fast. Diyu's expression changed drastically. He instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! The heavenly lights smashed Diyu down the mountain, into the dense fog. It was extremely domineering. Yang Renlong opened his eyes wide and turned around to dodge instinctively. Another stars of the sun, moon, and moon descended, blasting the mountain. Countless trees collapsed, and the entire Qingsong Mountain began to shake violently. Such a powerful sword qi. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He suddenly sensed danger. The entire Chaoga royal city was in an uproar. Such a powerful sword technique. It's like the might of heaven. It's really the heavenly lights. With a sword in your heart, everything is a sword. Such a high level of attainment. I want to learn the sword too. Phoenix Sword Emperor? He's so powerful. I want to be his disciple. The people discussed excitedly, and even the monsters lurking in the crowd were impressed. In the floating tower. I must have him. Yang Xindi said excitedly. The general beside him was equally excited. This person's sword technique can be ranked in the top 5 in the world. It was easy to learn a sword technique, but difficult to create one. This move, Heavenly Lights, was obviously a peerless sword technique. If such a talent was recruited, how many powerful cultivators in the sword's way could he nurture for Great Shang? On Qingsong Mountain, Su Xianxian was also extremely excited. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be more powerful than Diyu and Yang Renlong. If this continued, could he really win? Boom! Qingsong Mountain shook again. A horrifying aura exploded, shaking all the trees on the mountain. Strands of golden radiance broke through the dense fog like the Buddha's light. Phoenix Sword Emperor, right? I, Diyu, acknowledge you as the Sword Emperor. Your sword technique is indeed powerful. I have not acknowledged many people in my life, and you are the 4th. But if you want to defeat me, you have to be even more powerful. Diyu's voice came from below. It was majestic and mighty. Next, he leaped up like a golden Buddha and soared into the sky. At this moment, a beam of cold light swooped down. Sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Ranged sword propelling. Diyu's chest was pierced by the sky-sundering Emperor Sword. Blood splattered, and his expression changed. He was in disbelief. It's late at night. Asking for monthly votes. 500 monthly votes plus 1 update. Chapter 141. This 100-ly flying sword could pierce through the chest. Even Diyu's golden Buddha body couldn't withstand it and was like a piece of paper. Everyone, including Diyu and Yang Renlong, were dumbfounded by what they saw. The sky-sundering Emperor Sword quickly flew into the sea of clouds and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed slowly with the Phoenix Emperor Sword in his hand. As for the sky-sundering Emperor Sword, it was already stored in the Supreme Storage. Although the sky-sundering Emperor Sword was not as famous as the God Emperor Sword, it was better to be cautious. What if he met a fan? You still think you can win? Zhou Xuanji asked condescendingly. His face was calm and composed, which was a stark contrast to Diyu's horrified expression. Diyu reached out to touch his chest. The sharp pain told him that all of this was real. Once his golden body was broken, his qi and blood were in a mess, and his vitality was greatly damaged. Even if he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to win. Rather than struggling at death's door, which would be even more humiliating, he might as well give up now. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji. I, Diyu, admit defeat. With that, he turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation, shouting, I admit defeat. Whoosh! The entire royal city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji had only appeared for a short while, and he had already defeated Diyu? This prince was the grand disciple of the Fury Buddha. The Di clan and Yang clan were both descendants of the royal bloodline of Great Shang. In the beginning, it was the Di clan, and later on, it was the Yang clan. The connection between them was extremely deep and could be traced back thousands of years. Yang Xindi waved his hand and moved Diyu to his side. When Diyu saw Yang Xindi, he couldn't help but lower his head in shame. Yang Xindi had high hopes for him, but in the end he did not even make it into the top 10. It was really shameful. Looking at Green Pine Mountain, there were at least 500 participants. Yang Xindi nodded to him and praised, "You didn't lose your poise. Not bad." Diyu was very powerful. Among those of the same age in the northern wilderness region, he was considered one of the top existences. Today, he had already displayed his prowess. Diyu looked at Yang Xindi in surprise. This was completely different from the usual strict emperor of the Great Shang dynasty. He noticed that Yang Xindi's expression was not right. Why were they looking at Zhou Xuanji so passionately? The general beside him said, "Your Majesty, our Great Shang has a top sword technique?" Yang Xindi muttered, "There are, but are there any sword techniques that are comparable to the heavenly lights?" Diyu instantly understood. No wonder Yang Xindi didn't blame him. So he wanted to rope in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji looked at Yang Renlong with his sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Northern Wilderness Twin Dragons, please enlighten me." The Phoenix Emperor sword had consumed quite a bit of his spirit energy, and he would only be able to unleash 3 more heavenly lights at most before his spirit energy would be completely exhausted. Yang Renlong took a deep breath and said, "Why don't we deal with the others first before we fight?" Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "I don't like to attack the weak. Why don't you do it?" Yang Renlong had fought with Diyu for too long and had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. He needed time to recover. He immediately nodded and rushed down. Zhou Xuanji landed on the top of the mountain and began to meditate and wait. Inside the floating pavilion, Yang Xindi shook his head and said, "The human dragon is good in every way, except that he is too smart. Sometimes, his own cleverness can be his own downfall." To a certain extent, Yang Renlong was more suitable to be the emperor of Great Shang. However, in terms of appreciation, he liked Diyu more. Diyu didn't have many thoughts, and his heart was set on becoming stronger. Diyu curled his lip and said, "What a schemer." If this continued and he lost to the Phoenix Sword Emperor, it would be a great humiliation. And so, Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and looked down at the other mountains. Yang Renlong began to hunt down the participants below him. He did not move quickly, and it was obvious that he was dragging the battle on purpose. He did not know that Zhou Xuanji was happy to see this. The sun set and the moon rose. The number of participants on Qingsong Mountain decreased. By the second day, there were less than 100 people left. The remaining people were hiding and dared not to fight, because they were no match for Yang Renlong. Su Xianxian hid under a tree too. She took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. She knew that she was not as powerful as Yang Renlong. If Yang Renlong found her, she would surely lose. At this moment, she heard the sound of feet landing on the ground above her head. She looked up and saw Yang Renlong standing on a branch, looking down at her coldly. Su Xianxuan's expression changed drastically. She quickly got up and prepared for battle. Yang Renlong smiled suddenly, "So it's Fairy Su. Then I will not attack you. If I ascend the throne in the future, are you willing to be the Empress of Great Shang? Don't worry, little evil lord. No matter how powerful Haoqi Alliance is, they will not dare to fall out with Great Shang." Haha. After that, Yang Renlong left with a loud laugh. Su Xianxian was not surprised, but her face was cold. Her beauty was outstanding, and she was even known as the top beauty in Great Shang. But she was disgusted by this. Yang Renlong's attitude was obviously that she was a commodity. She tried to calm her emotions and looked toward the top of the mountain instinctively. She really hoped that Zhou Xuanji could defeat Yang Renlong. Of course, she did not have any special feelings for him. After all, she only cared about appearances. Time continued to pass. On the top of the mountain, Zhou Xuanji placed the Phoenix Emperor sword on his legs. After a night, his spirit energy had recovered. Although it was not at its peak, it was not too far off. He opened his eyes and mumbled, "Sorry, since you are so scheming, then I will not even let you enter the top 10. After that, he stood up straight away. Yang Renlong, a night has passed, and you still have not gotten rid of the irrelevant people. Let's forget about it. This means that this is their serendipity. Come up. You and I will fight to determine the winner. Don't let the world laugh at us and say that we bully the weak. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the clouds. It was so domineering that many people cheered. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, Yang Renlong's demeanor was not as good as his. Yang Xindi praised, "This brat is quite courageous." He did not wait until the end. If he had waited any longer, Zhou Xuanji would have gotten into the top 2 no matter what. But he did not do so. First, it showed that he was confident. Second, it showed that he had his own principles. Of course, there were schemes hidden within. But overall, Yang Xindi still liked Zhou Xuanji. With proper nurturing, this person could become the second sword monarch of Great Zhou. He could even surpass the sword monarch in the future. Yang Xindi loved to compare himself with Great Zhou, and so did Emperor Yan of Zhou. Yang Renlong flew out from the clouds and reached the top of the mountain. His face was dark. What Zhou Xuanji said just now made him lose face. He did not know how to retort. Let's do it. Zhou Xuanji raised the Phoenix Emperor sword and said calmly. Phoenix flames engulfed half of his body in an instant. Yang Renlong snorted coldly, "Let's do it." He raised his hands, and 9 golden dragons rose from his back. They roared continuously and stared at Zhou Xuanji. Great Shang's royal family's ultimate technique, 9 dragons facing the sky. Within Chaoga Royal City, someone cried out in shock, which caused quite a commotion. Yang Renlong pushed his hands toward Zhou Xuanji, and the 9 golden dragons behind him charged toward Zhou Xuanji swiftly. The 9 dragons flew together with great momentum. Chapter 142. 9 Dragon Soar was an ultimate technique of the royal family. Each golden dragon was hundreds of meters long and looked extremely majestic. Zhou Xuanji stood on the peak of the mountain and quickly activated the Soul Eater slash. 3 streams of demonic sword chi slashed forward like claws and tore one of the golden dragons into pieces. Shortly after, he leaped up and leaped over the heads of the 8 golden dragons. He pierced his sword toward Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's eyes focused. He waved his right hand, and the purple halo appeared again. It absorbed the violent gale and turned it into wind blades that swept toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his sword quickly with his right hand and activated the Heavenly Light Sword technique. The sword chi transformed into a torrent with the sun and moon in front and the stars behind. It was no weaker than the golden dragons of 9 Dragon Soar. Boom! The heavenly lights crushed the countless wind blades with absolute dominance and were about to drown Yang Renlong. Yang Renlong's expression changed drastically. Why did he feel that Zhou Xuanji's sword chi was more powerful than yesterday? At this moment, the soft velvety sword appeared under Zhou Xuanji's feet. He stepped on the legendary sword and came up to Yang Renlong with the 8-step sword lunge. 6-path sword shadow appear. He activated the heavenly lights together. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Renlong could not dodge in time and could only block with his arms instinctively. A loud bang resounded. The heavenly lights collided with Yang Renlong and exploded immediately. Countless people opened their eyes wide and looked at this scene. The powerful radiance from the explosion illuminated the entire world. Yang Xindi frowned slightly and was worried for Yang Renlong. Diyu was full of admiration. He did not expect the Phoenix Sword Emperor to have such a trump card. The powerful radiance dissipated. Before the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, Yang Renlong, who was covered in blood, fell down. He had already lost consciousness and was unconscious. If he fell like this, he would surely be severely injured. Yang Xindi sighed. He waved his right hand and pulled Yang Renlong out from the spell formation. Silence. Chaoga Royal City was silent. The people near Qingsong Mountain were all stunned, while those who were far away were waiting for the outcome. Who would win? Chongming Demon Monarch leaned on the windowsill and looked toward Qingsong Mountain. He swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with shock. Too powerful, 8-step sword lunge, 6-path sword shadow, and heavenly lights. If it were him, he would have died on the spot. Too powerful. Simply invincible. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword with the blade pointing downward. His white dragon golden robe fluttered loudly in the wind. The aura of a sword emperor was fully displayed, and countless people worshipped him. In this year's World Hero Conference, how about I take first place? Zhou Xuanji said, but he was sweating in his heart. Would the six-path sword shadow body expose him? He was too anxious just now and had actually forgotten about this. However, this was Great Shang. It was impossible for all of Sword God Zhou's moves to be transmitted here. Zhou Xuanji returned to the summit and sat down. He did not chase after the participants below. Boom! Chaoga Imperial City was in an uproar. Too strong. Yang Renlong is no match for him. Sword Emperor. He really is a Sword Emperor. So a sword cultivator can be so graceful. I want to learn the sword. If the Phoenix Sword Emperor establishes a sect, I will definitely join. Awesome, he shot to fame in one battle. Yang Renlong's defeat is justified. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in Chaoga Imperial City, shaking heaven and earth. Countless humans and demons cheered for the Phoenix Sword Emperor. His demeanor was admirable. Yang Xindi's eyes were burning with passion. After the World Hero Conference, I will host a banquet for him personally, he said. The general asked curiously, if he rejects your majesty's invitation, how will he be dealt with? Yang Xindi smiled, I will not force him, of course. As the emperor, he had seen countless heroes and never forced others to serve him. The general was impressed, and so was Diyu. As for Yang Renlong, he was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, unconscious. You guys compete among yourselves. A fair battle. I will wait for the last winner. Zhou Xuanji said, and his voice resounded across Qingsong Mountain. The participants heaved a sigh of relief. Below, in the foggy forest, the tiger demon hid in the bushes and touched his but instinctively. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. After witnessing Zhou Xuanji's power, he suddenly felt that the wound on his but was glorious. With Zhou Xuanji's power, he could have killed him in one slash, but he only made him fall down helplessly and gave him a chance. How could he not admire such magnanimity? Not only him, but the other humans and demons who were stabbed by the soft velvety sword turned their grief and indignation into excitement. The female cultivator was even more moved. So stab me there? Could it be? The female cultivator blushed and became bashful. She thought about how Zhou Xuanji searched her storage rings and storage bags, and she became even more shy. Her heart was filled with love. Maybe it was because Zhou Xuanji had ignited their blood, but the hidden participants rushed out from the dark and began fighting. In a four-story inn in Chaoga Royal City, a graceful figure stood before the window and looked at Qingsong Mountain. She was dressed in a purple dress with many strange patterns on it. Her face was covered with a purple veil, and her skin was fair. Her eyes were charming and cold, and there was a blood flower on her snow-white forehead. Her beautiful hair was coiled into a white jade hairpin. Interesting. This brat is only at Soul Fountain level 3, but he could defeat an astral projection cultivator so easily. That sword is not simple. She mumbled to herself and left after that. 6 hours later, only 12 participants were left on Qingsong Mountain, including Zhou Xuanji and Su Xianxian. The truly powerful cultivators were already eliminated by Yang Renlong. The remaining cultivators were between Astral Infant level 5 and Astral Projection level 3. Finally, Su Xianxian was eliminated at the 6th place and was eliminated. As the saintess of the Han Yin Divine Sect, Yang Xindi would not let her die here. Seeing that she was powerless to fight, he moved her out. Another hour and a half passed. Only 2 people were left on Qingsong Mountain. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the other person was a muscular man with a bare upper body. His black hair was loose, and he looked like a ferocious beast in human form. He flew to the top of the mountain and faced Zhou Xuanji in the air. They were about 10 meters apart. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and looked at the muscular man. The muscular man took a deep breath and bowed toward Zhou Xuanji. He turned around and flew to the edge of the spell formation. I admit defeat. He cried out loudly. Getting 2nd place was already beyond his expectations. Zhou Xuanji's power intimidated him, and he did not dare to fight him at all. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. The noise gathered together, as though it was going to overturn the sky. Everyone began to chant the name of the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Chingsong Mountain's spell formation shattered, and Yang Xindi's laughter came. Very good. Very exciting. Tonight, we will hold a banquet for all of you in the royal palace. The top 10 winners all smiled in excitement. Du flew up to Zhou Xuanji and cupped his fist. Follow me. I will bring you into the royal palace, and we can get to know each other. He had a smile on his face, and there was no resentment for his defeat. He was convinced by Zhou Xuanji's power. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He was a little excited in his heart. Thunder Coregrass, here he comes. Astral Infant, wait for me. Under Du's lead, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Great Shang's royal palace. Yang Xindi had already teleported back, and the floating pavilions disappeared one after another. The World Hero Conference came to an end. The Phoenix Sword Emperor became famous after this battle. Chapter 143. Nighttime. Great Shang's royal palace was brightly lit. Yang Xindi sat on the throne, while Zhou Xuanji and the other 9 victors sat on the right. Great Shang's high officials and generals sat on the left. There were 3 rows of seats on each side, and hundreds of people were seated. Du and Yang Renlong were among them. This year's World Hero Conference has really produced a heroic figure. Phoenix Sword Emperor, you can be said to have become famous after this battle. After tonight, your name will spread throughout Great Shang. A black-robed old man held a wine cup and said with a smile. He looked amiable and had white hair. He was Great Shang's state teacher, Yang Zhongtian. Yang Zhongtian was an ancient goat that cultivated into a demon. He had lived for 10,000 years and had unfathomable power. It was said that he was not weaker than Great Shang's Fury Buddha. No one knew his true power because he held great authority and never fought personally. Yang Zhongtian looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled. I propose a toast to you on behalf of Great Shang. To another hero in Great Shang. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The state teacher's words carried a lot of weight. Looking at Yang Xindi, he was not enraged at all and still maintained his smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm. He stood up with his wine cup and said, State teacher, you are too kind. Great Shang is a land of heroes. The emperor's name shakes the entire northern wilderness region, and the country is peaceful and peaceful. To Great Shang, I'm too insignificant. Today's victory is all thanks to you guys. Bastard! Trying to kill me with flattery? No way. Yang Xindi heard him and burst out laughing while slapping his thigh. Yang Renlong frowned slightly. He could tell Yang Xindi's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and said with a smile, Phoenix Sword Emperor really knows how to talk. Great Shang still needs your help in the future. After that, he waved his right hand. Following that, soldiers walked up with porcelain trays in their hands. Each plate had a storage ring on it. The storage rings from the 1st to the 10th were all different. The other 9 victors stood up with excitement on their faces. Yang Xindi smiled. The 10,000-year Thunder Coregrass is an ultimate treasure, especially for physical cultivators. Zhou Xuanji's body was indestructible, which meant that he was quite talented in physical cultivation. He was curious about how powerful a sword cultivator with such a powerful body was. Zhou Xuanji took over his storage ring and scanned it with his mind. Indeed, he saw 3 10,000-year Thunder Coregrass. Other than that, there was a pile of level 4 spirit stones, some enchanted artifacts, and energy technique scrolls. All in all, it was a bountiful harvest. But Zhou Xuanji's focus was on the thunder. The others took their storage rings too. Yang Zhongtian smiled and said, Tomorrow, everyone can meet the various sections. As long as you want to go, you can directly join. Of course, you can also become an official or join the army. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look excited. To be able to get into the top 10, who would be alone? Yang Xindi raised his cup and smiled. Let's drink first. After a big battle, we must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. He knew what everyone was, so he changed and said, and he and said and could. Yang said, Yang was. Yang God. Zhou and. Following that, the hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Yang. Yang Shindi. As Yang as was the winner. Yang. As the final winner, Zhou Xuanji was the one who drank the most. Looking at the people surrounding him, Zhou Xuanji sighed. I'll fight you. Let's see who will walk out lying down. Finally, he collapsed at the table. Yang Shindi looked at Zhou Xuanji's drunk figure and smiled. As the emperor of Great Shang, no one dared to make him drink. Sunlight shone in from the window. Zhou Xuanji felt a splitting headache. His consciousness gradually awakened, and his eyes slowly opened. When he was fully awake, he sat up on the bed. He held his head in his hands and tried to recall his memories. He looked up and realized that he was in a spacious and luxurious palace. The storage ring he got from the World Hero Conference was still on his right index finger. He heaved a long sigh. I got drunk again. Zhou Xuanji was terrified. Fortunately, no one found out his true identity, or else he would have died here. But at that moment he had to drink. He shook his head and tidied his clothes. At this moment, a person walked in with a loud laugh. It was Yang Shindi. Ha! Zhou Menglang, you're finally awake. Yang Shindi walked over quickly with Yang Zhongtian behind him. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fist and bowed. He did not kneel, which showed his attitude. In the cultivation world, one did not need to kneel before the emperor. Of course, if the emperor wanted you to kneel and you refused, there would only be one outcome. No need to be so polite. Yang Shindi walked to the table and sat down. Yang Zhongtian stood behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. There might be trouble coming. He walked up and asked, Your Majesty, please excuse me. Yang Shindi waved his hand and said with a smile, The others are still drunk. You woke up early. To this, Zhou Xuanji could only maintain an awkward but polite smile. I want to recruit you as my personal guard, a second-rank official. What do you think? Yang Shindi said straightforwardly. A second-rank personal guard was unprecedented in Great Shang. Even in other empires, there was no personal guard with such a high status. Yang Zhongtian stroked his long beard and smiled. In the future, the Great Shang Merchant Guild will establish the royal family's sword sect. By then, Brother Zhou can be a sword master and teach the royal family's disciples. To teach the royal family's disciples. In the future, when the empires change, Zhou Xuanji would be the emperor's teacher. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He did not expect Yang Shindi to be so generous. But he did not want to stay in Great Shang. This was really troublesome. Yang Shindi valued him so much, how could he reject? Once he rejected, could he walk out of Chaoga Royal City? Zhou Xuanji was silent. Yang Shindi poured tea for himself. As he swirled the teacup, he said casually, Zhou Menglang? Such a good name. The same surname as Sword God Zhou. Not long ago, Lin Guanyu came to look for Sword God Zhou. Tell me, is there such a coincidence in the world? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was ready for battle. Yang Zhongtian continued, Great Zhou put a bounty on Sword God Zhou's head, but Great Shang will not do that. Instead, we will nurture you. That's right. I admire you. Join Great Shang. Yang Shindi stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and said solemnly. He really admired Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. All he could think of was how to reject. Could he live a carefree life in Great Shang? Boom. At this moment, a world-shaking explosion came from outside the palace. Yang Shindi and Yang Zhongtian turned around instinctively. Ha! Yang Shindi. I'm also very interested in the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Hand him over, or else I will flatten Chaoga Royal City. A cold and dignified female voice resounded, and her words revealed a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. It was as though Chaoga Royal City was nothing. Yang Shindi's expression changed drastically. Why is she here? He cried out. This chapter was about correcting the previous chapter that was wrong, so that everyone would not spend too much money. I'll just take it that I added yesterday and did not update today. The 5th chapter. Boo. Please forgive me. Chapter 144. She wants me? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. That voice was extremely unfamiliar to him. He had never heard it before. The other party's interest might not be a good thing. Could it be sent by Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji became anxious immediately. The other party sounded very powerful. Looking at Yang Xindi and Yang Zhongtian's expressions, he understood that one disaster after another was coming. It was really a disaster. Yang Xindi got up and said with a deep voice, "Stay here. She is the top evil cultivator. She kills people like flies and massacred countless cities. If you are caught by her, you will die for sure." After that, he left with Yang Zhongtian. The top evil cultivator? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This title sounded very powerful. In the northern wilderness region, the righteous did not suppress the evil cultivators. Xinhao sect stood against Great Zhou, while Great Shang befriended Haoqi alliance. This showed how deeply rooted the evil cultivators were. But Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance were not the top evil cultivators. Zhou Xuanji did not know who was the top evil cultivator. He had to ask Daoya old man after he returned. Boom, 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 a series of explosions came from outside. The palace that Zhou Xuanji was in was shaking too. A horrifying demonic aura swept across Chaoga Royal City. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He was not so nervous even when he faced Lin Guanyu back then. That woman was really powerful. He walked to the window carefully and looked out. Demonic qi enveloped the royal palace like a black tornado. Countless Great Shang's royal soldiers levitated in the air, ready for battle. There seemed to be a world-destroying demon hidden in the demonic qi. Its figure alone was intimidating. Yang Xindi stood on the high wall and shouted, "Xian Xianghua, Great Shang, and you have minded our own business. Are you not going to give Great Shang face?" Xian Xianghua? This name sounded nice. But looking at the demonic qi, Zhou Xuanji shuddered. "What is Great Shang? I want the Phoenix Sword Emperor. If you don't give it to me, I will bury Great Shang in your hands." Xian Xianghua's voice came from within the demonic qi. It was still full of disdain. "Amitba. Sect Lord Xian is too domineering. This is not the time for Tanhua sect to wreak havoc." A solemn voice came. A name appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind immediately. The Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Rays of golden light came from the back of the palace he was in, resisting the devil qi. This is a fight between immortals. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He immediately activated the qi obscuring incantation and prepared to escape. Anyway, the Thunder Heart Grass was already in his hands, so he didn't care about the Great Shang. Perhaps Great Shang would only be safe if he left. With that thought, he turned to the window in the other direction and jumped out. Zhou Xuanji took many turns in the palace complex. "Fury Buddha, it seems like you've really become arrogant. Back then, when I was invincible, you were just a little monk." Xian Xianghua's voice sounded out again, and her arrogance made Zhou Xuanji even more nervous. Which? Even the Fury Buddha of Great Shang was a little brother in front of her? Zhou Xuanji fled even faster. He turned around and looked at the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. It was 1,000 feet tall, golden, and extraordinary. What a golden Buddha! Zhou Xuanji inwardly marveled and quickly left the palace. He did not forget about Chongming Demon Monarch. Now, the entire Chaoga Imperial City was in chaos. He noticed that there were many ruins in the Imperial City, which were probably caused by Xian Xianghua. Soon, Zhou Xuanji found Chongming Demon Monarch. The demon and human looked at each other. Without a word, they dashed toward the city gate. They did not fly so as not to expose themselves. Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and looked back occasionally. The negotiation between the Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua had already broken down. The old demonic woman was really stubborn. She fought without hesitation. Countless Great Shang royal soldiers surrounded the billowing demonic qi. It felt like the heavenly soldiers were fighting demons. "I'm confused. It's not enough for you to offend Great Zhou and Baba Blade Master. You even dare to offend this old demon?" Chongming Demon Monarch could not help but complain. He sounded a little exasperated. When he heard that Xian Xianghua was looking for Zhou Xuanji, he almost peed in his pants. As a great demon who had lived for thousands of years, he knew what the name Xian Xianghua represented. It represented massacre. It represented brutality. He shuddered at the thought of those horrifying legends. Zhou Xuanji said dispiritedly, I did not offend her. This is the first time I've heard of her name. Could it be because of the World Hero Conference that she was subdued by me? Chongming Demon Monarch snorted and did not continue the conversation. Zhou Xuanji sprinted along the street and suddenly saw Su Xianxian. She was standing in front of an inn, with a dozen female cultivators behind her. Su Xianxian was stunned when she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji politely nodded at her before he continued to run. Not long later, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed out of the city gate. One had to admit that the royal city was really strict. Even so, the city guards were still guarding the city. They did not stop people from running out, but they did not allow anyone to enter. After dashing into the forest, Chongming Demon Monarch sprinted ahead at full speed. Even though he was 1,000 miles away, he could still hear the rumbling from Chaoga Royal City, which shocked him in his heart. There was always someone more powerful than you out there. He used to think that the Sword Monarch was the heavens. But now, the Sword Monarch was nothing compared to Great Shang's Fury Buddha and Xian Xianghua. 2 hours later, Zhou Xuanji could not hear anything from Chaoga Royal City at all. He did not let his guard down and asked Chongming Demon Monarch to escape at full speed. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji rode on Chongming Demon Monarch and continued forward. They galloped wildly on the grassy plain. Chongming Demon Monarch's speed was very fast. He would probably be able to leave Great Shang in another day. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying saber chi swept over from the front, splitting the grassland and raising 2 rows of dust dozens of feet high. It was unstoppable, like a dust storm. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically. Before he could give the order, Chongming Demon Monarch quickly dodged. Damn it! Zhou Xuanji cursed and took out the God Emperor sword with his right hand, preparing to fight. Baba Blade Master, Lin Guanyu. In this current situation, there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. At the end of the horizon, Lin Guanyu walked over with his saber. With red eyes, he said coldly, Sword God Zhou, don't think that I can't recognize you just because you changed your appearance. I will never forget your aura. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that his limbs were trembling. He muttered, Baba Blade Master, it's over, it's over. Baba Blade Saint was an existence that could fight against the Fury Buddha of Great Shang. Standing in front of him, he couldn't even withstand a single slash. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and cried out, Lin Guanyu, I advise you to leave immediately. The top evil cultivator, Xian Xianghua, is right behind. She likes me and wants to take me in as her disciple. Do you want to become her enemy? Since he could not defeat him, then he would use his connections to intimidate others. Lin Guanyu said with a frown, You think I will believe that? Xian Xianghua, that demon, likes you? She hates men the most. If you really meet her, you will be lucky if she doesn't tear you into pieces. After that, he continued to walk forward. He looked like he was going to kill Zhou Xuanji on the spot. Chapter 145. Seeing that Lin Guanyu was getting closer, Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought about how to deal with him. In a head-on clash, he would definitely lose to Lin Guanyu. But right now, he could only meet force with force. Chongming Demon Monarch stood before Zhou Xuanji and said with a trembling voice, It's over. My 720 wives, you are going to be widows. He had experienced Baba Blade Master's strength not long ago. He was almost as strong as an immortal. Lin Guanyu walked at a steady pace, his eyes locked onto Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji could sense that if he tried to escape, Lin Guanyu would strike immediately. Damn it! Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. The Phoenix Emperor sword appeared in his left hand, and the other legendary swords appeared around him. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Windcutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane. Sword, Phantom Sword. All the divine swords were pointed at Lin Guanyu. Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes. What a mighty divine sword! Lin Guanyu had a disdainful smile on his face. He ferociously raised his saber, and when he was 1,000 meters away from Zhou Xuanji, he prepared to swing. Lin Guanyu, get lost. He's someone I want. At this moment, Xian Xianghua's voice rang out. It was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji and Lin Guanyu's expressions changed. Xian Xianghua, why are you in great shang? Lin Guanyu's face was livid as he asked in a low voice, and he seemed to be extremely fearful. Zhou Xuanji's face was ashen. Xian Xianghua was even more terrifying than Lin Guanyu, so he naturally did not want to face her. He did not imagine that Xian Xianghua was really interested in him. He was so ugly now that even he wanted to strangle him to death, let alone other people. Scram. Next, strands of demonic qi appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere. A lady in purple appeared. Her back view was enchanting and extremely alluring. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. He swallowed his saliva as he felt Xian Xianghua's killing intent at such a close distance. He could not help but feel a chill down his spine. Lin Guanyu said angrily, "He killed my sister, how can I let him go?" Xian Xianghua's face was covered by a purple veil, but her beautiful eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. She said coldly, "If you don't get lost, I will slaughter your entire clan. I will pull out the souls of all your descendants and skin them to make you suffer even more." Hearing this, Lin Guanyu's expression changed. Zhou Xuanji was covered in cold sweat when he heard this, while Chongming Demon Monarch was almost paralyzed. This woman is crazy. Lin Guanyu took a deep breath and said, "Xian Xianghua, you'll reap what you sow one day." After saying that, he turned around and left very quickly. From the looks of it, he was obviously afraid of Xian Xianghua, so he ran away after saying those words. Zhou Xuanji's evaluation of him suddenly lowered. No matter how great the hatred was, it was not as important as his own life. What kind of hero was that? After Lin Guanyu left, Xian Xianghua's killing intent also dissipated. She turned around slowly, and Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch finally saw her face. A purple veil covered half of her face. Her skin was very fair, and there was a mark of a blood-red flower on her forehead. Her hair was coiled up under a white jade hairpin. At first glance, this woman was absolutely beautiful. She was even more graceful than Su Xianxian. Very evil. This kind of evil was a fatal temptation to men. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much. He was only thinking about how to escape. Chongming Demon Monarch knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. "Lord Xian, my master did not offend you. Please let him go," he said with a trembling voice. Xian Xianghua ignored him and stared at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. Silence. She did not speak but looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage and faced them calmly, waiting for his fate. Facing Lin Guanyu, he could still put up some resistance. "Xian Xianghua, the top evil cultivator. It's better for me to lie low for now. Phoenix Sword Emperor? Sword God Zhou? You look so ordinary," Xian Xianghua said with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji felt like he was stabbed in the chest. "Senior, why are you looking for me?" He tried his best to calm down and asked. Xian Xianghua said with a faint smile, "There's something I need you to do. If you do it well, I will let you die a quick death." Having heard her, Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. He was enraged immediately and said, "Then just kill me directly. If I do it well, I will still die." "Are you kidding me?" It's not like he had never died before. "Jiang Shui, I'm sorry. I can't marry you anymore." He closed his eyes and looked as though he was begging for death. Xian Xianghua laughed. Her laughter alone could captivate one's soul. "As long as you pass the test, I can spare your life," she said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "What test?" "An ancient sword emperor's inheritance. I need a legendary treasure in there. I have found many sword cultivators before, but they all died in the test." Xian Xianghua replied. She gritted her teeth at the mention of this. "Why didn't you find the sword monarch?" Zhou Xuanji asked. I wanted to find him indeed. I happened to pass by Great Shang, so I stayed for a few days. Then I saw you. Your mastery of the sword's way should not be lower than the sword monarch's. You are more powerful than the sword cultivators I have seen before. Xian Xianghua said with a smile. After that, she waved her right hand. Demonic qi rose into the air and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Zhou Xuanji could only feel a formless energy lifting him up. He was surrounded by demonic qi, and he could not see what was happening outside. Where are we going? Is it far from Great Shang? Zhou Xuanji swallowed his saliva and asked. If it was too far, even if he passed the test, it would be troublesome for him to return. Xian Xianghua closed her eyes and said, Juadi Cliff. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. Where was Juadi Cliff? Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and cried out, Isn't that a perilous place? We will surely die if we go in. Even a 7th-rank great demon was terrified of Juadi Cliff, which showed how terrifying Juadi Cliff was. Xian Xianghua said calmly, Don't worry. With me around, as long as you are obedient, you still have a chance to live. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chongming Demon Monarch and asked, How far is Juadi Cliff from Great Shang? Not very far. It's a distance of 2 Great Shang. There are many sects nearby, and it's extremely chaotic. Chongming Demon Monarch replied, which made Zhou Xuanji heave a sigh of relief. If they flew at full speed, they could cover the distance of 2 Great Shang in less than half a month, so it was not very far. However, Zhou Xuanji was still a little uneasy. What if Xian Xianghua went back on her words? Lin Guanyu said before that this woman hated men the most. If it was before, it would be fine if he was handsome, and he might be able to use his charm. But now, Zhou Xuanji sighed heavily. He felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Xian Xianghua turned around suddenly and waved her right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful gust of wind blowing toward his face. He wanted to step back out of fear, but he could not move. Tsk. Such a good appearance indeed. The rumors are true. Xian Xianghua said in amazement. Zhou Xuanji's face was already revealed. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This guy changed his appearance. Chapter 146. Zhou Xuanji touched his face instinctively. It was good that he was not disfigured. Xian Xianghua moved closer to him and used her right index finger to lift his chin. She smiled charmingly and said, Look at your soft and tender skin. You're very suitable to be my human furnace. Human furnace? Zhou Xuanji's body trembled. He had heard many legends. There were thousands of cultivation methods in the world, and the method of yin and yang intercourse was one of them. Being a cultivation vessel was different from dual cultivation. You would be squeezed dry. However, even if he died from being sucked dry, it would still feel great, right? Zhou Xuanji thought innocently. Xian Xianghua giggled and said, My cauldron is a real cauldron. Do you feel good using you as a cauldron? Zhou Xuanji trembled in fear. Damn it. This woman can read minds? Seeing his expression, Xian Xianghua's smile became even more radiant. She turned around and stopped teasing him. After Xian Xianghua left, Chongming Demon Monarch came over and clicked his tongue in wonder. Not bad. Such handsomeness resembles the demeanor I had when I was young. Zhou Xuanji directly punched him. His physical strength as an invincible Vajra was immense. Caught off guard, Chongming Demon Monarch felt dizzy from the attack. Why was this bull as annoying as the little black snake? It was unknown who would be more despicable if these two guys bumped into each other. Xian Xianghua did not speak anymore, and Zhou Xuanji did not dare to disturb her. He was afraid that this woman would suddenly go berserk and tear him apart. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the demonic qi around him dissipate, and he accidentally fell to the ground. Chongming Demon Monarch was also awakened by the fall. Xian Xianghua stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji got up and realized that he was surrounded by a desert. It was deep into the night. There was a light ahead. It was a small inn. In the vast desert, this inn seemed so small. Zhou Xuanji did not run but followed. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After following Xian Xianghua into the inn, they immediately attracted a dozen pairs of eyes. There were only 7 tables in the inn, and 3 of them were empty. Xian Xianghua found the nearest table and sat down. The waiter hurriedly walked over. He was first stunned by Xian Xianghua's beauty, then he respectfully asked, "What would you like?" Here, the more beautiful a woman was, the more dangerous she was. No matter how tempted he was, he did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. "Bring me all your best dishes and wine." Xian Xianghua sat upright and said calmly. Zhou Xuanji sat opposite her, and she was staring at him. He instinctively averted his gaze, not wanting to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Xian Xianghua's eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Chongming Demon Monarch sat beside her and was extremely nervous. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. Compared to the liveliness of the other 4 tables, they seemed extremely strange. From time to time, the other guests would look at Xian Xianghua. Their gazes were filled with passion and greed. "When I was young, my father often drank. Whenever he was drunk, he would beat and scold me and my mother. Before I was 10, I was covered in wounds. Later, my mother couldn't take it anymore and jumped into a well to commit suicide. I killed my father while he was sleeping." Xian Xianghua suddenly said. She did not lower her voice, so almost everyone could hear her. "Not only did I kill him, I even threw him into the wild to feed the wolves. Later on, due to a fortuitous encounter, I began to cultivate demonic arts. Whenever I saw a man drinking, I would kill them. I would even torture them. First, I would beat them until their flesh was lacerated. Then, I would pour strong alcohol on them and watch them beg for mercy. That feeling was truly wonderful." Xian Xianghua smiled beautifully, and a gust of cold wind blew across the inn. Zhou Xuanji shuddered. Was this woman crazy? Bam! A muscular man slammed the table and stood up. "Stupid woman, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you order alcohol just now?" He shouted furiously. After that, he looked at Xian Xianghua with an evil smile. Looking at his perverted look, one could guess what he was thinking. Xian Xianghua smiled and slammed the table lightly. PFFD. The muscular man's body was covered in blood and he died instantly. He did not even have the time to scream. Next, the others died too. Only the 3 of them, the innkeeper, and the waiter were left in the inn. The innkeeper, who was doing the accounts, was trembling in fear. His face was pale, and he did not dare to say a word. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. Wasn't this woman too cruel? Now it's quiet. Xian Xianghua placed her right hand on the table and supported her chin with her hand. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. The way she looked at him made him feel like he was being stared at by a venomous snake. No wonder Yang Xindi and Lin Guanyu were so afraid of her. She attacked just like that, and her methods were so unimaginable. He could not see how she attacked at all. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he shrunk his gigantic body into a ball, which looked extremely comical. His forehead was covered in sweat, and he stared ahead blankly. He did not dare to look at Xian Xianghua. The inn fell silent again. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes to the table with trembling hands. After that, he dragged the corpses out of the inn. Throughout the entire process, he did not make a sound. Evidently, it was not the first time for him to do such a thing. Running an inn in the wilderness, this kind of massacre was naturally a common occurrence. But it was his first time seeing someone as powerful as Xian Xianghua, and he was extremely afraid. "Pour the wine," Xian Xianghua said. Chongming Demon Monarch shuddered and hurriedly picked up the wine pot to pour wine for her. She picked up her chopsticks and picked up a piece of roasted meat. "This meat reminds me of the meat I ate deep in the mountain. That family was extremely cruel. They killed the people who stayed at their place and ate their corpses. They even gave the meat to passers-by." Zhou Xuanji heard her and got goosebumps. "You really ate it?" he asked. Cannibalism. Just thinking about it made him feel disgusted. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and said, "I don't have such a heavy taste. I only destroyed that family alive." Zhou Xuanji was silent. Looking at the table full of dishes, why did he feel so disgusted? A while later, 3 more cultivators came in. 2 women and a man. They were very loud and began chattering the moment they came in. "Mister, let's drink less wine tonight. What are you afraid of? If we drink too much, Mr. will protect us. Haha, you must serve us well tonight. The man walked in with two beautiful women in his arms and laughed wantonly. Xian Xianghua swirled her wine cup and said with a smile, "When I was young, my parents always talked loudly. They were so noisy that I could not sleep. After that, I cultivated a demonic energy technique and killed them." Zhou Xuanji, Chongming Demon Monarch, the innkeeper, and the waiter were speechless. What the? She was just making it up? And I almost sympathized with this woman. Zhou Xuanji mocked her in his heart. He always felt that Xian Xianghua had a mental problem. Why was every story directed at her parents? Lacking love since young? The three cultivators immediately turned to look at her. Seeing Xian Xianghua, the male cultivator's eyes brightened. He pushed the two beauties aside lightly and walked towards Xian Xianghua. As he fanned himself, he smiled elegantly and said, "My lady, did I disturb you just now?" Chapter 147. Seeing the male cultivator walk towards Xian Xianghua, Zhou Xuanji could not help but mourn for him. When he was 7 steps away from Xian Xianghua, blood spurted out of his body and he died on the spot. The two accompanying female cultivators were stunned. Just as they were about to scream, they followed in the footsteps of the male cultivator and fell into a pool of blood. Another 3 lives were lost. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were silent. The shopkeeper and the waiters kept quiet. No one dared to anger Xian Xianghua. A look of satisfaction appeared in Xian Xianghua's eyes as she continued to eat and drink. After that, no more cultivators entered the inn. After the waiter collected the 3 corpses, everything returned to normal. For Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch, this meal was very depressing. After a full hour, the old witch finally ate. She took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her mouth. She slowly stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go." The waiter couldn't help but say, "Senior, money." Zhou Xuanji looked at him in astonishment. His gaze seemed to be saying, "Brother, are you crazy?" As expected. As soon as the waiter finished speaking, he fell to the ground, covered in blood. The shopkeeper was so frightened that his entire body trembled. His face was filled with despair as he muttered, "Son." Xian Xianghua stopped and asked with a frown, "He's your son?" The shopkeeper nodded numbly. He was both angry and desperate, but he didn't dare to show it. At this moment, he felt like the world was collapsing. Then go down and accompany him. A family should be neat and tidy. Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and the shopkeeper fell to the ground, his blood splattering on the wall. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Chongming Demon Monarch was so frightened that he took a step out of the inn. Xian Xianghua walked out of the inn with a smile, and Zhou Xuanji followed closely behind. He felt a fire burning in his chest. Although he wasn't a saint, he still felt angry when he saw Xian Xianghua's actions. It was no wonder that she could only be the top demonic cultivator and not the strongest in the northern wilderness region. After leaving the inn, Xian Xianghua waved her right hand, and demonic qi swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. In the following period of time, Xian Xianghua did not stop. Zhou Xuanji remained silent. The atmosphere was very strange. Zhou Xuanji was enveloped in demonic qi, so he could not tell the time. He tried to think of a way to escape. He had a feeling that even if he passed the Sword Emperor's assessment and obtained Xian Xianghua's item, he would not be able to escape death. Chongming Demon Monarch had the same thoughts. He lay on the ground like a corpse. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground again, caught off guard. Even though the fall was very painful, they didn't make a sound. Xian Xianghua couldn't help but turn around and ask, "How long are you going to hold it in?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply. Xian Xianghua walked in front of him, grabbed his chin, and said with a smile, "Your scowling face is quite cute, but it would be a pity if you died in the Sword Emperor assessment." Zhou Xuanji turned his head and shook off her hand. Chongming Demon Monarch suddenly exclaimed, "Juadi Cliff?" Zhou Xuanji quickly looked around. Thunderclouds billowed above his head, and he was surrounded by barren mountains. There were few trees, and the undulating mountains were covered with dead trees and bones. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 words that could be used: desolate and bleak. "Follow me," After she finished speaking, she took the lead and stepped forward. Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch followed reluctantly. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji observed. Chongming Demon Monarch said that Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place. It contained an ancient curse, and those who entered would most likely die. But he looked for a long time. He still couldn't see any danger. Stop looking. With me here, what can you see? Xian Xianghua said with a smile, if you can survive, you might miss me. I can give you an absolute sense of security. Zhou Xuanji sneered. Old demonic woman, I've always been anxious and panicky with you, okay? After walking for a few hundred meters, they stopped. Xian Xianghua pointed at the cave in front of them and said, go in. The inheritance of the ancient Sword Emperor is inside. Your goal is to bring everything out. Zhou Xuanji looked over. The cave was 2 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. It was pitch black and bottomless. Chongming Demon Monarch swallowed his saliva and asked, how many sword cultivators have you found? Xian Xianghua replied calmly, not many. Just 26 or 27. 26 or 27. Which poor guy did she forget? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and walked toward the cave. He took out the God Emperor sword and Sky-Sundering Emperor sword and stepped into the cave without hesitation. He did not stop or look back. Xian Xianghua thought to herself and mumbled, I hope I can succeed this time. If even Zhou Xuanji failed, she could only look for the Sword Monarch. Chongming Demon Monarch was praying too. If Zhou Xuanji failed, only death awaited him. After entering the cave, Zhou Xuanji felt that the world around him was spinning. The darkness was occupied by a powerful light. When he stabilized his body, he realized that he was in the sky. It was similar to the illusory realm when he inherited the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. I am the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The way of the Hegemon sword dominates both ancient and modern times. A majestic voice came, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a shadow that was hundreds of meters tall in front of him. Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way. Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. He was the last one among the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. After him, there were no more true sword emperors in the world. There were only self-proclaimed nicknames. The Hegemon Sword Emperor left behind many legends in the world. He once slew an immortal god that was left in the mortal realm. His sword tore through the void, and he ascended into the heavens. Everyone worshipped him. Do you dare to accept my test? The Hegemon Sword Emperor asked emotionlessly. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and replied, I do. From what Xian Xianghua said, the Hegemon Sword Emperor's test was evidently more difficult than the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor's. A shadow that was not much taller than Zhou Xuanji appeared. He held a giant sword in his hand. The blade was as wide as his waist. Looking at his figure, it was the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Defeat me, who was at the same stage as you. The shadow said. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, you, who was at the same stage as me? Or is your cultivation the same as mine, but your sword technique is at great accomplishment? If it was the former, he was confident that he could kill the Hegemon Sword Emperor instantly. But if it was the latter, he was not sure if he should say it. The Hegemon Sword Emperor did not reply but charged toward him with his sword. Almost in an instant, he came up to Zhou Xuanji and slashed with his sword. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened, and he quickly blocked with the God Emperor sword. Clang! The 2 legendary swords clashed, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor was sent flying backward. Zhou Xuanji smiled. My glorious gold legendary sword is still more powerful. The Hegemon Sword Emperor leaped up and flew above Zhou Xuanji's head. He pressed down with his sword, which was as imposing as a mountain. Zhou Xuanji used the Tempest Slash toward the sky, and his sword Qi soared upward. Boom! The Hegemon Sword Emperor broke through the sword Qi and continued to press toward him. Zhou Xuanji immediately dodged the attack with the 8-step sword lunge. Just when he appeared, the Hegemon Sword Emperor appeared beside him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor slashed toward him, trying to decapitate him. Chapter 148. Zhou Xuanji used the 8-step sword lunge again and dodged the Hegemon Sword Emperor's giant sword. When he landed again, he immediately used the 10,000 Sword Dragon Incantation's dual sword style. He didn't use the God Emperor sword's power and treated it as an ordinary weapon. Even the sky-sundering Emperor sword was the same. In the same realm, he didn't want to borrow strength from someone stronger. The Hegemon Sword Emperor closed in, and Zhou Xuanji's twin swords welcomed him. Clang, clang, clang. The two swords moved like the wind. Dragon-shaped sword chi coiled around Zhou Xuanji as he roared continuously. The Hegemon Sword Emperor swung his sword very quickly and domineeringly. Even Zhou Xuanji, whose body was golden invincible, could not compare to him in terms of strength. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji was fast. The two sides fought back and forth, launching a super duel in this firmament world. Zhou Xuanji used his dual sword technique, Vibrant Raindrops Sword and 36 Paths Jade Shao Sword, which caught the Hegemon Sword Emperor off guard. He wasn't happy for long. The Hegemon Sword Emperor suddenly raised his saber and slashed out furiously. A terrifying sword chi directly sent him flying. A faint layer of white flame appeared around the Hegemon Sword Emperor's body. He slashed toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed, creating afterimages that were dazzling to the eyes. Countless sword chi crisscrossed and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Unstoppable! Zhou Xuanji's expression changed, and he immediately unleashed heavenly lights. The torrent of sword chi slammed into the Hegemon Sword Emperor, but it was instantly destroyed by the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword chi. How is this possible? What kind of sword technique is this? His expression changed, and his eyes were filled with shock. The violent sword chi raged towards him, and since he had no time to dodge, he subconsciously raised his two swords to block. There was a loud bang. Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth and splattered into the sky. He somersaulted in the air and quickly stabilized himself. At this moment, the Hegemon Sword Emperor rushed over again. He raised the giant sword in his right hand and smashed it down furiously. Zhou Xuanji was furious. This guy really did not give him any time to breathe. One divine sword after another appeared around him. There were 8 of them in total. He directly displayed the 10-sword style and charged forward. Rumble, Chongming Demon Monarch looked at the trembling mountain in front of him and couldn't help but feel nervous. Xian Xianghua widened her beautiful eyes, which were filled with splendor. She said softly, "Not bad. This brat can actually endure for so long. He is much stronger than those trash from before." Chongming Demon Monarch asked cautiously, "Who is the sword sovereign here? Is it the Hegemon Sword Emperor?" Of the 9 emperors of the Sword Dao, the Hegemon Sword Emperor was the most famous. 2 great emperors had once fought in Juedi Cliff, and both of them had fallen here. Their resentment soared into the sky, and this place had become a fearsome land. 10,000 years ago, the Hegemon Sword Emperor had barged into Juedi Cliff alone and did not die, shocking the northern wilderness region. Hence, Chongming Demon Monarch immediately thought of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Xian Xianghua nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch was silent. He was even more worried. The reputation of the Hegemon Sword Emperor was simply too resounding. Back then, he was the #1 in the world, a tyrannical existence that suppressed an era. He was the man who had pushed Sword Dao to its peak. Shio, shio, swoosh. At this moment, a series of air-piercing sounds could be heard, causing Chongming Demon Monarch to turn around in shock. 6 cultivators quickly flew over, led by an old man in a red robe. His figure was thin, his hair was black and white, and his face was covered with many gray spots. When he saw Xian Xianghua, he immediately stopped. The 5 cultivators behind him were shocked. The old man in the red robe noticed that the small mountain was trembling and shouted, "Someone is accepting the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance?" Xian Xianghua glanced at him and laughed in disdain. "Xian Xianghua, what are you trying to do? How dare you covet the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword sect?" The old man in the red robe asked angrily, his tone filled with anger. The Hegemon Sword sect was a sect founded by the descendants of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. It was a powerful force in the northern wilderness region, and it was not weaker than Xinhao sect and Hanin Divine sect. Who said it belongs to the hegemon sword sect? Whoever is capable will have it, Xian Xianghua said calmly. Her gaze landed on the cave in front of her, as if she could see what was going on inside. Xian Xianghua, Tanhua sect master, demonic paths number 1. A handsome young man behind the old man in the red robe mumbled to himself. He wore a green robe, and his hair was tied up with a red ribbon. His face was handsome, but he did not lose his manly aura. My son Lin Chang'e is the inheritor appointed by the ancestor. Apart from him, no one can pass the ancestor's test, the old man in the red robe said. The red-robed elder said in a deep voice. Chongming Demon Monarch turned to look at him. He asked curiously, "He's Lin Chang'e? That exquisite sword mind?" Hearing this, the young man in the green robe nodded. He cupped his fist and said, "I'm Lin Chang'e. If this brother does not pass the test, can I take his place?" Xian Xianghua's reputation was too great, and Lin Chang'e had to be respectful. But his attitude did not seem humble. Xian Xianghua snorted, "What if he passes the test?" Lin Chang'e frowned slightly and did not know how to reply. In his eyes, apart from him, no one could obtain the inheritance of the hegemon sword emperor. But he could not offend Xian Xianghua directly. "My master is sword god Zhou. His sword technique is the best in the world. Do you think he will fail?" Chongming Demon Monarch cried out arrogantly. When a demon was about to die, why should he be afraid? Sword god Zhou. Lin Chang'e frowned even harder. The expressions of the old man in the red robe and the 4 cultivators from the hegemon sword sect were all moved. Recently, sword god Zhou's fame had spread far and wide. Xinhao sect, Great Zhou, and Baba Blademaster were all after his life. Such a reputation was hard to come by in 100 years. They did not expect sword god Zhou to be Xian Xianghua's disciple. No wonder Baba Blademaster could not kill him. I only need 1 sword from the hegemon sword emperor. If sword god Zhou passes the test, he will fight with me. If I win, he will give me the sword. If I lose, I will surely compensate him. Sword techniques, swords, spirit stones, and other treasures, he can choose whatever he wants. Lin Chang'e looked at Xian Xianghua and said, although he was only the son of the hegemon sword sect's sect lord, his power was among the top 5 in the sect. Sure. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and smiled with disdain. Chongming Demon Monarch opened his eyes wide. This old demonic woman is playing tricks. Isn't this digging a hole for Zhou Xuanji? The old man in the red robe snorted coldly. He can't pass the test. The others were also disdainful. They understood the hegemon sword emperor the most and were confident. Heaven Vault World. 10 legendary swords pierced into the hegemon sword emperor's body, which made him look like a porcupine. Next, the hegemon sword emperor's shadow exploded and disappeared. The 10 legendary swords flew back to Zhou Xuanji. The 100-meter-tall shadow was silent. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and thought to himself, could this guy be like the sky-sundering sword emperor and have spiritual intelligence? Brat, where did you come from? Those 2 swords are of an unreasonably high grade. The 100-meter-tall shadow asked suddenly, which made Zhou Xuanji sigh. Spiritual intelligence indeed. He replied, I come from the sanctum of China. I'm the reincarnation of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sanctum of China. Great sage equal to heaven. Such a majestic title. The hegemon sword emperor was in deep thought, as though he had heard of the great sage equal to heaven. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly felt that it was fun to talk nonsense. No wonder Xian Xianghua liked to make up stories before killing. Chapter 149. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at the hegemon sword emperor. He hoped that the hegemon sword emperor would not be as bored as the sky-sundering sword emperor and set up dozens of tests. Not yet. The hegemon sword emperor replied, which made Zhou Xuanji speechless. I've already defeated you in the same realm, so what are you still worried about? If I were you, I would hand over the inheritance. Now, there's only 1 test left. Move me. The hegemon sword emperor continued with a righteous tone. Zhou Xuanji blinked and did not speak. Let's begin. Use your attainments in the way of the sword to impress me. Zhou Xuanji still did not speak and continued to look at him. 100 million divine beasts galloped through his mind. Since they only needed to move their mouths, what was the point of the previous test? For a moment, the firmament world fell into silence. The outside world. The red-robed old man sneered. Why did you stop? Is he already dead inside? The hill was no longer shaking. It was terrifyingly calm. Xian Xianghua's eyes were indifferent, as if she didn't care. None of the sword cultivators she had brought in before had come out alive, so she didn't know what the second stage was. They thought that if the mountain stopped, it would be the end. But she could still sense Zhou Xuanji's aura. This kid is not dead yet. Lin Chang'e looked at the small mountain quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. It's over, it's over. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and held his head with his hands. His face was filled with pain. If Zhou Xuanji died, he would not survive either. Even if Xian Xianghua did not kill him, he would not be able to escape from Juedi Cliff. The firmament world. After a long while, the Hegemon Sword Emperor could not help but ask, "Are you still not going to speak? If you fail the test, I will kill you. I've already defeated you. Why are you still talking? Is this the spirit of the 9 emperors of the Sword's Way? A senior of the Sword Dao is making things difficult for me, a junior. If you are dissatisfied, no matter what I say, you will not admit it. What do you want me to do? Are you trying to tease me?" Zhou Xuanji's witty words flowed out of his mouth. However, he did not make it sound bad. Instead, he created an image of himself as weak. He didn't want to die. The Hegemon Sword Emperor replied, "That's not the case. If you can really say something unique, the inheritance will naturally be bestowed to you." Zhou Xuanji breathed out. Time to show some real skill. My sword Dao is the Dao of 10,000 swords. 1 sword to slay humans, 2 swords to slay evil, 100 swords to slay evil, 10,000 swords to slay karma, and 1,000,000 swords to create. The drifting wind never ends, the heavy rain never ends. The sword is eternal, and the Dao can never be destroyed. A tree that can be embraced is born from the tip of a hair. A 9-story platform is built from the soil. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. 1 sword, 1 intent. 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji spoke without thinking, and the more he boasted, the more excited he became. This fellow was very good at acting, just like a grandmaster of the way of the sword. His tone rose and fell, and when it came to the highlight, it was sonorous and forceful. The Hegemon Sword Emperor remained silent. Zhou Xuanji's voice reverberated throughout the firmament world. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and spoke to his heart's content. However, the Hegemon Sword Emperor did not say anything. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had blown too much? It shouldn't be. He had borrowed the words of the ancient sages of Huaxia. Could it be that he was inferior to this Sword Emperor's eye? 10,000 swords, 10,000 intents. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. The Hegemon Sword Emperor spoke suddenly. He was in deep thought as he mumbled to himself. Well said. He suddenly cried out. His voice was like a sudden clap of thunder, which made Zhou Xuanji tremble in fear. Damn, is there something wrong with him? Veins popped on Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He held back his anger and maintained his smile. A great 1,000 heavens and earth. A world of sword will. Good, good, good. With the sword will as the rule, a world of its own. Very good. Very good. As the Hegemon Sword Emperor spoke, he suddenly laughed wildly. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Could this guy have gone crazy because of his words? The Hegemon Sword Emperor laughed for a long while. He was evidently in his own world. Ahem. Did I pass the test? Zhou Xuanji could not help but fake a cough and interrupted him. The Hegemon Sword Emperor stopped laughing and said, Very good. Great sage, heavens equal, I, the Hegemon Sword Emperor, owe you a favor. My inheritance belongs to you now. If we meet again after you ascend, I will surely become sworn brothers with you. Your mastery of the sword's way is very high. What you said just now is too important to me. He waved his right hand, and a giant sword descended from the sky. It spun and landed before him. The sword was nearly 2 meters long and a little wider than his waist. 2 black dragons were engraved on the blade, and the hilt was like a rock. The entire sword looked extremely domineering and powerful. It was extremely heavy, as though it could split mountains and split the ground. Next, a storage bag with a giant sword engraved on it appeared. "Great sage, heaven's equal, I will wait for you in the upper realm." "Ha!" The Hegemon Sword Emperor laughed wildly. Next, the surrounding world disappeared, and darkness swallowed the space. Zhou Xuanji returned to the black hole with the storage bag in his left hand and the giant sword in his right. He immediately stored the giant sword into the supreme storage and let the sword spirit examine it. He walked out with the storage bag in hand. He did not check the storage bag with his divine sense, in case he was tempted and tampered with it, which would result in his death. With his understanding of Xian Xianghua, this old demonic woman would definitely not want the sword. At the same time, outside the cave, "He's coming out." Xian Xianghua's eyes brightened as she spoke. With this, Chongming Demon Monarch looked up in surprise. "Impossible. How can it be?" The red-robed old man mumbled to himself in disbelief. The others were shocked too. Could it be that this brat? They knew about the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Once one failed, one would surely die. So few dared to challenge the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Lin Chang'e frowned slightly, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. He saw Zhou Xuanji walking out from the cave. Wearing the white dragon golden robe, he walked out from the darkness, which made him look like a bright sun. With a calm expression, he threw the storage bag in his hand to Xian Xianghua straightaway. "Can we live?" he asked. He was already prepared for battle. Xian Xianghua caught the storage bag and said with a smile, "Of course. I will send you out." After that, she began looking into the storage bag for the treasures she wanted. The 6 from the Hegemon Sword sect did not attack. They did not want to experience how horrifying Xian Xianghua was. Lin Chang'e looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword God Zhou, did you really obtain the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "He wants to acknowledge me as his big brother." Having heard this, the red-robed old man and the others were enraged. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was their ancestor. How could they allow Zhou Xuanji to blaspheme him? "Brat, you obtained our ancestor's inheritance, and you dare to humiliate him. Be careful that the Hegemon Sword sect will hunt you down too," the red-robed old man said furiously. Xian Xianghua was beside him, so he did not dare to attack. He could only threaten him verbally. Zhou Xuanji said seriously, "It's true. He wants to become my sworn brother." It was true. It was just that he and the Hegemon Sword Emperor did not agree on who would be the big brother. If he had the power, he would not be the younger brother. "Sword God Zhou, I'm Lin Chang'e. You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should have heard of me. Can we have a duel?" Lin Chang'e said. His eyes were burning with passion, as though he wanted to have a duel right now. Chapter 150. Lin Chang'e? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why hadn't he heard of it before? Lin Chang'e smiled confidently and said, "You have just obtained the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. I will not make things difficult for you. Just tell me a time and place. If I win, you will impart the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor to me. If I lose, I will let you enter the sword pavilion of the Hegemon Sword sect. I will give you half a month to learn." He was the exquisite sword heart and was born to practice the sword. In the entire northern wilderness region, there were not many people who could match up to him in the sword doctrine. In the northern wilderness region, he was more famous than Sword God Zhou. As such, he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would not dare to fight out of fear of him and was willing to take a step back. Zhou Xuanji said, "How is the Hegemon Sword sect's foundation?" The red-robed old man said furiously, "Among all the sword sects in the world, only my Hegemon Sword sect has the deepest foundation." Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile, "What are you bragging about? Where did you put 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The sacred land of the northern wilderness region for sword doctrine. Zhou Xuanji heard that Shao Jinghong said he wanted to go, and he promised to go. "Umph." The red-robed old man snorted coldly and did not reply. Zhou Xuanji said, "How about this? I'll personally go to the Hegemon Sword sect in the future." Lin Chang'e continued asking. He had loved swords all his life, and he couldn't wait to learn the Hegemon Sword Emperor's exceptional sword arts. Within 10 years. He had never heard of Lin Chang'e before. If Lin Chang'e kept pestering them, then Xian Xianghua would take action. Alright. Lin Chang'e immediately agreed. For cultivation, 10 years was a very short period. Sometimes, it was like a white horse galloping across a crack, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After that, the 6 people from the Hegemon Sword sect left. Except for Lin Chang'e, the other 5 people were somewhat indignant. However, Xian Xianghua was too domineering, so they did not dare to act recklessly. Xian Xianghua walked up to Zhou Xuanji and passed the storage bag to him, leaving only a black bead in her hand. She held the black bead with a fascinated look in her eyes. "Soul-nurturing pearl, I've finally waited for you." She gently stroked the black bead as if she was afraid that it would drop. Zhou Xuanji hung the storage bag on his waist and asked curiously, "What's a soul-nurturing pearl? Just for that?" Xian Xianghua nodded, her eyes seemingly hiding a myriad of emotions. The soul-nurturing pearl can preserve souls forever. It's extremely rare. I've searched for thousands of years, but I've only found one. Xian Xianghua said softly as she sank into reminiscence. Zhou Xuanji no longer spoke. He did not want to know about Xian Xianghua's past. There was one sentence that he had always remembered. The more he knew, the more miserable his death would be. After Xian Xianghua finished reminiscing and put away the soul-nurturing pearl, she looked at Zhou Xuanji again. Her gaze seemed to be examining him, causing his heart to skip a beat. "When I was young," Xian Xianghua spoke with a sorrowful expression. "Wait." Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted her. Not only him, but Chongming Demon Monarch's scalp also felt numb. When they heard the first 5 words, they could smell the scent of death. "Are you going back on your word?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a deep voice, suppressing his anger and sorrow. Xian Xianghua suddenly covered her mouth and giggled, but in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, it was fake. "You're wearing a veil and you're covering your mouth? Please be careful, you are an old hag. Don't act like a little girl." Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. He wanted to say it out loud, but he did not dare to. Xian Xianghua stopped smiling and said, "I will bring you out immediately." She waved her right hand, and demonic qi rose from the ground and swept Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch away. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji and Chongming Demon Monarch were extremely tense. They were afraid that the old hag would go back on her words. Not long later, they landed on the ground. This time, they did not fall pathetically. Xian Xianghua was much gentler. Maybe it was because of the soul-nurturing pearl. After they landed, Xian Xianghua winked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "Don't miss me anymore. When this old hag is strict, she's me. When she's in a good mood, she's me." Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not speak. "Who the hell would miss you?" Xian Xianghua transformed into a tornado of demonic qi and dissipated quickly. "Ha, I'm leaving. You will miss me in the future, little phoenix." Her laughter resounded across the sky and lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Little phoenix?" Chongming Demon Monarch heaved a long sigh and said, "We're finally safe." After that, he let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. "Hiya!" Zhou Xuanji rode on him and cried out. Finally, he was free. And he received the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. He felt so good. Chongming Demon Monarch flew toward Great Shang with a loud laugh. He picked up the storage bag and scanned it with his mind. He found many spirit stones and elixirs. Other than that, there were many scrolls or books on sword techniques and energy techniques. Zhou Xuanji's body trembled when he saw the sword techniques. "I got it." In the underground cave, Jiang Shui was cultivating by the lake. Her eyelids were twitching, and she was obviously not calm. The others were cultivating by themselves, but they seemed to be preoccupied. The atmosphere was a little silent. "Wah?" Xiao Jinghong leaped out of the lake suddenly, and the others quickly gathered around him. "How's the situation?" Jiang Shui asked immediately. Her face was filled with worry. Xiao Jinghong took a deep breath and said, "The World Hero Conference has ended. The Phoenix Sword Emperor won. His name is Zhou Menglang, and he should be the revered teacher." With this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Daoya Old Man opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "He really won against the Child of Destiny? This kid, that's right. And he won with ease and dominance." Xiao Jinghong nodded and said. The others were even more surprised. It was indeed the Zhou Xuanji that they knew. He was as powerful as ever. But Xiao Jinghong's face turned grim. Zhao Zongjian stared at him and urged, "Just tell us. Are you trying to kill our patients?" The others' expressions turned hostile too. Xiao Jinghong quickly said, "Tanhua sect's suzerain attacked Great Shang and threatened to take away the Phoenix Sword Emperor." "What? Tanhua sect's suzerain?" Daoya Old Man cried out in shock. His face was filled with shock. Han Shenbo trembled and mumbled, "Oh no. Oh no." To them, the Tanhua sect's suzerain was like a legendary demon king. After that, the Phoenix Sword Emperor disappeared. Xiao Jinghong sighed. He tried to find out about Xian Xianghua's identity, and his scalp was numb. Jiang Shui asked anxiously, "Who is the Tanhua sect's suzerain? Is he very powerful? Why does he want to capture Zhou Xuanji?" Daoya Old Man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "The Tanhua sect's suzerain, the top evil cultivator. In the northern wilderness region, there are only a handful of people who can stand against her. Even Lin Guanyu was afraid of her." Jiang Shui heard him and was stunned, as though her soul had been taken away. The group fell into silence. The little black snake laid on the ground and mumbled to himself, "A calamity from the heavens. A calamity from the heavens." At this moment, the surface of the lake exploded again. Two silhouettes leaped up. "Tanhua sect's suzerain is nothing. Can she harm me?" Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited voice came, which attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 151. Xuanji. Jiang Shui leaped into Zhou Xuanji's arms in surprise and cried tears of joy. The others also gathered around and started asking questions at the same time. "Revered teacher, what happened? You were not captured by Tanhua sect's suzerain? Good boy. You really won the World Hero Conference. Quick, tell us." "Yeah, tell us." Facing the crowd's excitement and curiosity, Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything. He started from the World Hero Conference and even told them about his encounter with Lin Guanyu and the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The little black snake arched its body and looked at Chongming Demon Monarch with its forked tongue. Chongming Demon Monarch sensed its gaze and turned around. Their eyes met. It felt like a needle meeting an awn. Could it be the black snake that Master talked about? Very powerful? Chongming Demon Monarch raised his brow and thought with squinted eyes. "I must teach it a lesson in the future." The little black snake did not know what he was thinking but thought in his heart, "This guy looks mighty, and it's a bull demon. I will have another mount in the future." After Zhou Xuanji finished, the group sighed in amazement. Master is really fortunate to have gained something from a disaster. Huang Lianxin said with admiration, and so did the others. Zhou Xuanji said it casually, but everyone understood the difficulty. To defeat the Hegemon Sword Emperor, who was at the same stage. And to use his understanding of the way of the sword to convince the Hegemon Sword Emperor? In this world, who else could do it other than Zhou Xuanji? Daoya Old Man rubbed his chin and mumbled, "It shouldn't be. Xian Xianghua let you go. This is not like her. None of the men she captured survived." Jiang Shui hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm and said proudly, "Of course. Our Xuanji is so handsome, she must be moved." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Han Shenbo heard her and burst into laughter. The little black snake came over and asked, "How does that Su Xianxian look like?" "She is the top beauty in Great Shang. Are you moved?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, "Your rations for this month are gone." With this, the little black snake's expression changed. "I was wrong." The little black snake quickly came over and begged pitifully. Zhou Xuanji ignored it. Jiang Shui snorted and stared at it, saying, "Add another half a month." The little black snake felt as if it had been struck by lightning, instantly feeling extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji passed a thundercore grass to Daoya Old Man and said, "Old man, rest well." Daoya Old Man laughed and left with the thundercore grass. "I've obtained quite a few sword techniques. Once I've mastered them, I'll give each of you a copy." Zhou Xuanji said to Xiao Jinghong and the others. He did not let them finish the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques, not because he was stingy, but because not everyone had the supreme legendary sword system like him. They would have to spend several years or even more just to practice a single sword technique. Giving them too many sword techniques at once would cause them to become lost. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin were pleasantly surprised. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji introduced Chongming Demon Monarch to them and claimed that Chongming Demon Monarch would be the team's tank. The group became curious immediately. It was a little extravagant to use a 7th-rank demon as a tank. Chongming Demon Monarch did not know what a tank was, but he still patted his chest and smiled. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my duty as a tank." Many years later, he would deeply regret this promise. The group dispersed. Zhou Xuanji pulled Jiang Shui to a corner and whispered to her. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, the person he thought about the most was Jiang Shui. In this world, in his heart, he could let go of anyone but Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui appeared to be very happy. She grabbed Zhou Xuanji and told him about what happened during this period of time. When Zhou Xuanji was away, some demons and cultivators passed by occasionally. Some demons even barged into the underground cave, but they were all dealt with by them. The two chatted for a long time until they were tired. Jiang Shui walked to the side to cultivate, while Zhou Xuanji began to inspect the Hegemon Sword Emperor's sword techniques. There were a total of 13 sword techniques and 3 cultivation techniques. He already had the sword Qi Golden Body incantation, but he could not cultivate too many energy techniques. Otherwise, his spirit energy would become chaotic and his golden core would shatter. The highest grade sword technique was heaven grade low tier. It was called the Sky Dominating Divine Sword. 5 of the remaining sword techniques were earth grade, while the rest were black grade sword techniques. Finally, a heaven grade sword technique. Zhou Xuanji delved his divine will into the scroll in his hand delightedly. Next, images appeared in his mind. It was a black shadow dancing with a sword. Its figure was exactly the same as the Hegemon Sword Emperor. The sky-dominating divine sword was all about domineering. A single slash could dominate everything and cut through the heavens. He had encountered this slash before in the examination. If not for his many legendary swords, he might not have been able to withstand it. The sky-dominating divine sword had a total of 109 sword moves. After mastering them, one could master the sky-dominating divine sword. Each of these sword moves could change the direction of the flow of spirit energy. After the 109 sword moves, the spirit energy would circulate in one's body for a full cycle, forming a domineering aura. He took out the chicken-slaying sword and began practicing. Seeing him practicing, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin stopped and observed. After 100 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached small accomplishment. After 300 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached great accomplishment. After 500 times, sky-dominating divine sword reached sword will. Boom! The entire underground cave shook violently, and everyone turned to look. Zhou Xuanji stood still with the chicken-slaying sword in his hand. A layer of faint white radiance appeared around his body, as though a layer of flame aura was burning. His entire aura became incredibly powerful. Just by standing there, he gave off an indescribable domineering aura. Heaven-grade sword technique. Daoya Old Man opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard this. Heaven grade. No matter if it was a spell or an energy technique, once it reached heaven grade, the difficulty of cultivating it would increase tremendously. Most people who obtained a heaven grade technique might not even be able to cultivate it successfully in their lifetime. How long did Zhou Xuanji take? Although they were already used to it, they were still shocked when they heard that it was a heaven grade sword technique. Zhao Congjian looked down at his hand and gritted his teeth. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Zhou Xuanji continued to practice his sword technique. Top-tier Earth-grade sword technique, chilling wave sound wave. This sword technique was suitable for the Heaven Sound Sword. After 500 times, he easily formed the sword will. Xiao Jinghong and the others turned around and did not want to watch anymore. If they continued to watch, they were worried that they would develop inner demons. It was Chongming Demon Monarch's first time seeing Zhou Xuanji practicing his sword technique. He was petrified and stood rooted to the spot. This brat's talent. No wonder he could receive the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. With such talent, he could dominate the northern wilderness region and defeat Xian Xianghua in just 1,000 years. He suddenly became excited. Only now did he truly feel that it was an opportunity to become Zhou Xuanji's disciple. A great opportunity. In just 10 days, Zhou Xuanji mastered all the sword techniques in the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance. Daoya Old Man channeled his energy to heal himself as he shook his head and said, "Freak! Freak!" Chapter 152. The more Daoya Old Man thought about it, the more unbalanced he felt. His qi and blood became chaotic and he coughed. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and looked at him. "Old man, can you do it? Is half of your body going to be buried?" Daoya Old Man stared at him and said, "I'm a land immortal. It's not a problem for me to live for another 3,000 years." Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked over. "How should I use the Thunder Core Grass?" Now, he was willing to believe in Daoya Old Man. Although the old man was not always serious, he was not afraid of death for him. Zhou Xuanji was always grateful. "Take it out. I will boil it into a medicinal soup for you. Sit in the cauldron and activate your energy technique." Daoya Old Man got up and said. After that, he took out his giant cauldron. Zhou Xuanji took out 2 10,000-year-old Thunder Core Grass and passed them to him. Daoya Old Man threw the Thunder Core Grass into the cauldron straight away, then took out other spirit herbs and flowers and threw them in as well. The others came over. They wanted to see the effects of the Thunder Core Grass. Daoya Old Man waved his right hand, and the lake water flew into the cauldron. A blue flame burned at the bottom of the cauldron, and he began to concoct the medicine easily. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will it be very painful?" Looking at the boiling medicinal water, she was worried for Zhou Xuanji. "Of course it will be painful. It's the pain of millions of worms devouring your body." Daoya Old Man said matter-of-factly, which made Jiang Shui open her eyes wide. Beishao Wangjian mumbled, "A 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. How powerful is the spiritual qi in it?" The others nodded and expressed their own opinions. Zhou Xuanji stared at them and said unpleasantly, "Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I'm afraid of pain?" Back then, when he used the Furious Ape Sword and the God Emperor Sword, the pain was excruciating. Daoya Old Man looked at Xiao Jinghong and the others and said, "When you are free, you can go out and collect herbs. During this period of time, the more medicinal effects he absorbs, the higher his cultivation will be." Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beishao Wangjian left immediately. Han Shenhua also left and dived into the lake. "From now on, if you want to go out, you can. Just don't go too far." Daoya Old Man continued to say, and the eyes of Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Big and Small Air brightened. It could be said that they were suffocated in the underground cave. Especially Big and Small Air. It had been a long time since they had flown freely. What if Lin Guanyu attacks again? Huang Lianxin asked hesitantly. Lin Guanyu was a powerful existence that could annihilate their entire team. Daoya Old Man waved his hand and said, he was already scared out of his wits by Xian Xianghua. After knowing that Xianji was captured by Xian Xianghua, why would he stay in Great Shang? Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said, "That's right. You guys didn't see it. When Xian Xianghua told him to scram, he did. He was so cowardly. Unlike me, who was so arrogant and warned her not to harm my master." Everyone rolled their eyes. Over the past few days, they had also gotten to know Chongming Demon Monarch. It was another little black snake. "All right, you can enter the cauldron now," Daoya Old Man reminded. Zhou Xuanji took off the white dragon golden robe and leaped into the cauldron with only a pair of pants on. As soon as he entered the cauldron, he felt as if his skin was about to explode. He subconsciously entered the Vajra invincibility state, and his entire body seemed to be gilded. Streaks of golden light emerged from the cauldron, incomparably resplendent. Jiang Shui was sitting not far away. She hugged her legs and looked at the cauldron quietly. Daoya old man walked to her side and sat down. I realize that you are very similar to his mother, he said with a smile. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and said, Grand teacher, what do you mean? She had already become familiar with Daoya old man. To some extent, Daoya old man was already her teacher. Daoya old man often said that she was like Zhou Xuanji's mother. Initially, she did not mind. But after a while, she felt that something was not right. You guys are usually very quiet. But when you meet the man you love, your heart will be in a mess. Daoya old man sighed in amazement. His eyes were immersed in reminiscence. Back then, when Zhao Xian met Emperor Yan of Zhou, she was dead set on him. I could not persuade her no matter what. She even wanted to break off our master-disciple relationship. This is fate. Although I divined that it was an ill-fated relationship, I was soft-hearted and did not stop it completely. In the end, she died, but I believe that she did not regret it. Jiang Shui thought about it and asked, was it because of Xuanji that she did not regret it? Daoya old man shook his head and smiled, no. Xuanji is only part of the reason. If you and Xuanji have a child in the future, which is more important, the child or Xuanji? Having heard this, Jiang Shui blushed immediately. She complained coquettishly, Grand teacher, what are you talking about? Ha! The Daoya old man laughed heartily as he stroked his long beard. The old and the young talked about the past. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, was in torment and did not pay attention to his surroundings. Next, every day, Daoya old man would add water and herbs into the cauldron. His cultivation broke through consecutively, and he felt like he was soaring like a rocket. The thundercore grass contained a massive amount of lightning energy, which made his physical strength grow day by day. In the forest, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian chatted as they walked forward. Be careful when you swing your sword. The lighter, the better. This kind of sword technique is all about being casual. Xiao Jinghong reminded Zhao Congjian. Most of the time, he was the one teaching Zhao Congjian. Until now, he was already used to it and even enjoyed it. Seeing Zhao Congjian's growth gave him a sense of achievement. Zhao Congjian nodded and said, whatever. I feel that my mental state is still not good enough. I need to train it. Take it slow. More haste makes waste. Don't compare yourself to my revered teacher. Xiao Jinghong said with a smile. Zhao Congjian agreed with him. Ever since they followed Zhou Xuanji, the pride in their hearts was completely gone. Following Zhou Xuanji, they no longer felt that they were geniuses. Rustle, rustle, rustle. At this moment, the trees and bushes in front of them began to shake. A white wolf covered in blood walked out shakily. There was a young man on its back. The young man was wearing a blue shirt and had messy hair. He had already fainted on the wolf's back and was hugging the white wolf's neck tightly. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian stopped and frowned. The white wolf walked up to them and collapsed on the ground. Beg you, save my young master. He is the Prince of Great Qin. If you help him, the white wolf said weakly. Before it could finish its sentence, it breathed its last. Great Qin. Zhao Congjian frowned and looked terrible. There's an enemy, Xiao Jinghong said softly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous darts flew out from the depths of the forest and cut the leaves. They were extremely fast. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and swung, and all the darts fell to the ground. This is Haoqi Alliance's business. I advise you to stay far away, or else you will die without a burial place. A cold voice rang out. Then, dozens of black-clothed men appeared on the surrounding trees like night eagles. Zhao Congjian snorted coldly. The other party killed them straight away. They saw that they were not weak, so they threatened them. How could they let this go? Chapter 153. Are we going to fight? Zhao Congjian looked at Xiao Jinghong and asked softly. He did not take these people seriously at all. Xiao Jinghong nodded and said, leave that nascent soul fellow to me. I'll leave the others to you. Zhao Tsongjian did not have any objections. The two of them disappeared almost at the same time. The battle broke out immediately, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The two of them returned to their original spot. The surrounding trees had fallen and there were bloodstains everywhere. The dozens of Haoqi Alliance cultivators had all died tragically in the forest. Their hands were full of storage rings and storage bags. Zhou Xuanji taught them well. They could not fight for nothing. They checked the items, then took out some cloth and wrapped them up. "Should I save this prince of Great Qin?" Zhao Tsongjian asked. He frowned slightly. It was obvious that he did not want any trouble. Xiao Jinghong said expressionlessly, "We've already saved him. What else can we do?" Go home." "All right." The two of them hit it off and turned to leave. The blue-clothed youth lay motionless on the white wolf's back like a corpse. After returning to the underground cave, Xiao Jinghong and Xiao Yu told the others about this matter. They were not too surprised by the Prince of Great Qin. After all, there was a Prince of Great Zhou here. "Let's talk about it after Xuanji finishes his breakthrough. If he can't even hold on for half a month, even if we save him, he will still die prematurely in the future." Daoya old man waved his sleeves, his face full of indifference. There were many matters of life and death in the world, but how many could they care about? They had already saved the Prince of Great Qin. The rest was up to his fate. No one had any objections. Zhou Xuanji, who was covered in gold, was still sitting in the cauldron. Steam was rising from his body, and he frowned. The medicinal water around him was boiling and bubbling, which was intimidating. Another 10 days passed. Zhou Xuanji broke through to Soul Fountain Level 7. "Congratulations, Sword Owner, for obtaining glorious gold, Hegemon. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing him to open his eyes. Then, 3 lines of words appeared in front of him. Sword name, Hegemon 9, level, glorious gold, description, the beloved sword of the Hegemon Sword Emperor of the 9 Emperors of the Way of the Sword. It is invincible in the mortal world and contains the power to destroy heaven and earth. It was the glorious gold divine sword. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. No wonder the Hegemon Sword Emperor was the most famous and the last ancient sword emperor. After him, no other sword cultivator was recognized as a sword emperor by heaven and earth. He didn't feel that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was stronger than the sky-rending Sword Emperor. He only felt that the Hegemon Sword Emperor was more generous. The Sky-Sundering Emperor sword was definitely not the best treasure sword of the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor. That fellow was extremely stingy, and that was why he was only able to learn 2 sword arts. The most outrageous thing was that Sky-Splitting Sword Emperor Wang Xiaofei had set up dozens of stages. Every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but despise Wang Xiaofei. He did not take out Hegemon Jiao immediately. He had plenty of time in the future. He continued to cultivate and absorb the energy within the potion. Time continued to pass. 12 days later, he forcefully broke through to the first level of the nascent soul realm. Under his inner vision, a small nascent soul was condensed in his body. It had the same face as him. The spiritual qi in his muscles and bones surged into the nascent soul and condensed spiritual qi together with the golden core. His spiritual power began to skyrocket. Compared to the 10th level of the Spirit Spring stage, the spirit energy of the first level of the nascent soul stage was more than 10 times stronger. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the nascent soul realm. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained gold, great dream sword, evil revealing mirror, and 10 stalks of concealing grass. Golden divine sword? Zhou Xuanji was indifferent, but he was more interested in the evil mirror and the concealing grass. Great Dream Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Great Dream Sword grade, gold description, made from an ancient bewildering rock. It can easily trap people in an illusion. Not bad. He liked to trap people in an illusion. Evil revealing mirror can reveal the true form of all evil spirits. Of course, if one's cultivation is too high, the mirror will not work. Concealing grass can make one invisible and conceal one's aura for an hour. The sword spirit introduced to Zhou Xuanji, and he was satisfied. They all have their uses. It will be much more convenient for me to travel around the world in the future, especially the concealing grass, which can help me escape. Shortly after, he continued to realize the new stage. The effect of the potion had not ended yet, so he could continue to sit. Not far away, Daoya Old Man, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the rest gathered together. He really broke through to the astral infant stage. So fast. Xiao Jinghong mumbled to himself. His tone was filled with envy. Daoya Old Man chuckled, "Don't even think about it. You are not physical cultivators, so you cannot withstand the overpowering effect of the thunder core grass." He endured a month of pain and suffering. Most people would not be able to endure it. The group nodded. Their hearts were filled with admiration. In this month, they did not hear a single groan from Zhou Xuanji. His tenacity impressed them. The little black snake praised, "You are indeed worthy of being the person that I like." Chongming Demon Monarch laughed with disdain. "Master, you are wrong. You are not worthy to be with us." "You," the little black snake trembled in anger. If not for its lack of power, it would have fought Chongming Demon Monarch to the death. Another 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji leaped out from the cauldron. His body was golden, and bolts of lightning surrounded him. His eyes were filled with lightning, and he looked majestic. The muscles on his upper body were perfectly defined, and they were well proportioned without losing their beauty of power. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were mesmerized by him. He quickly leaped into the lake and prepared to take a bath. The lightning dispersed along with the lake water. Big and small air, who were playing in the water, were electrocuted as well. They flew out of the lake immediately and crashed into the cave wall above, almost fainting. The group saw this and burst out in laughter. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and praised, "The power of lightning. This kid is really talented in physical cultivation. He is indeed from the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. He has the demeanor of his father." Zhou Xuanji quickly walked out of the lake. With a shake of his body, the water on his body evaporated. "I heard that Emperor Yan of Zhou was also a great accomplishment in physical cultivation. He could crush a mountain with a single palm strike." Xiao Jinghong said softly, and curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He really wanted to know how powerful Zhou Xuanji would be in the future. Would he be like the Hegemon Sword Emperor, suppressing an era? Zhou Xuanji put on the white dragon golden robe and opened his right arm. Jiang Shui quickly leaped into his embrace, and the group jeered. "Dog food again. Damn it. I'm not convinced." The little black snake complained, and he was sent flying away by Chongming Demon Monarch's kick. The meaning of dog food was taught to them by Zhou Xuanji. After following Zhou Xuanji for a long time, they learned many new terms from Earth. Zhou Xuanji stretched his neck and smiled, "I feel good. Let's go. Let's roast some wild game and take out some good wine to celebrate. How about it?" "Sure." Beixiao Wangjian clapped his hands and agreed. He looked at Zhou Xuanji passionately, as though he was looking at a peerless beauty. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Huang Lianxin were the same. Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through. Next, he could teach them more powerful sword techniques. They were excited just thinking about it. The group packed up and left the cave quickly. After they came ashore, they saw a silhouette. 20 meters away, a young man in tattered blue clothes was washing his face. Zhou Xuanji and his companions suddenly barged in, and he fell to the ground out of fear. He stepped back in fear and cried out, "Don't come over! I'm the Prince of Great Qin." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, "So what if you're the Prince of Great Qin?" "I'm the Prince of Great Zhou." "Yeah. I'm the Grand Teacher of the Prince of Great Zhou," Daoya Old Man said with a wicked smile. Chapter 154. Prince of Great Zhou? The young man in blue was stunned and stopped retreating. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, and the rest dried their clothes with their spirit energy and did not walk toward him. He came back to his senses and said, "This is Great Shang. How can there be a Prince of Great Zhou?" Great Shang and Great Zhou were mortal enemies. They could not coexist. Did a Prince of Great Zhou come to Great Shang because he was tired of living? Zhou Xuanji put his arm on Jiang Shui's shoulder and snorted, "What's wrong with you guys? There's someone nearby and you didn't even realize it. When the fire reaches your butts, will you still be sleeping? Whenever he had the chance, he would educate his disciples and sword slaves. He felt great about it. Zhao Tsongjian said shamefully, actually, we noticed him long ago. We were the ones who saved him from Haoqi Alliance. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Haoqi Alliance? The young man in blue opened his eyes wide and cried out in excitement, you guys were the ones who saved him? He dashed toward Zhou Xuanji and the rest in surprise. That day, when he woke up and saw the corpses around him, he was terrified. He was looking for his benefactor in the forest, but to no avail. After that, he hid in the forest. It was not because he was stupid, but because he was too weak. He could not escape at all. There were too many powerful demons lurking around. He almost had a mental breakdown because he could survive until today. Xiao Jinghong drew his sword and pointed it at his throat. The young man was so frightened that he stopped immediately. What are you trying to do? Xiao Jinghong asked coldly without any expression. He was dressed in black and had a cold face. He looked so fierce and ferocious. The young man in blue trembled in fear and began to back away. He raised his hands and cried out in fear, I have no ill intentions. I just want to thank you, Chongming Demon Monarch snorted disdainfully. What do you have to thank me? Your flesh? After that, he suddenly turned into the head of a bull. He looked hideous and horrifying. His roar shook the forest. Ah! The young man in blue fell to the ground in fear. His pants were wet in an instant. Zhou Xuanji slapped Chongming Demon Monarch to the ground. He was so powerful now that Chongming Demon Monarch was caught off guard and fell to the ground. You want to roar us to death? Zhou Xuanji stared at him. Chongming Demon Monarch sat paralyzed on the ground and covered his face. At first glance, she looked like a wild wife. The little black snake laid on top of Small Fool's head and laughed loudly. It was extremely excited. Even an old man like you would have such a day. Keep working. Learn from me, don't stop. Han Shenbo shook his head and sighed, a rank 7 great demon has no dignity at all. When Chongming Demon Monarch heard this, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. Daoya Old Man suddenly had a blade of grass in his mouth. He said carelessly, are you going or not? Let's go to the top of the mountain and roast some wild game. Don't waste time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and flew on his sword with Jiang Shui in his arms. The others followed closely behind. The group quickly disappeared on the other side of the forest. The blue-clothed youth stood rooted to the spot, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on a mountain. Chongming Demon Monarch chopped down pieces of rocks to make seats for everyone. Beixiao Wangjian and Zhao Tsongjian went hunting. Zhou Xuanji sat down, and Jiang Shui obediently sat beside him. The others also sat down one after another. Even the three-eyed drought rodent jumped out, looking very happy. Xiao Jinghong put down the sword in his hand and sighed in amazement. Actually, this kind of life is not bad. With the sword and all of you, there's no need for conflict. Huang Lianxin nodded. She was already used to the group. She might not be used to living alone. Daoya Old Man stroked his long beard and said with a smile, cherish it. Such days will not last long. Where there are people, there will be conflict. Sometimes, even if you don't fight, there will be people who will fight you. In the cycle of the heavens, who can escape the fate of the human world? The group was in deep thought. These words made them feel sad and heavy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said, Bullsh *T. If someone fights you, it's you who deserves it. Daoya Old Man stared at him and scolded, Brat, show some respect. I risked my life to save you. The little black snake snorted, I don't like you either. You always pour cold water on me. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin covered their mouths and laughed out loud. Xiao Jinghong and Han Shenbo laughed as well. Chongming Demon Monarch nodded and said seriously, you're right. You too, it's over. Be careful when you sleep next time. Daoya Old Man's beard trembled in anger, and his face turned red. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, conflict is nothing. As long as we work together, any enemy will be defeated by us. The group nodded and smiled confidently. Along the way they had encountered many dangers, but they all overcame them. One day, we will stand at the top of the world, and no one will dare to offend us. Zhou Xuanji's words made the group's blood boil. They all believed in this. Chongming Demon Monarch chuckled. If there's an opportunity, we must find Xian Xianghua to settle the score. That old demonic woman always scares us. Do you know that every time before she kills someone, she will make up a story? It's always when I was young, he began to talk incessantly, and the group cried out in shock from time to time. They did not expect Xian Xianghua to be so brutal. A while later, Zhao Tsongjian and Beishao Wangjian returned with 3 wild rabbits and boars each. Huang Lianxin took out some firewood, while Jiang Shui cast a spell to start a fire. They began to roast the wild animals. The atmosphere was joyful and they talked and laughed. Zhou Xuanji took out some wine and bowls and chopsticks. Each of them had a bowl of wine, and they toasted each other. Unknowingly, Chongming Demon Monarch became one with them. Although he was often beaten up, he felt that it was not bad. At least he was not lonely. In the past, when he was in his own territory, he basically slept every day. Now that he was with Zhou Xuanji, he was forced to cultivate. In Zhou Xuanji's words, his life became more active. Just when the group was talking and laughing, the young man in blue climbed up the mountain carefully. Beishao Wangjian stared at him and said fiercely, "Why are you up here? Get lost." The young man in blue cried out in panic, "I know about the Tianxia map. If you send me back to Great Qin, I will tell you where it is." Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, the little black snake, and Daoya Old Man were all shocked. Xiao Jinghong frowned and said, "Tianxia map? Isn't that a legend? How can you take it seriously?" Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Zhao Tsongjian, and Beishao Wangjian were all stunned. "Tianxia map? What's that?" "It's true. It's because I know the whereabouts of the Tianxia map that I ended up like this. Both the orthodox and evil sects are looking for the Tianxia map." The young man in blue was anxious and quickly explained. Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask, "What's the Tianxia map?" It sounded very powerful. Legend has it that a long time ago, even before the Hegemon Sword Emperor, the human ancestor created the Tianxia map, which could stabilize the fate of the entire human race. Whoever has the Tianxia map can rule the world. Daoya Old Man said, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Why does it sound so immature? Han Shenbua said, every person who has the Tianxia map once unified the world. If a demon obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Demon, and demons will bring disaster to all living beings. If a ghost obtains it, the world will be called the Year of the Ghost, like the Netherworld. Chapter 155. Could it be that demons and ghosts obtained the Tianxia map in the past and controlled the world from there? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He suddenly felt that he should understand the history of this world. However, even if he wanted to understand it, it would be very difficult. Because the historical records from 10,000 years ago were very difficult to find, they were all sealed by the various dynasties and factions. Daoya Old Man stroked his beard, a look of reminiscence on his face. It was as if he had unlocked a long-sealed memory in his mind. He said faintly, in ancient times, there were ghost emperors and demon emperors. During those chaotic times, the human race wasn't as prosperous as it is now. They were even food for the various races. Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian looked at him curiously, waiting for him to continue and unveil the mysterious veil of ancient history. However, Daoya Old Man did not continue speaking. Instead, he picked up a bowl of wine and gulped it down. Motherf asterisk cur, say it? The little black snake cursed anxiously. Then, Daoya Old Man struck down with a wind blade, almost cutting off the feathers on little Heir's head. Zhou Xuanji saw through Daoya Old Man immediately and said unpleasantly, it's not that he doesn't want to say, but that's all he knows. Everyone rolled their eyes when they heard this. They then turned their gazes towards the blue-clothed youth. I'm not lying. You have to believe me. I can't even protect my life now. I don't want this world anymore. I just want to live. The blue-robed youth said seriously with a sincere look in his eyes. Chongming Demon Monarch glared at him and scolded, you speak as if this world belongs to you. The blue-clothed youth was very afraid of this fellow. He was so scared that his neck shrunk back, and he was extremely nervous. Zhou Xuanji said, "We don't have time to send you back to Great Qin. But if you are willing to wait, we will be going to Great Qin in the future, and we can bring you along." He had promised Zhao Zongjian that if he were to go to Great Qin, he could send the young man in blue back, but not now. They still had to conserve their energy and cultivate diligently. When he was stronger, he would travel the world. As for how strong? Strong enough to fight Lin Guanyu head-on. If one person couldn't beat him, then a group of people wouldn't be a bad idea either. The blue-robed youth nodded vigorously and said excitedly, "I'm willing to wait. My name is Chen Bantian. I'll follow you guys from now on." "Get lost. Who wants you to follow us? Stay in the forest by yourself. If you can survive until the day we leave, then you will be qualified to follow us." Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and snorted. There was no way he could take advantage of them. Chen Banshan's face instantly fell. He gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you let me follow you, I will do whatever you want me to do." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He picked up a rabbit leg and started munching on it. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted into Chen Banshan's nose, causing him to salivate. Daoya old man sized him up with a strange smile on his face. His anus tightened, and his hair stood on end. "I'll give you a mission. If you complete it, we'll take you in," Daoya old man said with a smile. The others couldn't help but feel curious. Chen Banshan's cultivation hadn't even reached the foundation establishment realm. He was a complete piece of trash, so what was the point of taking him in? "Please speak." Chen Bantian replied with a nervous expression. "I hope it won't be too difficult. Kill 10 rank 2 demonic beasts, no matter what method you use," Daoya old man said leisurely, causing Chen Banshan's expression to change drastically. Second rank demonic beast. To Zhou Xuanji and the others, this was nothing. But to Chen Bantian, it was undoubtedly a gamble with his life. Daoya old man no longer paid attention to him, and the others chatted among themselves as if Chen Bantian did not exist. Gritting his teeth, Chen Bantian turned and left. But no matter what, this was his only option. He could only take the risk. After he entered the forest, the others stopped talking. They tracked Chen Bantian with their mind. They wanted to see what this kid would do. In the end, they found this kid sleeping in the bushes. The group was speechless. Jiang Shui could not help but ask, "Is that really it? I feel that he won't live for long." This kid's cultivation was weak and cowardly, just like a girl. "Let's wait and see," Zhou Xuanji replied softly with a calm expression. Looking at Chen Bantian, he felt angry and amused at the same time. Go down the mountain to sleep? Such a strange thought process. It made him want to help this kid out somehow. Don't underestimate him. He has great potential, Daoya old man said with a mysterious smile. Chongming demon monarch said with disdain, "His potential in sleeping is indeed great. As a prince of Great Qin, you are being hunted by Haoqi Alliance. Do you think it's as simple as the Tianxia map?" Daoya old man shook his head and smiled. As he spoke, he even touched his beard. Zhao Zongjian asked. He did not say. Han Shenbo sighed, "You're deliberately mystifying again. You keep us in suspense every time. So despicable." The others did not ask further, which made Daoya old man feel bored. They continued to drink and chat. Time passed quickly. Dusk came. The group returned to the underground cave. They planned to move out the next day. It was dark underground, which could not be compared to the surface. The next day, they moved to a relatively spacious grassland in the forest. In less than half a day, they had built 7 small pavilions. For the next period of time, they continued to cultivate. Day after day. Occasionally, Chen Bantian would approach this place, but he was scared away by Chongming demon monarch. After that, this kid would hide nearby every night when he slept. It seemed that he would feel more secure when he was near Zhou Xuanji and the rest. During the day, he would try to find second-rank demons. As time passed, the group got used to his presence. On a mountain peak, a group of men in black stood there. There were about 100 of them. A tall man stood at the front. He had a full beard and wore a conical hat. His eyes were like an eagle's, and there was a tiny scar at the corner of his brow. He looked at the horizon and said, "Have you found the whereabouts of Yellow Dragon's descendant?" One of the men in black said respectfully, "It should be in the forest 1,000 miles ahead." The bearded man nodded and did not speak anymore. He seemed to be thinking about something. The men in black behind him did not move either. They waited quietly for orders. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the north. They looked back and saw a white-haired man flying toward them. He wore a green robe and had his hands behind his back. His face was indifferent, and he had the temperament of a powerful cultivator. Seeing him, the bearded man and the men in black all half knelt down and bowed to the white-haired man. "Greetings, Division Leader Wang." They cried out in unison. Their tone was filled with awe. The white-haired man was a division leader of Haoqi Alliance, Wang Qixiao. His cultivation was extremely high. Wang Qixiao flew up to them and said, "Have you caught Chen Bantian? Remember, he must be alive." "Not yet, but soon," the bearded man replied, not daring to look up at Wang Qixiao. However, Chen Bantian might have already received help from powerful cultivators. "The disciples we sent last time are all dead. Their jade medallions have dimmed." Speaking of this, he was still a little worried. If the other party dared to interfere in this matter, they must not be weak. "I will go with you. No matter who it is, I will kill them. We must act quickly." Last time, Xian Xianghua attacked Chaoga Imperial City, causing chaos in Great Shang. This period of chaos is about to end. Once Great Shang discovers Qin Banshan's existence, the consequences will be unimaginable. The alliance between Haoqi Alliance and Great Shang might be broken because of this. Wang Qixiao instructed in a low voice. His eyes were filled with worry. The Tianxia map had appeared. If Haoqi Alliance could not grasp it, it would be snatched away by others. The situation of the world would change. Chapter 156. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. In the forest, Daoya old man sat cross-legged on the roof of a small pavilion. He suddenly opened his eyes and calculated with his fingers. His expression changed slightly. There's a murderous aura in the wind, and there's a baleful aura in the life diagram. This is an inauspicious sign. Could it be an enemy attack? He muttered to himself, his expression becoming solemn. After a moment of hesitation, he came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, "Danger is coming. Should we run or prepare to fight?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked, "How are the enemies compared to Lin Guanyu?" The current him was not weak, so there was no need for him to run everywhere. He didn't believe that the streets were full of people who were as strong as Lin Guanyu or stronger. Of course it can't be compared, but it won't be too weak either. However, I calculate that if we face it head-on, the disaster that follows will not be inferior to the threat of Lin Guanyu. Daoya old man said solemnly. Then, he paused for a while and reminded them with a deeper meaning, "If we avoid it, we still have to leave Qin Bantian behind." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "You and I have already promised him that if he can kill 10 second-rank demons, we will take him away. What's the point of abandoning him now?" He hated people who went back on their word the most, especially when it concerned his life. When he was captured by Xian Xianghua, he was very worried that she would go back on her word. If he hadn't said those words to Qin Bantian, he might have left right away. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. If you want to stay, then wait for the battle. As long as you think clearly and have no regrets in your heart, it's fine. Daoya old man nodded with a rare serious expression. Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Can you not make it sound like love?" What did he mean by leaving as long as he had no regrets in his heart? "Yo, you know about love at such a young age?" Daoya old man laughed mockingly. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's handsome face, he felt a little absent-minded. It was as if he was looking at the young lady Zhao Xian. "Of course I know. I started raising a wife for myself when I was 2 years old. Are you better than me?" Zhou Xuanji said with disdain as he raised his brow. Jiang Shui, who was cultivating not far away, instantly blushed. The others all laughed loudly, and Huang Lianxin was laughing so hard that she was holding her stomach. She was the one who had followed Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji for the longest time and had watched them grow up. This sentence made her laugh too much. Heavens! Why wasn't I this smart when I was young? Han Shenhua beat his chest and stamped his feet in frustration. Then tell me, what is your view on love? Daoya old man asked as he chuckled. Zhou Xuanji's pleased expression was exactly the same as when Lady Zhao Xian had introduced Emperor Yan of Zhou. I'm lucky to have it, but I can't lose it. Zhou Xuanji replied. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was filled with sweetness. She kept her head lowered. Daoya old man was startled. He shook his head and smiled. How domineering. After that, he warned everyone that danger was coming and told them to be prepared for battle at any time. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes, and the others stopped training or cultivating. What a powerful aura! The other party has definitely surpassed the nascent soul realm, probably a leaving aperture realm cultivator. Xiao Jinghong said. He immediately guessed that it was a powerful enemy from Haoqi Alliance. Saying so, he stood up, drew his sword, and flew into the air. Go and wake that kid up. The sun is shining on his butt, and he's still sleeping. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. Next, Chongming Demon Monarch dashed into the bushes and picked up Chen Bantian as though he was carrying a chick. Seeing Chen Bantian's sleepy look, he was enraged. This kid claimed that he wanted to live, but judging from his look, he was already used to such a life. Usually, he did not cultivate at all. Most of the time, he was sleeping, and the time he slept was getting longer and longer. Today, he slept all the way until noon. Why didn't he just fall asleep? The others were speechless too. This kid was really a weirdo. Daoya old man was in deep thought, and a tinge of surprise flashed in his eyes. Swoosh, 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 the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard. A powerful aura emanated from them aggressively. Haoqi Alliance's Wang Qixiao is here. Wang Qixiao's voice resounded across the sky. Next, he came up to Xiao Jinghong with his men. He looked down and saw Chen Bantian soon. Joy flashed in his eyes as he said with a deep voice, "Hand him over, or I will kill all of you here." I finally found him. You want to kill us? Then you can stay. Zhou Xuanji said casually. Just when he finished speaking, Chongming Demon Monarch, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and Han Shenhua charged toward Wang Qixiao. He smiled disdainfully and waved his right palm. A gust of wind whizzed out and turned into numerous wind blades that swept toward them. Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body turned into a muscular, domineering body of 30 meters. He was a 7th-rank demon, which was equivalent to astral projection. Together with Xiao Jinghong and the other two, it should not be difficult for them to defeat Wang Qixiao. The battle erupted. The men in black from Haoqi Alliance spread out. They wanted to attack from different directions to capture Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was still in a daze and did not notice the enemy's appearance. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and numerous legendary swords appeared. He charged toward the Haoqi Alliance cultivators who came from all directions. These useless soldiers and crab generals could not withstand his legendary swords. They were stabbed consecutively, and some even died on the spot. Daoya old man shook his head and sighed. Another feud. Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, Haoqi Alliance, Lin Guanyu, TSKSK, they are even more troublemakers than Emperor Yan of Zhou back then. The student has surpassed the master. The little black snake stared at him and roared, "Can you stop sighing? What are you waiting for?" Daoya old man waved his sleeves and sent the snake flying before attacking the men in black around him. The battle did not last long. Soon, all of Wang Qixiao's subordinates were dead. He was at a complete disadvantage against Chongming Demon Monarch, Zhao Zongjian, Xiao Jinghong, and Han Shenhua. He could not retaliate at all. Actually, even without Xiao Jinghong and the other two, Chongming Demon Monarch alone could defeat him. Wang Qixiao gritted his teeth and quickly turned into a stream of golden light and fled far away. You have offended Haoqi Alliance. You will suffer. As he fled, he cursed and threatened Zhou Xuanji and the others. Swoosh! Before he could finish his words, Hegemon Jiao flew over and blasted him to death. Ranged sword propelling. Killing someone from 100 miles away. Hegemongyo was a glorious gold legendary sword. It was not something that Wang Qixiao could defend against. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and Hegemongyo flew back to his hand. That is, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian were stunned. Such a domineering giant sword. Could that be the Hegemon Sword Emperor's beloved sword? Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and said loudly, "Pick up the equipment, then pack up and head to Great Qin." Since they had already offended Haoqi Alliance, they should escape first. Haoqi Alliance was allied with Great Shang. Offending Haoqi Alliance was equivalent to offending Great Shang. Staying here would bring them endless trouble. The group had no objections and began to get busy. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Chen Bantian and kicked his butt. "Are you a pig?" He cursed. "How much longer are you going to sleep? I'm the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I'm the Emperor of Great Qin. I'm the ruler of the world." Chen Bantian rolled over and lay on the ground. He scratched his butt and mumbled. Chapter 157. 2 hours later, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest had packed up everything. They surrounded Chen Bantian with strange expressions. Chen Bantian was still sleeping soundly on the ground, and he was even snoring. "What's going on? He doesn't seem right." Northern Sword Valiant frowned and asked. No matter how much he loved to sleep, it was impossible for him to be like this. Could it be that this kid ate some poisonous fruit? The little black snake came over and used its tail to slap his face. After 10 slaps, his face swelled up like a pig's head, but he still hadn't woken up. He was still dreaming about being the ruler of the world. Zhou Xuanji kicked the little black snake away and asked Daoya, "Old man, tell me, what happened to him?" The old man maintained his wretched smile. His expression seemed to be saying, "Hurry up and ask me, I know." Hearing this, Daoya old man stroked his beard and shook his head, sighing. "This kid has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon, very similar to your royal bloodline of the Great Zhou. Every dynasty has a royal bloodline. It is a talent that can only be born from the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. The Great Qin dynasty has existed for a very long time. Their ancestor was the reincarnation of the ancient Yellow Dragon. This brat is currently transforming into a yellow dragon. Of course, this process is very dangerous. He only has a 10% chance of success. If he dies, we'll be in even more trouble. Now that Chen Bantian was dead, Haoqi Alliance would completely shift their target to them. The temptation of the Tianxia map was too great. Daoya old man had lived for a long time, so he knew this very well. Zhou Xuanji said, "Chong Ming, carry him. It's time for us to depart. If they die on the way, we will not go to Great Qin for now. We will find another place to cultivate." Everyone nodded and began to move forward. They did not forget to cultivate along the way, especially Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and Beixiao Wangjian. Zhou Xuanji asked them to practice their sword techniques as they walked. Just like that, as the group moved forward, there was a person on the left, right, and the back of the group. The scene was quite artistic. Outside of Great Shang, the skies were clear. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 19 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Amethyst, Evil Song Sword, Silver, Dog Culling Sword, Bronze, 10,000 Firewood Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was moving forward, heard the sword spirit's voice. The corner of his mouth curled up. Another Amethyst Godly Sword. It seemed that as his cultivation grew, so did his luck. Unfortunately, the current purple crystal was no longer at the level of the godly sword that he desired. He was looking forward to the heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, and even higher divine swords. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God-slaying, Armageddon. Just thinking about it made him excited. At this moment, the information of the 3 divine swords appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Wicked Song Sword grade, Amethyst. Description, the Wicked Song Sword contains the Wicked Song array. Once activated, the Wicked Song can disturb the enemy's chi and blood during battle. Sword name, Dog Culling Sword, level, Silver. Description, killing a dog is as easy as plucking its fur. Sword name, 10,000 firewood sword level, bronze description. Chopping firewood with this sword is like having the help of God. Zhou Xuanji blinked. The wicked song sword was still fine. It was an amethyst legendary sword after all. But were the dog culling sword and the 10,000 firewood sword serious? He was a little speechless. He felt that the supreme legendary sword system would always produce some strange swords. Unknowingly, there seemed to be a force controlling his fate, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. He took out the 3 swords and examined them. At the same time, Daoya Old Man stood on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and observed Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian was lying on his back and snoring loudly. His mouth was drooling, and his face looked hideous. I am the ruler of the world. You lowly servants dare to meddle in politics? I am invincible in the world. You should all submit to me. Come, bring me the Tianxia map. He mumbled something indistinctly, and he was immersed in his dreams every day. Daoya Old Man rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, interesting. It seems like he might really awaken the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. I wonder if this is a good or bad thing. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji was fiddling with the 3 new legendary swords and did not notice his gaze. The royal bloodlines clash with each other. But if one of the royal bloodlines submits, it can boost the fate of the other royal bloodline. He mumbled to himself and began divining with his fingers. He wanted to calculate Zhou Xuanji's fate in the future. He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood, along with his saliva, splattered on Qin Banshan's face and Chongming Demon Monarch's head. Damn you! What are you doing? Chongming Demon Monarch was furious. He stopped abruptly and shook Daoya Old Man and Qin Bantian down. He quickly transformed into his human form and wiped his head with a piece of cloth. His face was filled with anger and disgust, and he felt extremely disgusted. The others gathered around him. Daoya Old Man's cultivation was the highest among them. Why did he vomit blood suddenly? He got up from the ground and pointed at Zhou Xuanji with a trembling finger. You are in trouble. He cried out in fear. You are in big trouble. With this, everyone was shocked and felt a little horrified. It was their first time seeing Daoya Old Man so terrified. Even when facing Lin Guanyu, he could still look so calm. Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and asked, What did I do this time? Who would be happy when someone said that he was in big trouble for no reason? Moreover, the other party was his grand teacher. I divined your fate just now. Your fate was messed up, which caused me to suffer a backlash. I've encountered such a situation twice. Daoya Old Man tried his best to calm himself down, but the fear and worry in his eyes lingered for a long time. Xiao Jinghong asked with a frown, Who was it the last time? Dark North Monarch Tao, Daoya Old Man replied. He could not help but shudder when he said the name. Dark North Monarch Tao? What was that? The group was confused. Dark North Monarch Tao? You dared to divinate it. You are courting death. Chongming Demon Monarch cried out in shock as he wiped his head. His words made the group even more curious. Who was Dark North Monarch Tao? Zhou Xuanji was also curious. He sheathed his sword and walked toward Daoya Old Man. Boom. At this moment, the plane shook violently as though an earthquake had struck. Everyone turned their heads and saw dust billowing on the eastern horizon. The ground had split open, as if something huge was attacking them from underground with great momentum. Tank! Zhou Xuanji cried out immediately. Moo! Chongming Demon Monarch roared. His body grew to a height of hundreds of meters. His horns towered into the sky, and his fur was like flames. He looked like an evil demon that charged out from hell and was extremely domineering. He punched toward the ground. Boom! The ground in front of him crumbled instantly. A horrifying force swept forward and clashed with the incoming mysterious being. Another earth-shaking explosion. A beam of black light shot out from underground like an arrow and penetrated Chongming Demon Monarch's chest. Blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 158. Seeing that Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was still not tough enough. Chongming Demon Monarch descended. The black light that pierced through him turned into a ball of black gas and floated in the air. It was impossible to identify the enemy hidden within. Zhou Xuanji immediately threw out the Wicked Song sword and activated ranged sword propelling. The sword flew over Chongming Demon Monarch's head swiftly and toward the ball of black qi. The black gas was very fast and easily dodged the Wicked Song sword. There was a loud bang. Chongming Demon Monarch fell to the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin hurried over. They did not want Chongming Demon Monarch to die just like that. "May I know who you are?" Daoya Old Man narrowed his eyes and asked. He did not expect Haoqi Alliance to act so quickly. Haoqi Alliance Right Envoy Fang Yuan. A cold voice resounded, and like a gust of cold wind, it caused the temperature of heaven and earth to plummet. Fang Yuan. Daoya Old Man raised his eyebrows and said, "Haoqi Alliance directly sent out the right emissary. How generous. If you die here, will your alliance master die from anger?" As the black gas dissipated, Fang Yuan's figure appeared. He was dressed in a black brocade robe. His figure was emaciated, and he looked like a bag of bones. His eyes were sunken, and he had no eyebrows. There was also a scar on his forehead that extended into his hair. He stood in the air, looking down from above with an indifferent gaze. "Daoya Old Man, I was wondering who it was that dared to oppose my Haoqi Alliance." Fang Yuan said softly, his voice reverberating through the entire world. Chongming Demon Monarch covered his chest that was bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fang Yuan, we are in trouble now." The left and right envoys of Haoqi Alliance were among the top experts of Haoqi Alliance. The Haoyan sect was so mighty in the past. Now it has split into the Xinhao sect and the Haoqi Alliance. Neither of them has the power to reach the top. Why should we be afraid? Daoya Old Man said with a smile, causing Fang Yuan's face to darken. This matter was the common shame of Xinhao sect and Haoqi Alliance. After the split, they did not have the prestige of the Haoyan sect in the past and became a laughingstock. Fang Yuan raised his right hand. Rumbling thunder clouds suddenly gathered, and thunder rumbled continuously. Bolts of lightning swept into his palm and condensed into a huge lightning sword. It was 100 feet long and shone brightly. An immense pressure wreaked havoc in the world, causing all living beings to feel suppressed. The Wicked Song sword flew to Zhou Xuanji's head, and he took out the God Emperor sword and Phoenix Emperor sword, preparing for battle. "Let me do it. How dare this kid look down on me? I'll show you the power of an earth deity." Daoya Old Man smiled proudly. Then he walked up, ascending to the heavens step by step. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Daoya Old Man was able to stop Lin Guanyu and had the undying divine ability. In their hearts, he had always been an unfathomable figure, including Zhou Xuanji. Fang Yuan swooped down with the lightning greatsword in his hand. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down, overbearing and domineering. Daoya Old Man's speed suddenly increased, and he rose like a gust of wind. The two of them clashed in the air, and lightning scattered in all directions. Next, the two of them turned around and began to fight intensely in the air. They were incredibly fast, and even Zhou Xuanji could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch sat cross-legged on the ground to recuperate. Looking at the battle in the sky, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Fortunately, when Daoya Old Man bullied him, he did not retaliate. Otherwise, he would have been in a miserable state. At this moment, Chen Benton, who was lying on the ground, convulsed suddenly. Yellow scales grew on his face, which looked extremely strange. No one noticed his condition as they were all watching the battle. Fang Yuan's aura was powerful. The lightning greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. As he swung it, lightning dissipated, and visible ripples could be seen in the space around him. Daoya Old Man moved swiftly in the air like a phantom. Their bodies intertwined and weaved in an intense manner. All sorts of spells were cast, which dazzled the onlookers. A loud shout could be heard. Black clouds flew over from the horizon in all directions, and on them stood many Haoqi Alliance cultivators. At a glance, there were at least 100,000 of them. Their auras gathered together, causing the entire plain to tremble. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all of the legendary swords appeared above his head. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Soaring Eagle Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Tempest Calmer, Living Snake Sword, Crazy Paralysis Sword, Falling Petal, Soft Velvety Sword, Divine Crane Sword, Phantom Sword, Hegemon Jio, Big Dream Sword, Wicked Song Sword, Dog Culling Sword, and 10,000 Firewood Sword. The divine swords hummed, and it was a magnificent sight. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Beishao Wangjian and the rest took out their weapons and prepared for battle. The little black snake laid on Little Fool's head and scolded, "That brat is still sleeping, but we have to help him kill the enemy." "What is this? I refuse to accept this." Everyone turned to look at Qin Bantian. The brat was lying on the ground, his body arched and twitching nonstop. His back was protruding, and it was extremely strange. What happened to him? Huang Lianxin frowned and asked nervously. The others were confused too, but Haoqi Alliance's army was already here, so they could not care so much. Screech! The two dragon eagles let out a long cry. They flapped their wings and soared up. The little black snake was thrown down by Little Fool and landed pathetically on the ground. He raised his head and cursed, "I, swoosh!" A sharp arrow flew toward him, and the little black snake dodged instinctively. The arrow pierced into the ground, and the shaft shook. 100,000 evil cultivators charged toward them. The group leaped up and charged in. Chongming Demon Monarch came to Qin Bantian's side and picked him up. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation. Dozens of legendary swords shot out like meteors. Strands of Ghost Emperor Qi surrounded his body and formed the silhouette of the God Emperor on his body. He leaped up and charged toward the direction with the most people. He swung the God Emperor sword with his right hand, and the sword Qi of the heavenly lights shot out. "Ah, he's the Phoenix Sword Emperor. Could this be the legendary ultimate sword technique, Heavenly Lights?" "No, there are so many legendary swords. He's Sword God Zhou. Dodge quickly." The evil cultivators scattered in fear, but hundreds of them were struck by the heavenly lights and were sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The demonic cultivator at the very front was directly smashed into smithereens, his body exploding. Jiang Shui swung her flaming fan, and waves of flames swept toward the evil cultivators like walls of fire. Xiao Jinghong used the 36 paths Jade Xiao sword. His sword technique was ever-changing as he weaved among the evil cultivators. Zhao Zongjian used the vibrant raindrop sword, which was equally powerful. Huang Lianxin stood beside Chongming Demon Monarch to protect Qin Bantian. Although Chongming Demon Monarch was severely injured, he was more than enough to deal with these weak soldiers. Han Shenbo fought alongside the little black snake. Of course, it was not his will. It was because the little black snake's tail was tightly wrapped around his arm. "Can you let go of me?" Han Shenbo cried out furiously as he fought. "I'm helping you." The little black snake's attitude became even worse. Chapter 159. With the God Emperor sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly powerful. Before he reached Astral Infant, he could already use the God Emperor sword to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. Now, he could only be more powerful. He tossed out the Phoenix Emperor sword and grabbed Hegemon Jio with his left hand. The Hegemon 9 was a glorious gold divine sword that came from the Hegemon Sword Emperor, one of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. It was recorded in the historical records as a divine weapon of the world. A layer of white light shone on the surface of Zhou Xuanji's body. It was attached to the monarch ghost Qi, which made him look even more oppressive. With the 2 glorious gold legendary swords in hand, Zhou Xuanji felt that everything in the world was so insignificant. Such powerful strength. Zhou Xuanji thought in fascination. He looked at the God Emperor sword and Hegemon Jio, and a smile appeared on his face. Haoqi Alliance's evil cultivators swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji from all directions. All kinds of spells were cast toward Zhou Xuanji. He raised Hegemon Jiu and swept it around. All the spells exploded, and a strong gust of wind swept out. Peerlessly domineering, hundreds of demonic cultivators were sent flying. He raised his left hand and unleashed the sky-dominating divine sword. He slashed forward with his sword. The sword chi was rampaging. It was hundreds of meters long, and its speed was extremely fast. 1,000 demonic cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swept by the sword chi, turning into ashes on the spot. The sword chi continued to fly forward and disappeared into the horizon. All the demonic cultivators were frightened and retreated. Because of this, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, and the others stopped fighting and could rest for a while. Numerous legendary swords levitated behind Zhou Xuanji. Together with the God Emperor on his body, the scene was incredibly majestic and shocking. The demonic cultivators were intimidated and did not dare to approach. He is Sword God Zhou, the one who injured the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou. It really is him. No wonder he dares to oppose our Haoqi Alliance. So strong, almost invincible. It feels like even Envoy Fong is no match for him. What do we do now? The demonic cultivators tightly gripped their enchanted artifacts and spoke as they backed away from Zhou Xuanji. Fong Yuan, who was fighting against Daoya Old Man, noticed this scene. The sky-dominating divine sword from before made him tremble in fear. I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to follow you. No wonder you're so fearless. Fong Yuan said coldly. There was no trace of fear in his voice. Daoya Old Man's palms shone with silver light as he laughed. What? Are you scared? He was also shocked. All the divine swords were unleashed at the same time. That kind of power was too terrifying. This kid might really have the power to fight against the Sword Monarch of Great Zhou, and he might even be able to defeat the Sword Monarch. Fong Yuan did not answer and continued to fight with Daoya Old Man. Zhou Xuanji did not stop. His eyes focused, and all the divine swords behind him shot out like a group of meteors, sharp and powerful. Xiu, xiu, swoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard continuously. The demonic cultivators were scared out of their wits and tried to dodge in panic. Unfortunately, the speed of the divine sword was even faster. The demonic cultivators screamed as their bodies were pierced by the divine swords or their heads exploded. Blood rained down like a rain of blood. Incredible! Chongming Demon Monarch widened his eyes, swallowed his saliva, and muttered to himself. It was the first time he had seen Zhou Xuanji use so many legendary swords. It was too domineering. If he were to go all out like this during the World Hero Conference, the duration of the conference would probably be reduced by half. No wonder he could pass the Hegemon Sword Emperor's inheritance test. The others were extremely excited as they watched. They had watched Zhou Xuanji grow more powerful step by step, until today. Amazing! As expected of my master, the little black snake said excitedly. Han Shenbo wanted to pull it down, but he could not. Instead, his right arm was in pain. After Zhou Xuanji killed thousands of demonic cultivators, he turned to look at Fong Yuan, who was high up in the sky. Sensing his gaze, Fong Yuan's heart shuddered. This murderous aura, without a word, he transformed into a ball of black qi and flew toward the horizon. Zhou Xuanji threw out the God Emperor sword, which flashed across the plain like a stream of black light. Ranged sword propelling. But this time, his ranged sword propelling only brushed past Fong Yuan's shoulder. Fong Yuan's reaction was much faster than Wang Qixiao's. He quickly disappeared at the intersection of the heavens and the earth. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The other demonic cultivators from Haoqi Alliance also fled with all their might. They wished that their parents could give them another Dantian. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword, and the God Emperor dispersed. Not bad, not bad. Very powerful. Soon, you will catch up to Emperor Yan of Zhou. Daoya Old Man flew to his side and patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Zhou Xuanji looked calm and said, "Go and see what's wrong with that guy." Chen Banshan's convulsions became more intense. He even let out beast-like growls. Apparently, he was in great pain. The two landed quickly. Xiao Jinghong, Beixiao Wangjian, Han Shunhua, and Zhao Tsongjian began to clean up the battlefield and loot the enemy's treasures. Daoya old man squatted beside Shen Bantian and said with a frown, "He has entered the most crucial stage of awakening. If he can survive it, he will soar into the sky." The little black snake spat his forked tongue and smiled. "It feels like when I transformed into a dragon." "You are a dragon? Why do you look like an earthworm?" Chongming Demon Monarch asked curiously. His words were like a sharp sword that pierced the little black snake's heart. This bastard knew its identity, so he purposely stabbed it, piercing its heart. "He has the royal bloodline of Great Qin, and I have the royal bloodline of Great Zhou. Can I awaken?" Zhou Xuanji asked expectantly. "Wasn't Great Zhou very prestigious?" Daoya old man rolled his eyes at him and said, "Your bloodline leans toward your mother. It's hopeless. But that Zhou Yalong can awaken the bloodline talent of Great Zhou's ancestor." "Zhou Yalong?" Zhou Xuanji's expression turned cold immediately. Huang Lianxin's eyes were filled with hatred. After half an hour, Xiao Jinghong and the other three returned. They had collected more than 10,000 storage rings and bags. Adding up the wealth in them, they would surely take revenge. "Sister, you and Lianxin will be in charge of counting," Zhou Xuanji arranged. Women love to do such things. The two girls had no objections and nodded with a smile. He walked to Chongming Demon Monarch and took out some elixirs. "Heal your wounds. You are so useless. How can you be a tank like this? In the future, you will spar with me. I will help you strengthen your physique." Chongming Demon Monarch felt wronged. It was not that he was not powerful enough, but he did not know that his opponent was Fang Yuan. After that, Chongming Demon Monarch carried Shen Bantian on his back, and the group continued their journey. 3 days later, a shocking news spread across Great Shang and the surrounding kingdoms. Haoqi Alliance put out a wanted order for Sword God Zhou and claimed that Sword God Zhou was the Phoenix Sword Emperor. As soon as the news came out, it shocked everyone. The Phoenix Sword Emperor was a sword cultivator who appeared out of nowhere in Great Shang recently. He was even recognized to be on par with Great Zhou's Sword Monarch. He was also targeted by the top evil cultivator. His reputation even surpassed Sword God Zhou. No one expected Sword God Zhou to be the Phoenix Sword Emperor. The news spread to Xinhao sect and Great Zhou quickly, which caused an even greater uproar. Countless people cried out in shock. How powerful was Sword God Zhou now? Even Haoqi Alliance's right emissary could not defeat him. The world was guessing how long Sword God Zhou could live after offending so many factions. Chapter 160. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji and the others left Great Shang and entered Juema Wasteland again. The little black snake laid on Small Fool's head and said lazily, "Will we meet Lin Guanyu again?" Little Fool shook his head, wanting to shake it off, but to no avail. Northern Sword Valiant smiled proudly. "Master is so strong now, I think you can even fight against Lin Guanyu." A frog at the bottom of a well. Baba Blade Master's name isn't just for show. Daoya old man shook his head and laughed. After all, that was the man who defeated him. Chongming Demon Monarch said disdainfully, "Baba Blade Master is just a boast. You guys didn't see how pathetic he was in front of Xian Xianghua. He looked like he was about to pee his pants." He began to boast endlessly, causing Zhou Xuanji to roll his eyes. The unbearable one wasn't Lin Guanyu, but the old ox demon. In front of Xian Xianghua, he had never straightened his back. "Don't panic. When I become the emperor of Great Qin, Lin Guanyu will be nothing to me." Chen Bantian walked to the back of the crowd and smiled proudly. This brat was like a completely different person compared to before. He was full of vigor, and there was a yellow dragon imprint between his brows. It was extremely mystical. After awakening the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, his physical body had grown even taller, and his cultivation had shot up to the 3rd level of the enlightening realm, which made others envious. "Forget it. With your current appearance, even if you become the emperor, no one will respect you," Chongming Demon Monarch said in disdain. Chen Bantian was furious but did not dare to say anything. Ever since he had awakened, Chongming Demon Monarch continued to bully him. In fact, he was even more ruthless than before. Although he was indignant, he did not bear a grudge. After all, these people were his saviors, and he had to keep their kindness in his heart. At the center of the group, Zhou Xuanji was telling stories to Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxing. In this way, Snow White and the seven dwarves lived a happy life. Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Shui waved her fist and gritted her teeth. The crown prince is too hateful. He actually colluded with the empress. Fortunately, he was defeated by the seven dwarfs. Huang Lianxi nodded and sighed. You're right. The more handsome and noble a man is, the worse he is. Zhao Zongjian shook his head. He felt that this story was ridiculous. How could there be an empress in the northern wilderness region who was jealous of the princess beauty? Xiao Jinghong flew back on his sword and landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. Revered teacher, there are no traces of Xinhao sect's evil cultivators in Juema Wasteland. I asked around, and Baba Blade Master did not come to Juema Wasteland during this period of time. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking while rubbing his chin. Now that Great Zhou, Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance were all after him, there would definitely be a lot of trouble in the future. After sending Chen Bantian to Great Qin, he still had to avenge Xiao Zongjian. According to Daoya Old Man, Chen Bantian had awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. As long as the Emperor of Great Qin knew about it, he would definitely become the heir apparent. If one of the princes of the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline appeared, Great Qin would be able to usher in a golden age. According to their current speed, it would take another 3 months to reach Great Qin. Another 2 hours passed. Suddenly, a group of monks came from the west. They were led by an old monk wearing an exquisite kasaya and holding a golden staff in his hand. Daoya Old Man's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Zhou Xuanji and the others were shocked. What was going on? Daoya Old Man came up to the old monk and laughed. Old Baldy, long time no see. Seeing him, the old monk smiled and stroked his long beard. Amitba. Old thief, long time no see. It must have been 20 years? He glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and chuckled. The recently famous sword god Zhou is here too. Why don't you introduce me to him? Daoya Old Man smiled proudly and waved at Zhou Xuanji and the others. A commotion broke out among the other monks. With regards to the recently famous sword god Zhou, no matter where they went, as long as there were people, they would hear about him. Soon, Zhou Xuanji and the others walked over. This is Dongyuan Monastery's Abbot Xuanhe. Daoya Old Man introduced Zhou Xuanji with a chuckle, and the old monk nodded with a smile. Dongyuan Monastery. Xiao Jinghong, Han Shenbua, and the others' expressions changed drastically. This was a sanctum. Sword god Zhou, also my grand disciple, Zhou Xuanji. Daoya Old Man hooked his arm around Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said proudly. Xuanhe squinted his eyes and asked, Is he Zhao Xian's son? He looks so much like her. No wonder Emperor Yan of Zhou only put you on the wanted list after you killed the Empress of Great Zhou, but he did not do it himself. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. He did not like to hear people mention Emperor Yan of Zhou. The two old men began chatting. It turned out that they were good friends since they were young. They had been good friends for thousands of years. One became a land immortal, while the other became a highly respected abbot of a sanctum. This was a much-told story in the northern wilderness region. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the others were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect Daoya Old Man to have such a deep network. It was a pity that the two old men did not mention anything about Zhou Xuanji being hunted down. I will bring my disciples to Duantian Cliff to annihilate the remnants of Tanhua sect together with the other sections. Do you want to go together? If you participate, you can build a closer relationship with the righteous sections. In the future, it will be much easier to deal with Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance. Xuanhe looked at Zhou Xuanji and smiled as he stroked his long beard. As a sanctum, Dongyuan Monastery could not participate in worldly conflicts. This time, it was related to Tanhua sect, so he came out. Remnants of Tanhua sect? Xian Xianghua is here too? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This old demonic woman had such a day? Xuanhe nodded with a smile. Yes, she is here. This demonic woman just massacred a city. She obtained the soul-nurturing pearl from somewhere and wants to awaken her father, the ancient Diablo. Once she succeeds, the world will be in trouble. Ancient Diablo. This name was not simple at first glance. Zhou Xuanji and the others had a subtle expression. Zhou Xuanji obtained the soul-nurturing pearl with help. If this were to spread, they would be sinners. Xian Xianghua is the top evil cultivator. Aren't you courting death if you go? Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled. He had heard of Xuanhe's fame but did not know much about it. Daoya Old Man stared at him and cursed, "This little brother of mine is the top monk in the northern wilderness region." Back then, the Fury Buddha sought him out for guidance. Do you think he can defeat Xian Xianghua? 8,000 years ago, if he did not injure Xian Xianghua severely, she would not have stayed quiet for so long. The top monk in the northern wilderness region. This title was very intimidating. Amitba. It's just an empty title. Xuanhe shook his head and smiled. But why did his smile resemble Daoya Old Man's? So annoying. We will not get involved in this mess. We still have to go to Great Qin. You guys go ahead. Daoya Old Man chuckled. The soul-nurturing pearl was made by Zhou Xuanji. If they went to Duantian Cliff, Xian Xianghua would surely take it out. By then, they would have nowhere to hide. Xuanhe nodded and did not insist. The group chatted for a while before they left. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the back of Xuanhe and asked curiously, "Can he really defeat Xian Xianghua?" In his heart, Xian Xianghua was already invincible and arrogant. Xuanhe looked amiable and approachable. He was not even comparable to the Fury Buddha. He might not be more powerful than Xian Xianghua, but at least he can put up a fight. Moreover, other than him, there are other powerful cultivators. Tanhua sect is going to fall this time. Daoya Old Man smiled and sighed. Chapter 161. There were 8 sacred grounds in the northern wilderness region that were independent of the righteous and demonic sections. Dongyuan Temple and Merciful Melody Cliff were among them. Han Shenbua was also a disciple of a holy land called the Red Shore Valley. If a new dynasty wanted to be established, it had to be approved by the 8 great sacred grounds. Your little brother is the top monk in the northern wilderness region. What happened to you? Why are you so weak? He can fight Xian Xianghua head-on, but you can't even defeat Lin Guanyu? Zhou Xuanji said with disdain, which pulled Daoya Old Man back to reality. He glared at his grand disciple and scolded, "I'm weak? If I was weak, would you still be alive? You're heartless, just like your mother, an ingrate." He began to curse endlessly, his spittle flying straight at Zhou Xuanji's face. When Jiang Shui saw this, she hurriedly pulled Xianji back. The others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Among the group, only Daoya Old Man dared to argue with Zhou Xuanji like this, which made others not know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone continued moving forward. The Tanhua sect is so powerful that even the number 1 monk in the northern wilderness region is involved? Zhao Tsongjian asked curiously. He felt that he had come into contact with a whole new world. Daoya Old Man walked in front and shook his head with a smile. Back then, the Tanhua sect swept across the northern wilderness region, and the ancient Diablo was invincible. All the empires had to lower their heads to him. So awesome? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not sympathize with Xian Xianghua. It would be best if that old hag died at the Heaven's End cliff. Xian Xianghua's existence was a stain on his life. He had never been so cowardly. The current Tanhua sect is far from what it used to be. Apart from Xian Xianghua, the rest are all detested by everyone. Daoya Old Man chuckled, his tone filled with emotions. This was the human world. The wheel of fortune, the ups and downs, this was the secular world. Stop sighing. Don't tell me you still want to save that old witch? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unpleasantly. Although Xian Xianghua was charming, beautiful, and powerful, her mother was mentally ill. Even if this woman didn't die, she would be alone for the rest of her life. Who would dare to marry her? Who would marry her? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild as he walked ahead. Next, they continued to advance. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators and demons. Those who recognized them either died tragically or fled. As long as they dared to attack, Zhou Xuanji and the others would not let them live. Other than that, they also heard that many cultivators were heading towards the Heaven's End cliff. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Zhou Xuanji cultivated along the way and reached Astral Infant Level 2. Ever since he broke through to the nascent soul realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down greatly. In fact, the growth of his spiritual power was even faster, but the higher his realm, the more spiritual energy he needed. On this day, they came to Great Chen's border and looked at the city walls from afar. "Where is the Tianxia map?" Northern Sword Valiant asked fiercely as he stared at Chen Bantian. Chen Bantian shouted, "Don't panic, wait for me to take it out." After saying that, he pulled open his clothes, took out a dagger, and slashed his chest. Blood splattered. This brat did not even frown. Ever since he had awakened, he had changed his cowardly nature. His potential was limitless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took out a roll of parchment from his chest. Jiang Shui and Huang Lianxin were disgusted. The others looked interested. This kid was very interesting. He actually hid the map under his skin. This is the map recorded in the Tianxia map. This is what Haoqi Alliance wants. Chen Bantian's face was distorted as he passed the map, which was covered in blood, to Northern Sword Valiant. Northern Sword Valiant's face turned green immediately. Chen Bantian quickly healed his wounds. As he did so, he said, "Everyone, do you want to return to Great Chen with me? Although you guys always bully me, I feel that your atmosphere is real and interesting. If I ascend the throne in the future, I will make all of you officials and nobles. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." His words were very sincere. Ever since he was young, he had been staying in the royal palace. This journey made him fearful and joyful at the same time. Zhou Xuanji's story, the little black snake's annoying behavior, Daoya old man's frivolity, and so on. Everyone had their own unique characteristics, which was really interesting. You must be bluffing. With your behavior, can you become the emperor without us? You will definitely be killed by those generals. Chongming Demon Monarch said with disdain. His words did not enrage Chen Bantian but warmed his heart. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chen Bantian and said, "How about we make a bet?" "What bet?" Chen Bantian asked curiously. He had always respected Zhou Xuanji. "Let's see if I become the top cultivator first, or if you become the emperor of Great Chen first. If you win, I will give you a big gift. If you lose, you will give me one. How about it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In the past half a year, this brat had been serving them tea and running errands for them. Seeing that he was often bullied, the group had a lot of fun. If he were to leave, it would be really worrying. This brat's temperament was not up to par. If he wanted to become the emperor of Great Chen, he could not rely solely on his bloodline talent. "But if I become the emperor, I will make you the sword emperor, and the people will learn from you." Chen Bantian grinned and said excitedly. Did Zhou Xuanji acknowledge him? After that, he bade farewell to everyone and ran toward the border of Great Chen. "Let's find a place to rest and study the map before we decide." Zhou Xuanji looked around and muttered. The group had no objections and left. An hour later, they found a cave and went inside to rest. The sky darkened. Zhou Xuanji sat on a rock with a map in his hand. Jiang Shui sat beside him, tilting her head and looking at it curiously. "I didn't expect Tianxia map to be hidden in Juedi Cliff. That's not a good place." Daoya old man frowned and muttered to himself. "That's right. The place marked on the map was Juedi Cliff." Zhou Xuanji had already been to Juedi Cliff, and he did not expect to go there again. Chongming Demon Monarch said anxiously, "Let's not go. Xian Xianghua protected us last time, but there's no one now." Juedi Cliff was so terrifying that even the Hegemon Sword sect, which was one of the top factions in the northern wilderness region, dared to enter. Moreover, according to his understanding, the inheritance of the Hegemon Sword Emperor was not in the depths of Juedi Cliff. "I'm not human? Can't I protect you?" Daoya old man was enraged. He gave Chongming Demon Monarch a kick, sending him crashing into the wall. The entire mountain shook, and dust and sand fell. Zhou Xuanji cursed, "Are you going to kick down the mountain and crush us to death?" "What's wrong?" "They do." Daoya old man crossed his arms and snorted in disdain. This old man was getting more and more active. He was even more mischievous than the little black snake. The group really wanted to beat him up. At this moment, footsteps came from the cave entrance. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian immediately held their swords and walked to the front, preparing for battle. Daoya old man frowned slightly and scanned with his mind. In an instant he jumped up in fear. "Oh no!" He cried out softly, which made the others anxious. Chapter 162. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man in purple with wounds all over his body rushed in. When he saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, he immediately stopped. Although his hair was messy, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Tanhua sect's thousand-hand devil, Qin Gang. Daoya old man said in a deep voice, his face full of wariness. When the others heard that he was from the Tanhua sect, they became even more nervous. Chongming demon monarch mumbled, "The Tanhua thousand-hand devil, the butcher of the northern wilderness, Han Shenbua, Xiao Jinghong, and the little black snake were also moved." The others might not have heard of Qin Gang's name, but he was from the Tanhua sect and was definitely not an ordinary person. Daoya old man. When Qin Gang saw Daoya old man, a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and glanced at the others. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who is Sword God Zhou? Fine Sword God Zhou?" Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian narrowed their eyes and took a step forward. Zhou Xuanji said. His opponent was heavily injured, so he was not afraid. Hearing this, Qin Gang suddenly knelt down and said in a deep voice, "Vice sect leader." Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all stunned. "Vice sect leader?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" He instantly thought of something, and his expression became extremely ugly. "The suzerain has ordered me to look for the vice suzerain, Sword God Zhou, since our sect is in danger of being destroyed." Qin Gang replied respectfully. "What a vicious plan. He's trying to drag my grand disciple down with him." Daoya old man cursed. He was a smart person and instantly understood Xian Xianghua's intention. In the past few years, Sword God Zhou's reputation had grown tremendously. Once there was news that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect, everyone would point their fingers at him. At that time, he would become the public enemy of the world. "Our Xuanji will never become a vice sect leader." Jiang Shui snorted. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Qin Gang raised his head and said, "My sect leader did not mean that. She asked me to bring you to the old site of the Tanhua sect to obtain the ultimate divine technique and bring glory to the Tanhua sect. And she is trapped at the Heaven's End cliff, with only a slim chance of survival." At this point, he gritted his teeth, and his eyes burned with hatred. Everyone was stunned. Chongming demon monarch widened his eyes and cursed, "There must be a scheme." Everyone else was on guard. Peerless divine art? Is it the celestial devil rebirth technique? Daoya old man asked curiously, his tone filled with excitement. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said to Qin Gang, "You can leave. I'm only interested in the sword. I'm not interested in the ultimate energy techniques of your evil sect, and I don't like the Tanhua sect either." He felt that Xian Xianghua would not do such a thing. Therefore, he did not want to go to the old site of the Tanhua sect. Moreover, he was about to search for the Tianxia map. The Tanhua sect was more powerful than the Tianxia map? Qin Gang panicked and hurriedly shouted, "The life and death of our Tanhua sect are all in your hands. Then go to hell." Zhou Xuanji said without holding back. He flipped his right hand and took out the God Emperor sword. The Tanhua sect was cruel and ruthless, even more so than the Xinhao sect. He had seen with his own eyes how Xian Xianghua killed people on a whim. She had the heart of an animal. If such a sect was destroyed, so be it. Just when Qin Gang wanted to continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji walked over with his sword, which frightened him so much that he immediately ran away. If he wasn't severely injured, he might not be afraid. But now, he was definitely not a match for Zhou Xuanji. After Qin Gang left, the group heaved a sigh of relief. What is Xian Xianghua trying to do? Could it be that she really wants to hand the Tanhua sect over to our master? Even if it's true, she can't accept it. The Tanhua sect is an existence that the world cannot tolerate. Once she accepts it, even the gods cannot protect her. Do you think that Xian Xianghua will die just like that? It's hard to say. Isn't there a saying, a scourge lives for 1,000 years? The group began chatting, while Zhou Xuanji stored the God Emperor sword and sat on the ground in deep thought. He was worried that Xian Xianghua would tell the world that he was the vice suzerain. Even if there was no evidence, it would still arouse suspicion. Moreover, Great Zhou, Xinhao sect, and Haoqi alliance were still keeping an eye on him. Jiang Shui sat beside him and held his hand. She did not say a word and just accompanied him quietly. Seems like we need to leave as soon as possible. It's best if we can find a place to continue our cultivation. This is just the beginning. Daoya old man walked up to Zhou Xuanji and sighed. He sighed in his heart. Everyone said that beauties were the source of trouble, and even heroes would attract trouble sometimes. Xian Xianghua had met so many people, and there must be people who were more powerful than Zhou Xuanji. Why did she keep an eye on him? She even instructed him in private. This must not be simple. Let's go to Great Qin first. Tomorrow we will find a place to hide. I will bring Zhao Zongjian into Great Qin. Zhou Xuanji muttered. Daoya old man nodded. He was confident that he could deal with Qin Gang. 3 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a hidden valley. Daoya old man stood on the mountain wall. He was planting flags and preparing to set up a spell formation to conceal the valley. You must come back as soon as possible. Understand? Jiang Shui tidied Zhou Xuanji's clothes as she instructed him. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Don't worry. Great Qin will not put me on the wanted list. Jiang Shui nodded. Looking at Zhou Xuanji, who was already half a head taller than her, her eyes were filled with affection. A while later, Zhou Xuanji left with Zhao Zongjian. The two of them traveled quickly through the forest. Only after they left the forest did they fly toward Great Qin. Are you still in love with her? Zhou Xuanji asked with a teasing expression. It turned out that when Zhao Zongjian was young, he lived with his mother in Great Qin. Back then, he had a childhood friend, and the two of them stayed together for 8 years. Back then, he was already a famous genius in Great Qin. Because of his family, he had to return to Great Zhou. From then on, he appeared out of nowhere and reached Inner Pellet at 18 years old. He and his childhood friend often exchanged letters, but somehow, they broke off. After that, his parents returned to Great Qin to visit their family. He asked his mother to find out about this, but his entire family died in Great Qin's territory. After this, his entire personality changed. A cultivator from his family escaped and found him. He said that although he did not know who the enemy was, the enemy claimed that he hated him and wanted him dead. The enemy warned him not to enter Great Qin again, or else he would be destroyed. Zhao Zongjian thought about it and felt that this could only be related to the person he cared about. After all, he had no friends or enemies in Great Qin. My heart is as calm as still water. I only want to know who the murderer is. Zhao Zongjian shook his head and said calmly. The two of them leaped over mountains and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, a man in black appeared on the peak of a mountain. He took out a scroll and spread it open, letting it float in the air. He then drew on the scroll with his finger. Red words appeared on it. Sword God Zhou entered Great Qin without Daoya old man. After he finished writing, he kept the scroll and injected his spirit energy into it. The scroll turned into sparkles of light and dissipated in the air. He turned to look at the direction where Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui disappeared and mumbled, Sword God Zhou, Great Qin will be your downfall. Chapter 163. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian entered Great Qin with their real names. Great Qin's border customs entrance fee was slightly lower than Great Zhou's. The two of them flew into Great Qin's territory without any obstructions. The city they were heading to was near the imperial city of Great Qin, and it was called River Willow City. River Willow City had a population of several million and occupied a vast area. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the river flowed through the center of the city. Countless creeks and streams were like the branches of trees, running through the entire city. The weather here was like spring all year round, and it was one of the more famous cities in Great Qin, as well as a trading center. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji spent 4 days before arriving at full speed. Standing on the hill and looking at the majestic city in front of him, Zhao Zongjian was in a daze. After all, he had grown up here. No matter what the truth is, no matter what you want to do, don't hold back. I will support you, Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at River Willow City. Zhao Zongjian nodded and took a deep breath. Thank you, master. Let's enter the city. He had to get to the bottom of this blood feud. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to focus on it. The two quickly entered the city. After entering the city, Zhao Zongjian went to investigate alone, while Zhou Xuanji wandered around. He was prepared to buy some gifts for Jiang Shui, as well as wine, food, silk, and cloth. They spent most of their time in the wilderness and rarely entered the city. Once they entered the city, they would buy a lot of things. Right now, he was very rich, equivalent to the annual income of half a dynasty. The previous wave of Haoqi Alliance's army had multiplied his wealth many times over. River Willow City was bustling. The streets were crisscrossed, and willows could be seen everywhere. By the river, at the corner of the walls. Zhou Xuanji somehow thought of the along the river during the Qingming festival painting. He became happy and wandered around. Young master, come in and play. That's right. Young master, the girls in our brothel are very beautiful. Come on. Handsome young man, have you ever tasted a woman? When he passed by a brothel, the common women at the entrance began to greet Zhou Xuanji passionately. Zhou Xuanji was a bit tempted, but he turned and left in the end. He had to keep himself clean. Meanwhile, Zhao Zongjian arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Looking at the slanted signboard, he frowned slightly. Just as he was about to step in, an old man wearing shabby clothes walked out. The old man had a stooped figure, a head full of white hair, and a face full of vicissitudes of life. Masterly, Zhao Zongjian said. Hearing this, the old man froze and subconsciously raised his head. As soon as he saw Zhao Zongjian, his expression changed drastically. He quickly walked in front of Zhao Zongjian, grabbed his arms and asked nervously, "Young master, why are you back? Didn't I tell you not to come back?" Zhao Zongjian said expressionlessly, "I came back to investigate what happened back then, and to take revenge." Masterly hurriedly pulled Zhao Zongjian into the mansion and closed the door. After entering the mansion, the two of them quickly entered the courtyard. Chief Li sighed and said, "Don't take revenge. You won't be able to. The person who destroyed our clan was the crown prince of Great Qin." Zhao Zongjian was not surprised. After all, his mother's family was not an ordinary family. His entire family was annihilated, but it did not cause any disturbance. The culprit must be a high-ranking official. Why is he targeting me? Is it because of Ming-er? Zhao Zongjian asked. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. He followed Zhou Xuanji and even killed the Empress of Great Zhou. Naturally, he did not take the crown prince seriously. Master Li sighed and said, "It's Miss Ming. She has already become the crown prince's concubine. If she didn't insist on protecting me and this residence, perhaps you wouldn't be able to see me." Zhao Zongjian frowned. His heart ached. It's not that Miss Ming-er is willing to marry him, it's because he is the current crown prince. With one sentence, he can marry anyone he wants. Uncle Li explained. He felt sorry for this couple who were in love with each other. The affairs of the world are unpredictable, and there are many things that people can't control. I understand. I don't blame her, but I must take revenge. Zhao Zongjian nodded calmly and turned to leave. Young master, you. Just as Uncle Li was about to persuade him, Zhao Zongjian disappeared with the 8-step sword steps. Next, Zhao Zongjian did not go straight to the crown prince's residence but to look for Zhou Xuanji. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill the crown prince of the Great Qin, he alone would not be enough. He must ask Zhou Xuanji for help. However, River Willow City was so big, and it would take some time to find Zhou Xuanji. In a courtyard, a young man in a golden shirt was practicing his sword art. 6 ladies were chatting happily in the stone pavilion beside him. 3 of them were maidservants, and they were fanning their masters. At this moment, A soldier appeared out of nowhere. "Your Highness, I have a key to report." The soldier cupped his fist and said. He glanced at the stone pavilion beside him instinctively and quickly looked away. The young man in a golden shirt sheathed his sword and asked, "What's the matter?" The soldier was silent and did not reply. "Follow me," the young man in a golden shirt said. After that, he left with the soldier. Why did His Highness leave? In the stone pavilion, a pretty lady with an oval face curled her lips and asked. The quiet lady who sat in the middle frowned slightly and said, "It might be a military intelligence. Recently, the demons have been stirring up trouble in Great Qin. As the crown prince, he naturally has to worry about it." On the other side, the crown prince came to the side palace with his soldiers. He sat on the main seat and asked, "What's the matter?" "Someone is approaching the Liu clan's residence. It's the young master of the Zhao clan." The soldier replied respectfully, "Our men captured that old man and asked him. We learned that the young master of the Zhao clan is here to take revenge." "The young master of the Zhao clan." The crown prince sneered and said, "He wants to take revenge on me? Interesting. I want to kill him. Let him come. If you find him in the city, don't stop him. I want him to see the woman he loves in my arms and then die with regret." As the crown prince, he would not allow his woman to have other men in her heart. The soldier replied and was about to leave. "Where's the old man?" The crown prince seemed to have thought of something and asked. "He's dead." The soldier answered honestly. The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and continued to leave. After he left, the crown prince of the Great Qin slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into pieces. "It's that brat again. This time, I'll make Ming'er give up completely," the crown prince said with his teeth clenched, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness, bad news." At this moment, an old servant ran in with a face full of fear. The crown prince said impatiently, "What's the matter? Why are you making such a fuss?" The old servant knelt in front of him and said, "His Highness has returned. He has even awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. His Majesty is very pleased and made him the heir apparent. He asked the imperial preceptor to teach him documents and the state general to teach him cultivation." Hearing this, the crown prince stood up. He roared angrily, "How is this possible? Why didn't you inform me? What does father mean? Is he going to skip me, the crown prince? Also, wasn't that brat captured by the Haoqi alliance? Why is he back? He has really awakened the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon?" Chapter 164. "I'm not sure. Eunuch Zhang from the palace is already here. He's waiting for you in the main hall." The old servant knelt on the ground and said as he trembled. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, even his servants and dogs rise to the heavens. If the status of the crown prince of the Great Qin dynasty were to fall, it would affect everyone in the crown prince's residence. The crown prince tried his best to calm himself down and walked out of the side hall. A huge storm was about to engulf Great Qin. Outside the royal capital of Great Qin, the sky was cloudless. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian walked slowly. Someone followed behind them. It was Tanhua Sect's Thousand Hands devil, Qin Gang. "Vice Suzerain, why are you going to the Great Qin Empire?" Qin Gang asked respectfully. This guy had mostly recovered from his injuries. Although he had changed into a white robe, it could not conceal his terrifying demonic aura. "None of your business. Stay away from me. I'm not your vice suzerain," Zhou Xuanji said impatiently. Why was this guy like a glue that could not be shaken off? "The suzerain asked me to follow you and protect you. We will rebuild Tanhua Sect together," Qin Gang said with a passionate look on his face. He suddenly cried out, "Tanhua in the human world, Azura in Hades." Zhou Xuanji slapped him straight away, but he dodged it nimbly. "What's wrong with you?" Zhou Xuanji cursed. "Your Tanhua sect has become the target of scorn, and you still have the cheek to shout? You don't want to live?" Qin Gang said seriously, "Although Tanhua sect has declined, we must not lose our pride. Vice suzerain, you must do the same. Keep your pride and unyielding character." "Lunatic." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "Is everyone in Tanhua sect crazy?" Zhao Zongjian was speechless too. But he could not defeat Qin Gang, so he could only remain silent. I'm going to kill Great Chen's crown prince. If you follow me and are exposed, you will die in the royal capital. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to speak calmly. Having heard him, Qin Gang was fearless and said, I must protect the vice suzerain. Or else, if the suzerain dies at Duantian Cliff, I will not have the face to face the suzerain. Zhou Xuanji felt a headache. This guy looked serious, but why was he chattering like Xuanzang? He was just short of chanting scriptures. And so, the three entered the royal capital together. After asking around, they headed towards the crown prince's residence. Along the way, they heard many rumors about the new crown prince, Chen Bantian, the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. He had suddenly returned, become the heir apparent. Chen Bantian had become an influential figure in Great Qin, just like when Zhou Xuanji was in Great Zhou. Good lad, he might really become the emperor of Great Qin in the future. Zhao Zongjian sighed. Thinking of the sleeping young man who used to follow behind them, he felt gratified and proud. Qin Gang asked curiously, Do you know the crown prince of Great Qin? The two did not reply. They had yet to acknowledge Qin Gang, so why would they say so much to him? 2 hours later, they found the crown prince's residence. The crown prince's residence was surrounded by a circle of soldiers, each of them dignified and fierce. The three of them stood at the corner of the street and observed silently. Let's go and seek justice. Zhou Xuanji took the lead and walked forward, followed by Zhao Zongjian. Qin Gang wiped his face with his right hand and his face changed. He became ordinary and unremarkable. It would be hard to find him in a crowd. When they arrived at the gate, they were stopped by 2 soldiers. The crown prince's residence is not to be entered, one of the tall soldiers said with a deep voice. His face was filled with impatience. Recently, the crown prince's residence had become the joke of the entire Great Qin. As guards, they were embarrassed. Tell your crown prince that Zhao Zongjian is looking for him. As long as you tell him his name, he will surely come out. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. He did not take out his legendary sword, nor was he afraid of blowing things up. According to his understanding, there was no particularly powerful person in Great Qin. The most powerful person was the emperor of Great Qin. But with Chen Bantian, it was not a problem. To put it bluntly, he did not take Great Qin seriously at all. How many wars had Great Qin bowed down to Great Zhou? Who do you think you are? You can meet the crown prince whenever you want? The tall soldier said impatiently. As he spoke, he was about to push Zhou Xuanji. I'm here. At this moment, the crown prince's voice came from the residence. He walked out with a group of soldiers with a majestic gait. He was still wearing his luxurious golden outfit and had a proud smile on his face. He walked to the gate and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 from the stairs. You are Zhao Zongjian, right? I didn't expect you to dare to come here. Do you want to accompany your dead family members? The crown prince laughed presumptuously. His words were filled with sarcasm. Zhao Zongjian heard him and his face turned cold immediately. Before questioning, the other party admitted it directly. How could he not be angry? Or do you want to see Ming? Ming gave birth to 2 children for me. Are you envious? The crown prince asked provocatively, and the surrounding soldiers surrounded him. Do your 2 children look like Zongjian? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Having heard him, the crown prince's smile froze immediately. Qin Gang could not hold it and burst out laughing. You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then torture him slowly. Guards! The crown prince cried out furiously. The soldiers who were close to him drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! 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 Zhou Xuanji took a step forward. Numerous legendary swords appeared around him and charged toward the soldiers around him. These soldiers did not have high cultivation and could not withstand his legendary swords at all. Blood splattered. The soldiers' throats were slit by the legendary swords and fell to the ground. Your Highness, be careful. A black-robed old man behind the crown prince quickly pulled him back. At this moment, the hundreds of soldiers around him were all lying in a pool of blood. All the legendary swords turned around and pointed at the crown prince. You dare to attack under the emperor's feet. You are too arrogant. The crown prince of the great Qin dynasty was frightened, and he roared angrily. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the chicken-slaying sword appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly, "Brat, you are in big trouble now. Today I will let you taste the horror of death." He walked toward the crown prince with his sword. The black-robed old man dashed forward and slapped toward him with his right palm. Zhou Xuanji raised his left palm and met the old man's palm. The two palms met, and the two began to compete in spirit energy. The ground beneath their feet crumbled immediately. Boom! Zhou Xuanji took 4 steps back, while the black-robed old man took 1 step back. Humph! A mere astral infant cultivator wants to harm the crown prince? The black-robed old man said with disdain. He was at astral projection and had watched the crown prince grow up. Naturally, he had to attack. But Zhou Xuanji's swords shocked him. So many swords, could it be impossible? How could sword god Zhou only be at astral infant? Zhou Xuanji smiled. All the legendary swords gathered above his head. An immense pressure exploded, shaking the crown prince's residence and the nearby streets. "Stop him for me," Zhou Xuanji said. After that, he walked forward. The black-robed old man slapped toward him again. At this moment, Qin Gang moved. As though he teleported, he came to the black-robed old man's side. He swung his right arm and struck the old man's throat. Bam! The horrifying force threw the black-robed old man onto the ground. His legs were facing the sky as he smashed onto the cracked ground. Chapter 165. The old man in the black robe was knocked to the ground by Qin Gang in one move. Several streets nearby trembled. The crown prince of the Great Qin was so frightened that he quickly retreated and wanted to escape into his residence. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji came up to the crown prince with the 8-step sword lunge. With the chicken-slaying sword in hand, he quickly executed the Trisource vein-severing sword. Great Qin's crown prince was also at astral infant, but it was a pity that he was facing Zhou Xuanji. Puchi! All the meridians of the crown prince of the Great Qin were instantly severed by the sword qi, and blood spurted from all over his body. Plop! He knelt in front of Zhou Xuanji, and his arms hung limply by his side. His face was horrified, and his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Zhou Xuanji walked up and looked down at him. "You are very arrogant. You wanted Song Jian's woman and killed his entire family. Now you even want to kill us. Do you know that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished?" The crown prince of Great Qin shouted in panic. "I am the crown prince of Great Qin. If you kill me, you will not be able to leave. Let me go. I will pretend that nothing happened. I will not find trouble with Zhao Songjian anymore. I can even return Ming him." At this moment he could no longer care about his face. All he wanted was to stay alive. All the meridians in his body were severed, causing him to be unable to muster the slightest bit of strength, let alone spiritual power. Zhou Xuanji swung the chicken-slaying sword. The sword flashed, and Great Qin's crown prince closed his eyes instinctively. Next, he felt a piercing pain coming from below. "Ah!" He raised his head and screamed at the top of his lungs. Zhao Zongjian, who walked through the door, smiled. He knew how powerful the chicken-slaying sword was. Awesome! Awesome! He felt that the hatred that had accumulated in his heart for a long time had finally dispersed. Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said, "You kill them. Be quick." He nodded, drew his sword, and walked in front of the crown prince of Great Qin. Due to the indescribable pain, the crown prince of the Great Qin laid on the ground with his forehead touching the ground. His face was contorted, and his body convulsed. "Killing you 10,000 times won't be enough to satisfy my hatred." Zhao Zongjian looked down at the crown prince of Great Qin and said coldly. After saying that, he slashed down with his sword. Then, a human head fell to the ground and rolled forward. The body of the crown prince of the Great Qin convulsed and then stopped moving, lying in a pool of blood. "That's it?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. If it were him, he would not be able to vent his hatred even if he killed the crown prince of Great Qin. Zhao Zongjian nodded and said, "Master always said, with the sword in your heart, the sword will embrace the world. I understand now." Zhou Xuanji was speechless and did not know how to explain. At the same time, Qin Gang carried the black-robed elder as if he was carrying a dead dog. "Vice sect leader, are we going to leave or make a scene?" Qin Gang asked respectfully. He was very powerful, or else Daoya old man would not have panicked so much back then. If he and Zhou Xuanji worked together, they were confident that they could come and go as they wished. "I told you, I'm not your vice sect leader." Zhou Xuanji stared at him and berated him. At that moment, a group of women walked out of the mansion. When they saw the corpse of the crown prince of the Great Qin, they all screamed in fear. One of the quiet ladies stared at Zhao Zongjian in disbelief. Zhao Zongjian also noticed her gaze. He turned around and their eyes met. In an instant, it was as if they were the only ones left in the world. "Long time no see. I've come for revenge." Zhao Zongjian spoke. His tone was calm, without agitation or hatred. Back then he was ignorant and innocent. Now that they met again, the beautiful lady was already the wife of his enemy. There was nothing more tragic than this. "Why are you so reckless? You killed him. Can you escape?" the quiet lady asked as she gritted her teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at them as though he was watching a show. Boom, a horrifying pressure came. Qin Gang broke the neck of the black-robed elder in his hand and threw him to the ground. He waved his right hand and a ball of green flame burned the elder into ashes. "You dare to make a scene in Great Qin. None of you can leave today." A domineering and majestic voice came and shook the entire royal capital of Great Qin. The quiet lady's expression changed drastically. "His Majesty is here!" She cried out immediately. "The Emperor of Great Qin, the most powerful cultivator in Great Qin." Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, and so was Qin Gang. Zhao Zongjian took a deep breath and said to the quiet lady, "Take care." A majestic silhouette descended from the sky and smashed into the high wall of the crown prince's residence. The door was smashed into pieces, and dust swept up. Qin Gang charged straight into the dust. Clang. He was pushed back, and the Emperor of Great Qin was also sent flying away. The Emperor of Great Qin wore a royal robe embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon. He looked to be in his 40s and looked very majestic. "Who are you?" The Emperor stared at Qin Gang and asked with a deep voice. Qin Gang stood up slowly and said, "Every debt has its debtor. Your son massacred an entire family for no reason. Today is revenge. As the Emperor of Great Qin, don't you know right from wrong?" He was in disguise now. As long as he did not use his trump card, no one could recognize him. Zhou Xuanji said to Zhao Zongjian, "Are we leaving?" Zhao Zongjian nodded. The two of them turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait." The quiet lady called out to Zhao Zongjian suddenly and asked with gritted teeth, "Can you bring me along?" Zhao Zongjian looked back at her and said, "Take care." After that, he leaped up and followed behind Zhou Xuanji. The two of them flew toward the outskirts of the royal capital. Qin Gang followed closely behind. The Emperor of Great Qin would not let them escape. Silhouettes flew up from every corner of the royal capital, like thousands of arrows shooting into the sky. It was a majestic sight. "You dared to kill the Crown Prince of Great Qin, and you still want to leave? Stop him. Today we must kill them here. Or else, Great Qin will lose its face. Presumptuous. Kill him. Spirit refinement cultivation? No wonder he is so arrogant." These people had high cultivations. Their auras gathered together, and the royal capital fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji looked around. There were at least 1,000 people, and the lowest cultivation was at Astral Infant. This showed how powerful Great Qin was. The Emperor of Great Qin flew up into the sky and stared at Qin Gang. "With your cultivation, you must not be a nobody. Tell me the truth." The northern wilderness region was vast, but Great Qin was relatively small. He was afraid of offending a power that was more powerful than Great Qin. Just when Qin Gang was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. "Your son massacred my sword slave's entire family. Killing him alone is already too easy for him." Zhou Xuanji stared at the Emperor of Great Qin and said. His tone was cold, but there was a hint of murderous intent in it. The Emperor of Great Qin frowned. Just when he was about to reprimand this nobody, his expression changed drastically in the next second. Numerous legendary swords appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. Crimson Dragon Sword, Frost Wave Sword, Bloodbath Sword, Tiger Roar Sword, Wind Cutter Sword, Swine Culling Sword, Golden Rock Sword, Heaven Sound Sword, Hell King Sword, Residual Image Sword, Thunderclap Sword, Formless Sword, Furious Ape Sword, Chicken Slaying Sword, Water Driving Sword, Falcon Sword, Magnetic Sword, Ghost Curse Sword, Book Cutter Sword, Sky Sundering Emperor Sword, Storm Calmer, Living Snake Sword, God Emperor Sword. Other than the chicken slaying sword in his hand, there were 33 legendary swords in total. Sword God Zhou. You are Sword God Zhou. The emperor cried out in shock. With this, the 1,000 powerful cultivators in the sky above the royal capital were in an uproar. Chapter 166. Sword God Zhou? He is Sword God Zhou? Impossible. Why did Sword God Zhou come to Great Qin? That's right. Look at those swords. Only Sword God Zhou can control so many swords. Didn't you hear what he said? The crown prince killed the entire family of his sword slaves. With Sword God Zhou's personality, he would surely do so. He even dared to kill the Empress of Great Zhou, let alone our crown prince. The experts of Great Qin discussed among themselves, all of them feeling somewhat fearful. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. In the current world, Sword God Zhou was definitely an influential figure. Great Zhou, Haoqi Alliance, Xinhao Sect, and Baba Blade Saint all wanted to kill Sword God Zhou. Who succeeded? Great Qin was no match for these four behemoths. The Emperor of Great Qin had an ugly expression on his face. He was in a dilemma. If he let Zhou Xuanji and the other two go, how could he answer to the people of Great Qin? But if they didn't, would they be able to beat them? For a moment, the atmosphere became heavy. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Emperor of Great Qin. All 33 legendary swords were pointed at him, which made him break out in a cold sweat. He might not even be able to deal with Qin Gang alone, let alone Sword God Zhou. Do you really want to fight to the death? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He raised his left hand and gripped the God Emperor sword. Following that, wisps of monarch ghost qi wrapped around his body. His aura began to soar, causing everyone to be moved. Father! At this time, Qin Ban Tian suddenly flew over. He flew between Zhou Xuanji and the Emperor of Great Qin. He first bowed to Zhou Xuanji before saying to the Emperor, Father, Sword God Zhou is my benefactor. The reason why he offended Haoqi Alliance was to save me. They sent me to Great Qin's border custom and overcame all obstacles along the way. We cannot be ungrateful. The Emperor of Great Qin frowned when he heard that. He heaved a sigh of relief. The more he looked at Qin Ban Tian, the more he liked him. The way out came just in time. He took a deep breath and said, So that's how it is. Brother Zhou is a man of great benevolence and righteousness. It is I who did not teach my son well enough to raise such a useless person. I am truly ashamed. Since that's the case, the two matters cancel each other out. I don't care about it, so please don't take it to heart. How about I set up a banquet for you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, No need, let's go. With that he left with Qin Gang and Zhao Zongjian. No one dared to stop them. They could only watch as they left. In the royal city, countless people saw Zhou Xuanji flying with dozens of legendary swords, and they cried out in shock. It's really Sword God Zhou. Oh my God, I didn't expect Sword God Zhou to come to Great Qin. Such grace. He's a role model for our generation. I heard that the hegemon sword sect's exquisite sword heart, Lin Chang'e, and Sword God Zhou agreed to a duel. I wonder if it's true? In the northern wilderness region, Sword God Zhou's sword technique can be ranked in the top 3, but his cultivation is not the best. I have a feeling that Sword God Zhou is comparable to the ancient sword emperors. Within the royal capital of Great Qin, there were still many people who admired Zhou Xuanji. Even Zhou Xuanji had underestimated his reputation. Vice Sect Master is really famous. Qin Gang sighed in amazement. His eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking even without thinking. When the World Millennium Duel begins, you might be able to put up a fight. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Zongjian were curious. What was the World Millennium Duel? Qin Gang saw their confusion and explained, "The World Millennium Duel is a duel to determine the most powerful cultivators in the northern wilderness region. It's held once every 1,000 years. Our sect master has already won twice, which is why he is the top cultivator in the evil sections. There are still a few hundred years before the next World Millennium Duel. You still have time. The winner of the World Millennium Duel will become the most powerful cultivator in the past 1,000 years. There is no second place, only the most powerful." Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Congjian were fascinated by the story, and their blood boiled. Which cultivator did not want to be the most powerful? The title of the most powerful cultivator in the world was enough for billions of people to fight for it. World Millennium Duel? That will be the moment I become the most powerful cultivator in the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently, and Qin Gang chuckled at his words. Sword God Zhou was indeed famous now, but in the eyes of the truly powerful cultivators, it was nothing. Even Xian Xianghua might not be able to win such a title, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Of course, he did not say anything to discourage Zhou Xuanji. This was his vice sect master after all. The three left quickly. At the same time, the Emperor of Great Chen summoned everyone to the main hall of the royal palace. Chen Bantian stood at the center of the hall and recounted what happened to him. He did not mention the Tianxia map but only said that Haoqi Alliance was after him for some reason. It was not because he wanted to protect anyone. It was because the Tianxia map was of great importance. Once it was revealed, it could bring disaster to Great Qin. He was the future emperor, so he had to think carefully. After he finished, all the officials in the hall sighed in amazement. When Sword God Zhou first became famous, he was known for his unparalleled benevolence. Haoqi Alliance is too much. I think this is Great Shang's scheme. That's right. Now the other 6 empires are getting restless and preparing for a war between humans. Great Shang wants to take away our yellow dragon royal bloodline. What a pity! This is our chance to rope in Sword God Zhou. Hearing the discussions on both sides, Chen Bantian smiled. If he told them that Zhou Xuanji was a prince of Great Zhou, these people would not dare to recruit him anymore. The emperor looked up at Chen Bantian and said, "From today onwards, you are the crown prince. Work hard on your cultivation. The war is near, and you will lead the army in the future." The sun in front of him had already awakened the royal bloodline of the yellow dragon, which filled him with anticipation. He believed that with enough time, the yellow dragon would rule over the northern wilderness. "I will not disappoint you, father." Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said excitedly. He could not wait to become the emperor. 4 days later, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 came to Great Chen's border custom. Just when they walked out, Qin Gang stopped them. "What's wrong?" Zhao Congjian asked with a frown. He looked ahead and saw a boundless plain. The horizon was filled with sand and wind, and there was no trace of people. Qin Gang said with a deep voice, "A powerful enemy is coming. We are in trouble." To be called a powerful enemy by him, the enemy must be very powerful. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and the glorious gold legendary sword, Hegemonjio, appeared in his hand. "Sword God Zhou, you killed the grandson of our sect leader. Today, you must pay with your blood." A voice filled with a murderous aura came. Next, a sandstorm swept toward them from the horizon. The people inside and outside the border custom were stunned. The soldiers on the high walls were even more vigilant. At the same time, they looked around curiously. Sword God Zhou is here? Soon, everyone locked their eyes on Zhou Xuanji. Hegemonjio's appearance was too eye-catching. It was hard not to notice. "Xinhao sect, Huang Hantian," Qin Gang said with a gloomy face. A tinge of fear could be seen in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown, "Who is Huang Hantian? Is he related to Huang Ming?" Huang Hantian, the second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. His son Huang Ming is the top genius in Xinhao sect. He has the potential to become the sect leader. Qin Gang said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes at his words. The second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect? Chapter 167. Huang Ming has a father? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. From what Huang Ming had said, he had thought that the Ghost Emperor clan only had Huang Ming and Huang Lianxing. He did not expect there to be another Huang Hantian. Qin Gang sighed. Huang Hantian is very strong. I am no match for him. The sandstorm was unstoppable, and it was going to destroy Great Chen's border customs. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward and swung his sword fiercely. The sword qi transformed into the sun, moon, and stars and swept out. The scene was spectacular, and countless people were in an uproar. The sun, moon, and stars were majestic and extremely fast. They broke through the dust storm with the force of a dam bursting. What an exquisite sword technique! It looks like a single sword, but the sword moves are ever-changing. Qin Gang was secretly shocked. It seemed that the rumors in the outside world were true. Great Chen soldiers and cultivators were also amazed by the sun, moon, and stars. The sun, moon, and stars blasted the rolling dust storm into two halves. Soon, the sword qi dissipated without a trace. A figure flew out from the dust storm. He was clad in golden armor and had his hands spread out. Gusts of wind coiled around his body like a tornado. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His face was hideous, as though it had been burned by fire. His snake-like eyes stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. Huang Hantian, the second strongest in Xinhao sect. He was a demonic powerhouse who struck terror into the hearts of all living beings. Countless demonic cultivators from Xinhao sect flew out from the dust storm. They looked like demons descending into the world. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 200,000 of them, causing the people inside and outside of Great Chen's borders to tremble in fear. Quickly inform the imperial city and the nearby cities to send reinforcements. Xinhao sect is attacking. One of the generals guarding the pass shouted with all his might. He also took out his magical artifact and prepared to fight. Huang Hantian flew toward Zhou Xuanji and the others. Sword God Zhou, if I absorb your spirit energy, I might be able to break through to the great realization stage directly. His voice was extremely cold, causing those who heard it to feel terrified. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand, and the God Emperor sword appeared. Then the other divine swords appeared behind him, each stirring up gusts of wind. Want to kill me? Who do you think you are? Zhou Xuanji said mockingly with a smile. Huang Hantian was indeed very strong, and he did not have the confidence to go against him. But he was not going to sit and wait for death. Qin Gang took a deep breath and raised both of his hands. Demonic qi seeped out of his body and condensed into a 100-foot-tall demonic shadow with 1,000 arms. It was a dazzling sight. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and was shocked in his heart. This fellow's aura was actually so powerful. He had truly underestimated him in the past. Thousand-Hand Devil. Tsk. I didn't expect the great sword god Zhou to be with the remnants of Tanhua sect. Huang Hantian laughed coldly. He purposely raised his voice so that it reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing a commotion among the crowd. In the entire northern wilderness region, the most pathetic evil sect was the Tanhua sect. Everyone wanted to beat them up, and even the other evil sects could not tolerate them. No one expected Sword God Zhou to team up with the Tanhua sect. Could it be that Sword God Zhou was from Tanhua sect? Sword God Zhou had been famous for a long time, but no one knew where he came from. Zhou Xuanji sighed inwardly. This time, even if yellow mud fell into his pants, it was still shit. Qin Gang snorted coldly and rushed out first. He stomped on the ground with his right foot, and the ground beneath his feet crumbled immediately. He soared into the sky with the 1,000-Hand Devil and swiftly flew above Huang Hantian's head. He slammed both of his palms toward Huang Hantian, and the 1,000-Hand Devil behind him followed suit. 1,000 palms at the same time. How horrifying! Boom, boom, boom. The demonic palms landed on Huang Hantian's body one after another but were blocked by his demonic qi. Even so, the surrounding dust storm dispersed immediately. The ground collapsed, and cracks appeared everywhere. The ground within a radius of 100 miles shook violently. A powerful gale swept toward all directions. Zhao Zongjian was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji charged forward with all his legendary swords. The God Emperor appeared on his body with 2 swords in his hands, and the other legendary swords shot out like sharp arrows. Zhou Xuanji stepped on the Windcutter sword and used the 8-step sword lunge. He leaped over the 1,000-hand devil and slashed continuously toward Huang Hantian. Sky-dominating divine sword. The sword moves were domineering, the sword momentum was domineering, and the sword chi was even more domineering. The sword chi landed, and with a loud boom, Huang Hantian was pressed downward. Huang Hantian's white hair danced wildly, and the ferocity of an unparalleled evil demon was fully displayed. 1,000-hand devil. Sword God Zhou. Very good. Today, I will show you why Xinhao sect can become the pillar of the evil sects. He laughed wildly and arrogantly. He pushed his palms upward forcefully. A wave of horrifying demonic qi pushed Zhou Xuanji away and forced Qin Gang to slide backward. This guy. I feel like he's much more powerful than the sword monarch of Great Zhou. Zhou Xuanji looked solemn. He did not know since when the sword monarch of Great Zhou had become his standard to measure the power of his enemies. At this moment, Huang Hantian disappeared suddenly. He transformed into a series of afterimages and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated 6-path sword shadow. And Soul Eater slash. 18 streaks of black sword chi rampaged and destroyed all of Huang Hantian's afterimages. But Huang Hantian was even faster. He appeared behind Zhou Xuanji out of nowhere and lashed out with a leg that was like a whip. The kick sent Zhou Xuanji flying backward and vomiting blood. Qin Gang charged over with a furious roar. 1,000-hand devil's aura surged, and the heavens and earth shook. Zhou Xuanji stabilized his body and charged over again. The 2 of them fought Huang Hantian together. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 of them intertwined with one another and fought back and forth. The impact caused the planes to explode and collapse, and dust billowed into the sky. Great Chen's soldiers at the border custom were dumbfounded. They felt as though they were witnessing a fight between immortals. Xinhao sect's Pope Hantian. So powerful, the 3 of them are all famous. Now that they are fighting outside Great Chen's borders, will they bring harm to Great Chen? Very likely. Look, those evil cultivators have not moved yet. I feel that Sword God Zhou cannot defeat him. Of course. Huang Hantian is an old devil who has lived for thousands of years. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji is, he cannot defeat him so quickly. A few years ago, Sword God Zhou was injured even when he fought an inner pellet cultivator. The soldiers cried out in shock and began discussing among themselves. Zhou Xuanji activated his dual sword wills, but he still could not defeat Huang Hantian. The difference in cultivation was too great. Even with 2 glorious gold legendary swords, he could barely hold his ground. Qin Gang gave it his all and cast all sorts of evil spells, but Huang Hantian broke them easily. Boom! Huang Hantian descended from the sky and stomped on the ground. The impact sent Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang flying back as they vomited blood. The wasteland, which was already in ruins, collapsed again. The impact swept over 10,000 meters, and cracks appeared on the high walls of Great Chen's border custom. Zhao Tsongjian was forced to fly up on his sword, far away from the ground. Before Qin Gang could stabilize himself, Huang Hantian grabbed his neck and lifted him high into the air. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and all the legendary swords above silver grade shot toward him. Huang Hantian did not even look at the legendary swords. He waved his left hand, and a stream of demonic qi in the shape of a dragon flew out from his sleeve and engulfed all the legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji was too close and could not dodge in time. He was sent flying backward immediately. Even his white dragon golden robe was cut by the legendary swords, and blood splattered. Bomb! Before he landed, Huang Hantian stomped on Zhou Xuanji's chest with Qin Gang in his hand. The stomp forced Zhou Xuanji straight down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn! Qin Gang gritted his teeth and felt terrible. Zhou Xuanji felt that all the bones in his body were broken. Pressed down by Huang Hantian, he could not move at all. Sword God Zhou, your sword techniques and swords are powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation is too low. Your body cannot withstand my attacks. Huang Hantian looked down at him and laughed mockingly. 1 against 2. The second most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. He lived up to his reputation. Zhou Xuanji stared at him fixedly and struggled with all his might. His body turned golden, and he could not stand up even with the golden invincibility. Let me absorb all of your spirit energy. Huang Hantian laughed wildly. As long as he absorbed Zhou Xuanji and Qin Gang's spirit energy, he could surpass Ta Tianqin and become the most powerful cultivator in Xinhao sect. Huang Hanan, you little kid, do you want to die? At this moment, a cold female voice resounded between the heavens and the earth. Huang Hantian's expression changed drastically, while Qin Gang was overjoyed. Chapter 168. Xian Xianghua? Huang Hantian shuddered and immediately left Qin Gang behind. He jumped away quickly and did not even care about Zhou Xuanji. He flew to the front of the demonic cultivator army of Xinhao sect and looked around nervously. Xian Xianghua, why are you here? He gritted his teeth and shouted. Facing Xian Xianghua, he did not even dare to take Qin Gang as a hostage. Back then, when he was still young and inexperienced, Xian Xianghua had already won a World Millennium Duel and became number 1 in the world. At that time, how arrogant was Xian Xianghua? She killed people and demons. She was the nightmare of their generation. Even though Huang Hantian had already become a top-notch expert, he still felt fear when facing Xian Xianghua. Sect leader, Qin Gang knelt on the ruins with a thud, unable to contain his excitement. Tanhua in the human world, Azura in hell. He roared as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Zhou Xuanji got up and patted the dust off his body. His face was unsightly and he did not show any joy. This time, it was really too embarrassing. Xian Xianghua's arrival made him feel complicated. This time, he was really going to fall into the deep pit that was the Tanhua sect. How dare you call me by my name? Child, have you forgotten how lowly you were when you knelt before me and begged for mercy? Xian Xianghua's voice rang out again, and everyone turned to look. She came from the north, and the rolling sandstorm could not hide her demonic aura. A terrifying killing intent swept through Great Chen's border custom. Huang Hantian's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to drip water. He was not embarrassed, only nervous. I can let Qin Gang go, but Sword God Zhou, you cannot interfere. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Even the way he addressed her had changed. Sword God Zhou is our Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. You are very daring. If you don't leave in 3 breaths' time, prepare to die. 3. Xian Xianghua's tone was filled with killing intent, scaring Huang Hantian so much that he turned around and fled. He didn't even care about his subordinates. The devil cultivators of Xinhao sect were not stupid. They ran away quickly. Soon, the vast army disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji covered his forehead and looked up at the sky without tears. It's over. I knew this old witch was going to say that he was the vice-sect leader. He sank into despair. At the side, Qin Gang was still kowtowing to Xian Xianghua like a fanatical believer. Zhou Xuanji kicked his butt in anger, but the guy did not stop kowtowing. Zhao Tsongjin flew over and asked about Zhou Xuanji's injuries. Zhou Xuanji shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Xian Xianghua arrived in front of them. This old witch wore a purple-patterned black robe and still wore a veil. She was mysterious and full of charm. She ignored Qin Gang and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Little Phoenix, were you touched just now? If I'm in danger of death, I'll definitely hope that the person I love can arrive in time. Just thinking about it makes me happy. At this point, she even pretended to be bashful like a shy little woman. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Even if he wanted to thank her, he could not say it now. Qin Gang raised his head and asked excitedly, Sect leader, how did you escape? Xian Xianghua walked up to Zhou Xuanji and put her hand on his shoulder. He wanted to dodge, but she pressed down so hard that he could not move. That bunch of trash wants to kill me? I left one of my puppets at the Heaven's End cliff, and they are still standing guard there, each more foolish than the last. She laughed disdainfully and instantly returned to her arrogant and unruly self. Okay, let's leave this place first. She let go of Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and flew toward the horizon. The others followed closely behind her. At the same time, Great Chen's border custom was in an uproar. Sword God Zhou is the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect? Yeah. Didn't that devil go to Great Shang to find Sword God Zhou? And he even injured the Emperor and Fury Buddha. This is an earth-shattering secret. How can it be? How can Sword God Zhou be an evil cultivator? Oh no, my faith has collapsed. Tanhua sect was the enemy of the entire northern wilderness region. Sword God Zhou joined Tanhua sect and instantly turned from a hero to an evil devil. Once this news spread, Zhou Xuanji would become the enemy of the world. At the same time, Huang Hantian and the evil cultivators were still fleeing. Something's not right. Huang Hantian stopped suddenly and mumbled with a frown. With her personality, she would not let me go. Could she be injured? His face turned hideous immediately. How dare you trick me? An evil cultivator beside him was enraged too. Vice Suzerain, shall we kill our way back? Kill my ass. Return to the sect. Huang Hantian snorted coldly and continued to flee. He had no confidence to face Xian Xianghua. What if Xian Xianghua really had the ability to kill him? The person he feared the most in his life was Xian Xianghua. 2 hours later, Xian Xianghua suddenly dove into the forest, and Zhou Xuanji followed her. She was holding onto the tree trunk with her left hand and clutching her chest with her right hand. She coughed up blood continuously. Qin Gang walked up to her and asked anxiously, "Suzerain, are you all right?" Xian Xianghua wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She walked to the side and sat down with her legs crossed to heal her injuries. Zhou Xuanji frowned and could not help but ask, "You are severely injured, and you still want to come out? Aren't you afraid that Huang Hantian will kill you? This old demonic woman, that trash dares to kill me? Even if he guessed that I was severely injured, he would not dare to do it." Xian Xianghua said with disdain, but fatigue could be seen on her face. Zhou Xuanji sighed and did not speak further. He was still too weak. Don't be discouraged. You are already very powerful. If you can even defeat Huang Hantian, you can be listed in the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Although Xian Xianghua did not open her eyes, she could sense Zhou Xuanji's reluctance. Hearing her consolation, Zhou Xuanji did not feel good. He only shook his head and smiled. Top 100 of the Northern Wilderness? Zhao Tsongjian asked curiously. He understood the meaning of the name, but he was curious about who would decide it. Qin Gang explained, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness is listed by the sacred ground, the Tsunghai Ziggurat. The Tsunghai Ziggurat has the best information gathering ability in the Northern Wilderness region. The top 100 of the Northern Wilderness has been listed for 10,000 years. In the beginning, it was not real enough, but today, the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness definitely lives up to its name. The Northern Wilderness top 100 are all famous people, such as Emperor Yan of Zhou, Lin Guanyu, Huang Hantian, Fury Buddha of Great Shang, Ta Tianshan, etc. The Tsunghai Ziggurat will spare no effort to promote the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness so that the whole world knows about them. Zhao Tsongjian's eyes lit up and he felt his blood boiling. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Did the Sword Monarch enter the Northern Wilderness top 100? Qin Gang shook his head and said, "He is one of the people closest to the top 100 of the Northern Wilderness." So that was how it was. Zhou Xuanji was calm. It seemed that his defeat was not unjust. "I believe in you. Before the next World Millennium Duel, you will be able to enter the Northern Wilderness top 100. By then, you can witness how I become the top cultivator in the world again." Xian Xianghua smiled again. Her tone was as conceited as ever. Zhou Xuanji threw a white cloud at her and said unpleasantly, "I'm going to be hated by everyone soon. I don't even know if I can live to that day." Soon, the whole world would know that he was the vice suzerain of Tanhua sect. Damn. Just thinking about it gave me a headache. Just Xinhao sect and Haoqi alliance made him hide everywhere, and now he became the world's public enemy. Do you really want me to hide and cultivate for 500 years before I become the best in the world with my sword? Chapter 169. By the way, are there other regions besides the Northern Wilderness region in this world? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. North meant direction, so he had no choice but to guess. Qin Gang nodded and said, "The northern wilderness region is surrounded by the boundless ocean. It's said that there's another world on the other side of the ocean, but those who go to the ocean rarely return." A look of yearning appeared on his face. Who wouldn't want to travel to every corner of the world? Wait until you become #1 in the world, like me, then you can think about these things. Xian Xianghua snorted. Her smug tone was asking for a beating. We will never be able to reach sect master's height in our entire lives. Qin Gang's timely bootlicking made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. He patted Qin Gang's shoulder and sighed, "Please, don't be a bootlicker, okay?" "What is a simp?" Qin Gang asked in confusion while Zhao Tsongjian held back his laughter. "When you have nothing, you will understand." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. His expression was profound, which made Qin Gang even more confused. The four continued to rest in the forest. Xian Xianghua had saved the two of them, so they naturally had to protect her for a while so that she could recover. For hours later, dusk arrived. Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian bade farewell. "My vice sect master, where do you think you're going? Although the northern wilderness region is huge, there is no place for you. Come with me, I will treat you well and treat you like a treasure." Xian Xianghua opened her eyes and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm already old. You are not a good person. We are not suitable." With that he turned around and left. Zhao Tsongjian quickly followed. Xian Xianghua was startled, and her beautiful brows instantly furrowed. She said in a low voice, "I will teach you a peerless divine art and make you invincible in the world. Are you really unwilling?" Her eyes were cold. No one had ever dared to reject her. Those who had rejected her were all dead. "Sooner or later, my sword will dominate the world. When 10,000 swords soar in the sky, it will be the time when I rule the world." Zhou Xuanji said without looking back and left quickly with Zhao Tsongjian. Qin Gang was stunned. He murmured, "When 10,000 swords soar in the sky, a king descends upon the world. 10,000 swords, this kid," he was shocked. Zhou Xuanji's dozens of swords were already incredible. How powerful would 10,000 be? Xian Xianghua snorted and said, "Bragging in front of me? You're still far from that level." She looked in the direction that Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji had left and could not come back to her senses for a long time. "Sect leader," Qin Gang wanted to say something but hesitated. He did not know if he should ask. Xian Xianghua glanced at him and said, "I fell in love with him at first sight, can't I?" Love at first sight? Qin Gang was stunned. It turned out that the sect leader liked this kind of thing. After leaving Xian Xianghua and Zhao Tsongjian, Zhou Xuanji and Zhao Tsongjian moved forward at full speed. They looked back occasionally, afraid that Xian Xianghua would follow them. "Master, it's all my fault. It's because of me that you've caused such a disaster." Zhao Tsongjian's face turned pale as he blamed himself. In just a few days, the whole world would know that Zhou Xuanji was the vice sect lord of Tanhua sect. It was hard to imagine how they could survive in the world in the future. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "It's not your fault. The greater the pressure, the more powerful we can be." So what if the whole world hated him? As long as he was strong enough, everything was not a problem. Zhao Tsongjian took a deep breath, and his eyes became determined. He swore that he would cultivate hard and protect Zhou Xuanji with his life. The sun set and the moon rose. Late at night, the two returned to the valley. Sensing their aura, Daoya old man opened the spell formation and let them in. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui pounced on him and hugged him tightly. "You are finally back." She did not cry, nor was she excited. She only whispered into his ear to express how much she missed him. Zhou Xuanji patted her back lightly and smiled. "Of course, I will come back. How can I bear to leave you behind?" Eek! The group cheered together and felt extremely jealous. Xiao Jinghong looked at Zhao Tsongjian and asked, "Did it go well?" Zhao Tsongjian sighed and told him what happened. Even though he got his revenge, he was not happy at all. Instead, he was filled with worry. When Daoya old man heard that Huang Hantian blocked Zhou Xuanji and the other two, he opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, "Huang Hantian! How did he know that you are in Great Qin? That guy can compete with Lin Guanyu. How did you guys escape? Zhao Tsongjian continued to speak. After knowing that Xian Xianghua was involved, Daoya old man's face turned even uglier. After Zhao Tsongjian finished speaking, he let out a heavy sigh. Chongming Demon Monarch fell on the ground and landed on the little black snake, almost breaking it. It's over. It's over, Chongming Demon Monarch mumbled in despair. Joining Tanhua sect was equivalent to having one foot in the grave. The others looked terrible too. Just now, the righteous and evil sects, as well as the sanctums, surrounded Tanhua sect. The commotion was so great that they felt despair just by thinking about it. Zhou Xuanji said, "Tomorrow morning we will head to Juadi Cliff." Juadi Cliff was a dangerous place, and the chances of survival were slim. There were the least people there. The more dangerous the place, the safer it was. The group nodded and had no objections. "Let's leave tonight, while it's still dark," Daoya old man said with a deep voice. This place was too close to Great Qin, and Xinhao sect pursued them to this place. They had to leave. "Then let's start packing," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Han Shenbua, Chongming Demon Monarch, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin left immediately to pack their belongings. Jiang Shui stretched out her hand and placed it on Zhou Xuanji's waist. "Xuanji, why does Xian Xianghua treat you so well?" she asked with a smile that was as pretty as a flower. "Maybe because she covets my handsomeness." Zhou Xuanji pretended to be deep in thought. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain on his waist, and he quickly begged for mercy. "Humph!" Jiang Shui snorted coldly before stepping on his foot and leaving. He sighed. When a girl grows up, she gets more and more jealous. After that, he smiled and caught up with her. He hooked his arm around Jiang Shui's neck and smiled. "Don't worry. I don't like her. That old demonic woman has lived for so many years. She might look like a zombie." Half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui sat on a big, while Huang Lianxin sat on small air. The two dragon eagles soared into the night sky and shook the forest. The others followed closely behind. The little black snake laid on small air's head and sighed, "We have to run away again." Xiao Jinghong placed his hands behind his back. His long hair danced in the night wind. "This time, it's not considered running away. It's for serendipity." He smiled. The Tianxia map was hidden in Juadi Cliff. That was a supreme treasure that shook the world. Who wouldn't be curious about it? That's right. Once you get the serendipity, you can look down on the world. Xian Xianghua was like that back then. She viewed everyone as dogs, and that's why she's in such a predicament today. Daoya old man sat on Chongming Demon Monarch's back and chuckled. Beishao Wangjian rolled his eyes at him and said, "The first part is okay, but isn't the last part a killjoy?" The others laughed. They had been growing stronger all along. Even when they faced a great crisis, they never panicked. They also believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the top cultivator in the world one day. Chapter 170. Sword God Zhou was Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. This news shocked Great Qin before spreading to the world. Both the righteous and evil sects, as well as the humans and demons, all received the news. The world was shocked. In the royal palace of Great Qin, Chen Bantian stood in the hall in astonishment. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was captured by Xian Xianghua, but he did not expect Zhou Xuanji to become Tanhua sect's vice-suzerain. He could not help but worry for Zhou Xuanji. After all, Xian Xianghua risked her life to save Zhou Xuanji. Who would not overthink things? I didn't expect this. I should have stopped him back then. The Emperor of Great Qin sat on the dragon throne with a pained and regretful look on his face as he sighed. Chen Bantian felt disgusted, but he did not show it. This was his father after all, and he still wanted to inherit the throne. "Father, something is wrong. Sword God Zhou did not make things difficult for us back then, and Xinhao sect actually appeared at the border of Great Qin. Don't you feel that something is wrong?" Chen Bantian cupped his fist and said. The other officials spoke as well. Everyone knows about Sword God Zhou's benevolence. That's right. Tanhua sect must want to drag Sword God Zhou down with them. With such an overt plot, they will surely force Sword God Zhou to join Tanhua sect, which will make Tanhua sect even more powerful. Xinhao sect and Tanhua sect are not good people. Indeed. I feel that if we, Great Qin, stand up for Sword God Zhou, we might gain some fame. What do you think? Good idea. Let's write a story for Sword God Zhou and announce it to the world. The emperor heard and felt that it was reasonable. Although Sword God Zhou killed his eldest son, he did not take it to heart. After all, Sword God Zhou gave him a son with the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Now that Great Qin was being eyed by the demons, he dared not to be careless. His personal feelings must be suppressed. This is really strange. But don't act in a hurry. We cannot be the first bird to stand out. The emperor muttered. Being cautious was his strength, but it was also his weakness. Great Shang. Yang Xindi rubbed his chin and thought. The state teacher Yang Zhongtian stood up and said, Your Majesty, this is obviously Xian Xianghua's scheme. She wanted to take Sword God Zhou away, but he escaped quietly. The other ministers and generals also nodded. Back when Zhou Xuanji had been drinking with them, he had been incredibly bold and had even dared to reject Yang Xindi's invitation. He was definitely not a coward from the Tanhua sect. The grandson of the Fury Buddha, Diu, stood out and said, I believe in Sword God Zhou. Back then, during the World Hero Assembly, we all saw his bearing. Such a hero would join the Tanhua sect? Yang Xindi nodded and said, I don't suspect him either. It's just that it's such a coincidence that Xian Xianghua was able to arrive in time. Could she have colluded with Xinhao sect? He admired Zhou Xuanji. He could see the pride in Zhou Xuanji's bones. It was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to join the Tanhua sect, nor would he be forced to join. It must be slander. Your Majesty, Haoqi Alliance is also pursuing Sword God Zhou. Will the three factions work together? Back then, Lin Guanyu also ignored the might of Great Shang and barged into the country. Maybe he participated. A general stood out, cupped his fists, and spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused the entire hall to discuss animatedly. Most people were doubting, and a few people thought that Sword God Zhou was a demon. It was not everyone's opinion, but many people knew that Yang Xindi thought highly of Sword God Zhou. It's time for the alliance between Great Shang and Haoqi Alliance to end. Over the past 1,000 years, how many times has Great Shang cleaned up the mess of Haoqi Alliance? Yang Xindi snorted coldly. With these words, the hall was silent. Break off relations with Haoqi Alliance? In just 10 days, the news that Sword God Zhou was the vice-suzerain of Tanhua sect spread like wildfire. At first, countless people cursed Sword God Zhou for being shameless. But some people who were saved by Sword God Zhou or witnessed his glory did not want to believe it. Until Great Shang's emperor said that Sword God Zhou would not join Tanhua sect, the public opinion changed immediately. Great Qin followed suit and said that it was impossible. Hanyin Divine Sect followed suit and said that it was nonsense. Sacred Ground Dongyuan Temple's Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he had seen Sword God Zhou, that he was a righteous person, that he was favored by the heavens, and that he would never join Tanhua sect. In an instant, the whole world stopped cursing Sword God Zhou. Everyone scolded Tanhua sect and Xinhao sect for being shameless, using such despicable methods to scheme against a hero. After all, ever since Sword God Zhou appeared, he had only done things to save the people and eliminate evil. No one had ever heard of Sword God Zhou taking the initiative to bully anyone. Soon, Haoqi Alliance was scolded too. Haoqi Alliance's arrest warrant for Sword God Zhou was exposed. It turned out that Haoqi Alliance was trying to kill a prince of Great Qin. Sword God Zhou saw injustice and helped them, which infuriated Haoqi Alliance. Haoqi Alliance did not dare to retort, as they were afraid that the Tianxia map would be exposed. Even Great Zhou was scolded. The change in the public opinion made Tanhua sect, Xinhao sect, Haoqi Alliance, and Great Zhou speechless. What was this? Within Great Zhou's territory, countless commoners begged the emperor to spare Sword God Zhou, or at least not to kill such a hero. Emperor Yan of Zhou did not hesitate and withdrew the arrest warrant, claiming that it was for the sake of the world. Because at this moment, Sword God Zhou became the most famous person in the entire northern wilderness region. In an inn in a desert, Sword God Zhou is definitely a hero. Tanhua sect is too despicable. Yet, if a hero like us is wronged like this, is there still justice in the world? Tanhua sect is already at death's door, and they still want to drag our sword god Zhou down with them? I have to say, this time, Great Shang and Great Qin are very responsible. They dared to stand up for sword god Zhou at the risk of the world's justice. In the Empire, I admire them. Forget it. Can they do it alone? It's all because of sword god Zhou's generosity. Even Xuanhe Divine Monk said that he was favored by the heavens. The cultivators discussed excitedly. Every table was talking about sword god Zhou. Zhou Xuanji listened with a weird expression. The others were the same. What happened? Did they hear wrongly? Isn't this a little weird? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and mumbled to himself. Could it be because he was too handsome? Before he could refute, everyone in the world spoke up for him? Chongming Demon Monarch drank a bowl of wine and sighed. The heavens are unfair. He had been following Zhou Xuanji all along. They did not do anything, and now he was cleared? What the hell? It was like a storytelling. Revered teacher's generosity is unparalleled. I'm in awe. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. After that he toasted Zhou Xuanji. Zhao Congjian, Beishao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin did the same. They toasted one after another and were all very excited. Daoya Old Man, Han Shenbua, and Chongming Demon Monarch began to drink to drown their sorrows. It was supposed to be a joyous occasion, but why did they feel a sense of sadness in their hearts? Even the wine was a little bitter. Seems like we don't have to be too careful. Zhou Xuanji grinned with a proud expression, which made Daoya Old Man want to beat him up. At this moment, a swordsman in black walked into the inn. He wore a silver mask, revealing only his eyes and mouth. Once he came in, a wave of coldness swept across the inn, and it became silent immediately.